Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Chen Yin hadn't been slow to react. Although he knew that with Chen Yin and Luo Luo's abilities, they could easily escape even if Zhu Kang came after them, he was still worried and rushed to Yanxia province immediately after parting with Shen Shuanglian. As he approached, he suddenly felt a surge of danger through their master-servant contract. He knew Luo Luo was in trouble. He increased his speed and rushed back to the Xiaoxiang medical clinic, only to find Luo Luo and the others, but no sign of Chen Yin. He immediately went after her, finally arriving just in time. "You almost got us killed with your reckless actions, you know." Faced with Chen Yin's blunt reprimand, Chen Yin could only chuckle helplessly. "You'd be quite a beauty if you weren't so aggressive. Such a pretty girl. It's a pity you have a mouth." Chen Yin snorted and turned her head away, her lips pursed. "Can you handle this guy?" "Of course. But before that," Chen Yin shrugged. "I have a few questions for him." He turned to Cooley. "Did that old dog Zhu Kang send you?" Cooley didn't answer. "You don't seem like a disciple of the Kang sword sect. Who are you?" He still remained silent. Chen Yin was puzzled. Was this guy mute? "Hey, say something." Cooley was silent for a long time, then took a deep breath. "Well, I think there's been a misunderstanding." His words stunned both Chen Yin and Chen Yin. Huh? What was going on? Wasn't this guy just acting all aggressive and bloodthirsty? Why the sudden change of heart? Unbeknownst to them, Cooley's back was drenched in cold sweat. He had finally remembered why the name Chen Yin sounded so familiar. Wasn't that the name of the man who had barged into the demonic sect's main altar a month ago and single-handedly severed the Tao Master's arm? Cooley was both lucky and unlucky. He hadn't been at the main altar when it happened. He had gotten into a conflict with the Kang sword sect in Yanxia province and had been captured by Zhu Kang, imprisoned within their sect. Normally, Zhu Kang would have used him as a hostage to extort something from the demonic path and then have him ransomed back. But while Cooley was waiting to be ransomed, an elder from the Kang sword sect had suddenly informed him that he didn't have to return to the demonic path anymore. The demonic path had gone into hiding. And their Tao Master had lost an arm during the Nether ritual. Cooley was dumbfounded. How could his house catch fire just 2 days after he left? The elder had only told him that the attacker was a sword cultivator from the Mist Spirit sect, named Chen something. He hadn't remembered the full name, thinking he would never cross paths with that person. But he never imagined that he would run into him so soon after leaving the Kang sword sect. Fellow Taoist Chen." Cooley said with a forced smile, "I think there's been a misunderstanding. There's no need for violence." Chen Yin scratched his head, puzzled. "Do you know me?" "Of course, fellow Taoist Chen. I'm a member of the demonic path." Chen Yin suddenly understood. "Oh, you're from the demonic path. That's why you know me. Why would someone from the demonic path know you?" Chen Yin asked curiously. "What exactly did you do when you went back there?" "Nothing much." Chen Yin said casually, "I just kidnapped their holy maiden and chopped off their Tao Master's arm." Chen Yin. "Since you know who I am, that makes things easier." Chen Yin sat down and asked casually, "Why is a demonic cultivator like you working for the Kang sword sect?" "Ahem. It's a bit embarrassing. I was captured by the sect master of the Kang sword sect. I have to do some dirty work for them before they'll let me go." Chen Yin quickly understood. A powerful Supreme Clarity Realm expert who could be blamed for any dirty work was a valuable asset. That cunning old fox. Chen Yin couldn't help but marvel. Cooley looked at him pleadingly. "Fellow Taoist Chen, this is all a misunderstanding. Please be magnanimous and let it go." "Let it go." "Nice try." Chen Yin said bluntly, "Since you've offended me, I can't let you off without some punishment. Cooley could only lower his head and force a smile. After all, he couldn't afford to offend someone who could casually sever the Tao Master's arm. Let me think. How about this? You go back and deliver a message to Zhu Kang for me. Tell him that if he bothers me again, I'll castrate his son. He said with a mischievous grin. Cooley readily agreed, chuckled nervously, and then fled. After he left, Chen Yin crossed her arms and said calmly, "You're full of surprises. Is he telling the truth? Did you really sever the Tao Master's arm when you went back to the demonic sect's main altar?" Chen Yin shrugged. Believe what you want. Chen Yin frowned but didn't say anything. But thank you for tonight. Honestly, I was worried you would abandon Luo Luo and the others and run away. Do I look like that kind of person? Chen Yin glanced at him sideways. Besides, Luo Luo and the others can hide in the void. They don't need my help. I intervened, because of Nan Xiaoxiang. Nan Xiaoxiang. Chen Yin blinked. Why did you save her? I thought you would want me to. Chen Yin looked at him seriously. I thought you two were involved. You're overthinking it. Chen Yin waved his hand dismissively. I'm not close to her. Not at all. That woman might seem pure and innocent on the surface, but who knows what she's like behind closed doors. I don't have time for that kind of person. Heh, as if you haven't messed around with enough women already. Chen Yin scoffed. I have standards, okay? Chen Yin said seriously, if I were truly desperate, I would have gone after you first, a beauty with long legs and ample bosom. You, Chen Yin, also have a pretty face and a nice figure. And as an assassin, you must have very toned legs from all that training. Chen Yin glared at him, her teeth gritted. Shameless. Chen Yin burst into laughter. Teasing Chen Yin was truly a delightful pastime. Let's go. Let's see how Luo Luo and the others are doing. Back at the Kang Sword Sect. I've delivered your message. Cooley said casually, whether he listens or not is your own business. Anyway, don't come to me with any more matters related to that guy. I'm not getting involved. Ignoring Zhu Kang's darkened expression, he turned and left the study. Zhu Kang's face changed colors several times. Beside him, Zhu Xiaohe gritted his teeth and said. Who the hell is this Chen Yin? Even Cooley, a fearless demonic cultivator, is afraid of him. Zhu Kang didn't answer, his expression dark and unreadable. A while later, a disciple rushed in and reported, Sect Master, we've found some information. This Chen Yin is from Mount Yu, a branch of the Mist Spirit Sect. He's a disciple of Immortal Yuling. Immortal Yuling. Zhu Kang's expression changed again. Zhu Xiaohe, however, asked indignantly, so what if he's Immortal Yuling's disciple? You don't understand. Zhu Kang's eyes flickered for a long time before he finally sighed deeply. We can afford to lose anyone in the cultivation world. Except for Immortal Yuling. Zhu Xiaohe looked at him with confusion. You'll understand when you reach the Grand Clarity Realm. Zhu Kang waved his hand dismissively. Let this matter go. Don't mention it again. Father. You fool. Zhu Kang roared. Haven't you caused enough trouble already? Do you think the Mist Spirit Sect, once so powerful, was destroyed overnight for no reason? Reduced to such a pathetic state? It's because that old fool Wu Sun offended Immortal Yuling. Do you think our Kang Sword Sect is any stronger than the Mist Spirit Sect? Zhu Xiaohe didn't dare to speak anymore and could only shrink back, his head lowered. Seeing his dejected demeanor, Zhu Kang's tone softened slightly. Xiaohe, you're still young. One day, when you reach my level and have seen more of the world, you'll understand. Zhu Xiaohe wanted to ask why his father was so afraid of Immortal Yuling, but seeing his expression, he didn't dare to speak. He could only sulk silently. Back at the Xiaoxiang Medical Clinic, seeing that Luo Luo and the others were safe and sound, Chen Yin didn't disturb them and let them rest. He went to Nan Xiaoxiang's room. As expected, the candlelight was still flickering inside. She was still awake. You're still alive. Nan Xiaoxiang's voice came from inside, cold and indifferent. You were hoping I'd be dead? Chen Yin said helplessly. If your death could spare our clinic from further trouble, then please do us a favor and kill yourself. I'll thank you on behalf of everyone here. Despite the sarcasm in her voice, Chen Yin ignored it and sat down on her windowsill. You're fine, aren't you? Why are you so angry? If I weren't, young Master Chen, we wouldn't be having this conversation. Chen Yin shrugged. That would be a pity. A pity about what? A pity that you haven't experienced the pleasures of a man yet. It would be a shame to die without knowing what you're missing. How about? He asked tentatively, I sacrifice myself and give you a taste. Nan Xiaoxiang finally stopped writing and looked up at him, her eyes clear and bright. She said each word slowly and deliberately. I'd rather you just die. Mount you. Under the clear, starry sky, the mist-dew flowers swayed gently in the breeze. Yu Xiang sat by the flower bed, her head tilted up, gazing at the stars. What are you thinking about? A mischievous, childish voice suddenly came from behind her. Thinking about a certain man, perhaps? Yu Xiang turned around with a playful glare. Master. Master grinned, her large robes dragging behind her small frame, and plopped down beside Yu Xiang. I just miss senior brother a little. Xiang'er lowered her head and mumbled, why hasn't he come back yet? What else could it be? Master said matter-of-factly, that boy must have found another woman and forgotten all about us. He's probably surrounded by beauties right now, a lowly on one side, a mature woman on the other, and a sweet young girl massaging his shoulders and whispering sweet nothings in his ear. Just imagining the scene made Xiang'er's blood boil. Stinky senior brother. I'm not talking to him when he gets back. Seeing Xiang'er's pouting lips, Master said with a mock-serious tone, our little Xiang'er is still too naive. You know, the best way to prevent a man from cheating is to drain him dry. Xiang'er froze, her face flushing crimson. Master, don't say such things. Don't underestimate this method. Master grinned, revealing her small fangs. It's very effective. Just imagine, watching that boy, thin and withered, looking at all those beauties with desire but unable to do anything. It's incredibly satisfying. Master spoke with the utmost confidence. After all, Chen Yin wasn't around. She could say whatever she wanted about him. Yu Xiang blinked her long eyelashes, a hint of melancholy in her eyes. Let me guess. Master suddenly put on a dramatic and exaggerated tone. Oh my, did senior brother go see senior sister again? Is he happier with her than with me? What if I can't compare to senior sister in any way? What if senior brother doesn't like me anymore? Woo, woo, another day of failing as a fairy. Xiang'er ignored Master's teasing and shook her head gently. I am not thinking about those things. No. Maybe a little. But that was all. She didn't want to admit that she was jealous of Shen Shuanglian. Jealous of her glamorous life, of her being the admired and adored Frost Moon Sword Immortal. Jealous that when she stood beside senior brother, they looked like a match made in heaven. As if she, the protagonist, was the one destined to be with him. But she had nothing. Just escaping from her painful and tragic past had taken all her strength. And in the end, it was senior brother who had pulled her back from the abyss. If senior brother likes senior sister, I won't be sad. Xiang'er said, as if talking to herself, what makes me sad is that I feel it's only natural for him to like her. What makes me sad is that when I see them together, I only feel a sense of loss and resignation. As if, at some point, without even realizing it, she had already accepted the fact that Shen Shuanglian was the one who truly belonged with Chen Yin. Master lowered her eyes and remained silent. The wind on Mount Yu's peak was chilly. Xiang'er hugged her knees and buried her head. Master, am I stupid? You are indeed stupid. Master's red lips parted slightly. I never thought I would raise such a stupid disciple. If I were you, I would just drug Chen Yin and lock him up on Mount Yu, not letting him go anywhere. He would spend every day eating, sleeping, and having sex with me. Who cares who he's compatible with? It's none of my business. I just want his body. If necessary, I'll drug him and turn him into a mindless puppet who can only think about me. Yu Xiang couldn't help but giggle. Master, you're so fierce. My methods might be crude, but the logic is sound. Master said seriously, if you keep being so passive, that brat might not just bring back a concubine next time, but a whole family, children and grandchildren included. Find an opportunity and just take him. Do you hear me? Yu Xiang blushed at Master's blunt words and mumbled softly. That kind of thing, let's wait until senior brother comes back. Master glared at her with exasperation, then casually looked away. Since you're so clueless, I'll give you something to distract you. She tossed a book to Yu Xiang. What's this? Xiang'er picked up the book curiously. But the next moment, her eyes widened in shock. The second volume of the Quenching Nether Mantra. Focus on cultivating this. Master said nonchalantly, as if she didn't care what she had just given her. I want you to reach the Grand Clarity Realm within 3 years. Yu Xiang stared at the demonic cultivation manual, her breath quickening. After a long silence, she looked up. Master, why? What? You think this is something precious? Master scoffed. It's just a worthless street stall item, like the Tathagata palm or the 9 Yang divine art. It's just a scam to trick little kids out of their money. What a joke. Yu Xiang had been cultivating demonic arts for so long, and she had only just finished the first volume. The demonic path guarded this technique closely. Even Yu Xiang, before mastering the first volume, wasn't allowed to see the second. But she never imagined she would find it in Master's possession. But Master, this is a demonic cultivation technique. Are you sure? Who cares if it's immortal or demonic? Master waved her hand dismissively. A cat that catches mice is a good cat. If it suits your physique and helps you improve your cultivation quickly, why not practice it? What's so bad about demonic arts? If anyone has a problem with it, tell them to come find me. Yu Xiang stared at the manual in her hand, lost in thought. I know what you're thinking. You don't need to know everything. Master said softly, anyway, since that brat isn't here for the next few days, just focus on your cultivation. After all, time is running out. Master's eyes flickered subtly. Yu Xiang didn't hear those whispered words. At the Xiaoxiang Medical Clinic, in Yi Ya's ward. Nan Xiaoxiang sat at the table, her slender fingers resting on Yi Ya's wrist, her eyes lowered in concentration. After a moment, she withdrew her hand. Her meridians are healed, and there's no sign of any hidden ailments. She can be discharged. She said calmly. Luo and Chen Yin both breathed a sigh of relief. That's great. We can finally go home. Chen Yin bowed respectfully. Thank you, Miss Nan. It was nothing. Nan Xiaoxiang, however, didn't seem pleased. She didn't even look at him, just raised an eyebrow slightly. If there's nothing else, please leave, young Master Chen. There are other patients waiting for a room. Ahem. Are you in such a hurry to get rid of me? Chen Yin asked cautiously. Thank you for your self-awareness, young Master Chen. Ah, women are such heartless creatures. He sighed dramatically. I thought after our secret rendezvous under the moonlight, after all those scandalous things we did, you would be a little more reluctant to see me go. Nan Xiaoxiang turned to him, her eyes flashing with annoyance. Please don't ruin my reputation, young Master Chen. Nothing happened between us. Well, something could happen. Chen Yin winked at her. If you're willing. I'm not. Yes, you are. I'm not. They bickered like children, their playful banter making Chen Yin smile faintly. Sister Nan, we'll be going now. Seeing the adorable Luo, Nan Xiaoxiang's expression softened. She leaned down and said gently. Take care on your way home. Okay. Luo nodded obediently with a smile. Hey, what about me? Why the special treatment? Chen Yin said with a sullen expression. Why are you so gentle with Luo but so sarcastic with me? Because I speak differently to humans and demons. Nan Xiaoxiang retorted smoothly. Chen Yin couldn't help but chuckle. Seeing Chen Yin being put in his place was quite satisfying. Chen Yin grumbled for a while, then finally said, "Fine, I won't argue with a woman. Let's go, Luo Luo. Bye-bye. Good riddance." He added with a playful glare. This time, Nan Xiaoxiang didn't even bother responding. After they left the clinic, Nan Xiaoxiang stood in the courtyard, watching their retreating figures. Then, she flipped her hand, revealing a token in her palm. If Chen Yin had seen it, he would have recognized it as the token Zhu Xiaohe had been wearing. All of Zhu Xiaohe's belongings had been taken by Chen Yin, yet somehow, this token had ended up in Nan Xiaoxiang's possession. A thoughtful expression appeared in her eyes, and after a moment, she called for the housekeeper. "Housekeeper, prepare the carriage. I'm going on a trip." "Miss, what about Dash?" "Don't ask. The fewer people who know about this, the better," she said, her lips parting slightly. "Just tell everyone I'm visiting my family." The old housekeeper sighed helplessly and bowed. "Yes, Mississippi." After the housekeeper left, Nan Xiaoxiang turned and looked towards the distant eastern horizon, her gaze clear and unwavering. That was the direction of the azure cicada ancient domain. A carefree youth wanders amidst the clear breeze and singing wind. Having left Yanxia province, Chen Yin finally began the last two tasks on his to-do list. First, take Luo Luo and Yiya back home. Then, take Qingying to the azure cicada ancient domain to find her brother's remains. Luo Luo's home was in the northern region, near the mountains bordering Hanqing province. So Chen Yin and his companions left Yanxia province and headed north. However, the journey was long, and they couldn't reach their destination within a day or two. While resting at an inn, Luo Luo, Yiya, and the others were playing and squabbling over the candy and drinks Chen Yin had given them. Meanwhile, Chen Yin sat at a table, engrossed in a thick book. "What are you reading?" Qin Ying asked, appearing beside him at some point. "Postpartum care for sows. Speak human. Demonology." Chen Yin closed the book and rubbed his temples. "I'm going to be visiting Luo Luo's home soon. I need to do some research. The problem is, I really don't know much about the demon race." This wasn't his fault. The demon race had been in seclusion for over 1,000 years. Especially the more powerful demon clans, who rarely emerged from their hidden realms, avoiding the conflicts of human cultivators. It was normal to encounter stray demonic beasts in the wilderness. But powerful demon clans, such as the Dragon Clan, the Phoenix Clan, and Luo Luo's Azure Fox Clan, rarely showed themselves to the world. They had difficulty reproducing, their numbers were small, but each member possessed extraordinary talent. Some demons with strong bloodlines could even achieve realms that human cultivators could only dream of, simply by awakening their bloodline, without any cultivation. So, even if you did see a powerful demon in the cultivation world, it was usually a guardian beast of an established sect, its strength around the supreme clarity realm. These guardian beasts weren't necessarily imprisoned by the sections. Their relationships were more like cooperative agreements. It was incredibly rare for someone like Chen Yin to stumble upon a wild azure fox and form a master-servant contract with her. That was why the demonic cultivators had been so excited when they captured Yiya and the others. Even if their bloodlines weren't that strong, those azure foxes were still incredibly valuable in the cultivation world. Because of this, the younger generation of cultivators knew very little about the demon race. Honestly, before reading this book, I never realized how complex the demon race is. Chen Yin complained, so many branches, so many different talents and characteristics, and then there's the distinction between transformed demons and demonic beasts. It felt like he was cramming for an exam. It's not that difficult to understand. Luo Luo came over to him, her tail swaying gently. Transformed demons are like Luo Luo, demons who have taken human form. Demonic beasts are those who retain their original forms. There's not much difference between the two. You don't have to memorize it. Thank you, Professor Luo Luo, for summarizing the key points. Chen Yin's lips twitched. Qin Ying couldn't help but scoff. My, you're really putting in the effort, just for a visit to her home. Well, I can't be rude. Chen Yin sighed. After all, I did kidnap their daughter. This visit is also a way for me to apologize. Hopefully, everything will go smoothly. It will. Luo Luo smiled. My mother is very kind. Well, except when she's scolding me. Chen Yin suddenly remembered something and asked, speaking of which, I haven't heard much about your family. Tell me about them, so I have some idea of what to expect. Luo Luo exchanged a glance with Ye and the others, a hesitant expression on her face. Actually, there's not much to tell. She whispered. My mother is just an ordinary Azure Fox. Our Azure Fox clan is small, and we live a free and easy life. There's not much hierarchy. As for my father, I don't know. She propped her head up with her hand and mumbled, I've never met him. Chen Yin immediately fell silent. Anyway. Luo Luo's melancholic expression lasted only a second before she brightened up again. When we get to our town, I'll show you around and make sure you have fun. I'm looking forward to it. Chen Yin gently ruffled her hair. It's getting late, get some rest. If we travel quickly, we can reach your home tomorrow. Luo Luo nodded obediently, then turned back to play with Ye and the others. Chen Yin, her arms crossed, said in a tone that was surprisingly less cold than usual. This Azure Fox town sounds interesting. I imagine there are many unique things we can't find in the human world. Yes. Chen Yin's eyes crinkled with anticipation. I'm looking forward to it. I wonder what the brothels and taverns in an Azure Fox town are like. Are the fox girls' breasts soft? Chen Yin took a deep breath to calm herself down, then said seriously. You should really reincarnate. Night fell. Inside the inn room. Chen Yin was still reading up on demonology by candlelight when a gentle breeze blew through the window. Without looking up, Chen Yin asked softly. Didn't I tell you to get some rest? I couldn't sleep. Luo Luo, dressed in a light blue silk dress, gracefully leaped onto Chen Yin's lap, her tail swaying gently. You're full of energy. You were so active during the day, Ye and the others are exhausted and fast asleep, but you're still wide awake. Hee hee. Luo Luo grinned, revealing her small fangs. Want to hear a story? Yes. Let me think, how about a story about a divine general reincarnated as a pawn shop assistant? Chen Yin's storytelling was slow and deliberate, but captivating. Luo Luo listened intently, her ears twitching occasionally. They had both grown accustomed to this nightly ritual. Whenever Luo Luo couldn't sleep, she would come to Chen Yin, and he would always tell her a story. As his throat grew dry, Chen Yin was about to take a sip of tea when he noticed a bottle in Luo Luo's hands. It was the cola he had given her and Yi earlier. Huh? You're still holding on to this? Luo Luo blinked. Because it's really delicious. But Yi and the others said they didn't like it. They said it tasted like medicine. It's just a matter of personal preference. It's okay if they don't like it. Chen Yin smiled faintly, then took the bottle and took a sip. I'm thirsty. Mind if I have some? Ah. Wait dash. Luo Luo suddenly reached out, her face flushed, but Chen Yin had already taken a sip. What's wrong? WL. Luo Luo's hand hovered in the air, then she quickly withdrew it, her head, ears, and tail drooping. Nothing. Chen Yin looked at the empty bottle in his hand, puzzled, and scratched his head. Was she upset that he drank her cola? He had plenty more in the system shop. He could just get her another one. He casually took out another bottle from behind him and offered it to her. Here, have another one. But Luo Luo just held the bottle, her tail sweeping across the bedsheet, her head lowered in silence. It was unclear what she was thinking. I'll continue the story now. Chen Yin cleared his throat. So, this pawn shop assistant was noticed by an immortal master and taken to the mountains to learn cultivation techniques. Chen Yin didn't notice the distant look in Luo Luo's eyes. She stared at the candle flame, her head resting on Chen Yin's lap, lost in thought. What was I thinking just now? He just took a sip of my drink. Didn't I also steal young master's half-eaten buns before? Luo Luo didn't understand. It seemed like such a trivial matter, yet her heart had raced for a moment. But she had never cared about such things before. She had happily finished Chen Yin's half-eaten candied hawthorns. They had even shared a large bowl of sour plum soup. This time, it was just an ordinary drink. But when Chen Yin's lips touched the bottle, a strange feeling had surged through her heart. She couldn't describe it. It was like the sourness of unripe plums melting into rain. For some reason, her gaze had shifted to his lips. Then she looked at the empty bottle on the table. She glanced at Chen Yin, her finger unconsciously touching her own lips. Ah. She couldn't help but pout slightly, her hands nervously fidgeting with her dress, her round face flushed crimson in the candlelight. Chen Yin noticed her strange expression and asked, "What's wrong? Your face is so red, are you feeling unwell?" "And no." Luo Luo shook her head vehemently, stammering, "Luo Luo, is just a little sleepy." "Then go to sleep. Isn't that what you usually do?" Chen Yin looked at her strangely. "The bed is big enough." He was curious. Luo Luo was acting strangely today. Indeed, she usually fell asleep while listening to his stories and would just lie down on his bed without a care, even asking him to tuck her in. But today, she seemed hesitant and fidgety, her fluffy ears twitching nervously. "And never mind." Luo Luo whispered, her face flushed. "Luo Luo will go back to Yaya and the others. Good night, young master." She quickly disappeared into the void. Chen Yin scratched his head, puzzled. Strange. Is she going through puberty or something? He didn't think too much about it. They were almost home, so perhaps she was just feeling anxious. She would probably be back to normal after seeing her mother. The journey, filled with sightseeing and leisurely strolls, made the time pass quickly. They arrived at a lush green valley in the southern part of Hanqing province. "We're here," Luo Luo announced excitedly. "Young master, our town is just beyond that barrier. It's so secluded." Chen Yin looked around. No wonder it was so difficult to find these hidden demon clans. Not only were they located in a remote valley, but they were also protected by a powerful-looking barrier. The barrier wasn't very noticeable, but if you focused, you could sense a faint yet formidable energy emanating from it. Anyone who tried to force their way through would be obliterated. "So, how do we get in?" "Young master, wait here for a moment." Luo Luo said softly, "I'll go in and inform the guards. They'll let you in soon." With that, she and Yaya, along with the other little foxes, vanished into the void before the valley. Chen Yin waited patiently. Out of boredom, Qin Ying's cold voice suddenly came from behind him. "Do you think those foxes will let us in so easily?" I don't know." Chen Yin shrugged. "If they're not willing, we can just leave. I've already brought Luo Luo and Yaya back home safely." He had fulfilled his promise. Qin Ying hesitated for a moment, then said, "After this, will you be taking me to the Azure Cicada ancient domain?" "Unless something unexpected happens, yes. Then I hope they refuse to let you in." Chen Yin chuckled wryly. "Don't be like that. I'm not that repulsive, am I? I just don't want to waste time." Qin Ying, as always, was cold and aloof. She said those few words, then turned away silently. Chen Yin was helpless against this icy beauty. But teasing her was still quite entertaining. "I say, are you truly prepared to face the news of your brother's death?" Qin Ying's eyes flickered, and she avoided his gaze. She bit her lip and said seriously, "Even if Aiken is truly dead, I need to see his remains with my own eyes. To give him a proper burial. If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute." Chen Yin shrugged. He was certain that by now, even Qingchen's remains would be gone. All that would be left were some bones, his empty clothes, and a voice transmission jade. Chen Yin didn't know how Qin Ying would react to seeing her brother's tragic end. But that was her business, her choice. He would simply respect her decision. As Qin Ying had predicted, after Luo Luo and Yaya entered the barrier, over an hour passed. And there was still no news. It seems they're not very welcoming. Chen Yin said sarcastically, there's no need to force ourselves on them. Let's go. Chen Yin also looked at the barrier with a hint of regret. He had anticipated this outcome. After all, these demon clans had been in seclusion for so many years. It was natural for them to be wary of outsiders. Luo Luo and Yiya were still young and probably didn't have much say within their clan. Their elders might even think they had been tricked by some villain. Chen Yin understood. But he still felt a twinge of disappointment. From now on, there would be no more fluffy and adorable little fox girl by his side, like a sprite from a fairy tale. He would no longer be able to pet her soft fur, hold her small and delicate body, and tell her bedtime stories. He didn't even have the chance to say a proper goodbye. Heh, I didn't expect to feel a little sad about this parting. Chen Yin shook his head self-deprecatingly. He glanced at the barrier one last time, then tucked his hands into his sleeves and turned to Chen Yin. Let's go. We should dash. He stopped mid-sentence, his expression suddenly turning calm and indifferent. Chen Yin noticed his sudden change and asked, what's wrong? Chen Yin didn't answer. His eyes flickered, and after a moment of silence, he spat on the ground. It was a mouthful of blood and pus. Chen Yin frowned, her voice tense. Are you injured? It's nothing. The forgotten everlasting heart sutra circulated rapidly within his body, quickly suppressing the injury. Chen Yin looked at the blood on the ground and said coldly. Someone used a powerful technique to forcefully sever the master-servant contract between Luo Luo and me. There were other ways to break a master-servant contract besides the master willingly canceling it or dying. It could also be forcefully severed by external forces. However, this required a tremendous amount of power, something only a highly skilled cultivator could achieve. It also caused significant damage to both the master and the servant. The master would suffer more severe consequences. In some cases, it could even be life-threatening. Chen Yin turned his gaze towards the barrier, his eyes cold. Not only did you refuse to let me in. You didn't even bother giving me a proper explanation. You don't respect me, and you don't respect Luo Luo. It seems you azure foxes have been in seclusion for far too long. He murmured. Chen Yin sighed and instinctively stepped aside. The next moment, the entire valley was illuminated by a blinding white light. A deafening roar echoed through the valley. It was a sound that most of the azure foxes had never heard before in their lives. As if the sky itself was collapsing. As the azure foxes panicked, a man holding a translucent, crystal-clear sword slowly stepped onto the moss-covered stone path. Chen Yin looked around calmly. It was a mountain city built halfway up the mountain, shrouded in mist and rain. The air was damp, and the sky seemed perpetually overcast, the stone path beneath his feet covered in moss. Each step he took felt soft and springy, like walking on a carpet. You're not holding back, are you? Chen Yin said sarcastically from behind him. Just because I have a good temper doesn't mean I don't have a temper. Chen Yin replied calmly. Not only had they refused to let him in, but they hadn't even bothered to inform him or consider Luo Luo's safety. And they had forcefully severed the master-servant contract. This made Chen Yin very unhappy. Since Luo Luo calls me young master, then I have to find the person who broke the contract and demand an explanation. Chen Yin took a step forward, and the scenery around him shifted abruptly. It was as if he had stepped into another dimension. The damp and refreshing mountain scenery was replaced by an ancient and imposing hall. Incense smoke filled the air, red silk curtains adorned the walls, and the hall was brightly lit, but its style was completely different from anything he had seen before. Chen Yin didn't pay attention to the hall's decorations. He turned his head and saw Luo Luo standing alone, staring at him with wide, disbelieving eyes. Luo Luo's eyes were red-rimmed, as if she had been crying. Tear stains lingered on her delicate face. But she seemed to be in good spirits, not injured. Why, young master? Luo Luo called out timidly. Are you all right? Chen Yin asked gently. Are you hurt? Luo Luo shook her head, her lips pressed together tightly. Her eyes were glistening with tears, like rain-soaked amber. At that moment, a strange female voice came from the throne. "Heh, young master." The voice was eerie, sending shivers down one's spine and evoking a strange warmth. It was as if someone was whispering softly in your ear. Chen Yin turned and couldn't help but stare. A woman sat on the throne, her posture seductive and alluring. How should he describe her? Her beauty was beyond words, from her eyes and nose to her collarbone and ample bosom, down to her long, shapely legs. Her entire being exuded an irresistible charm. Just sitting there, with a faint smile on her lips, she possessed a power that could capture a man's soul. Even Chen Yin was momentarily mesmerized by her alluring presence. That title, young master, sounds rather intimate. Let me try it. Young master, the woman's voice was soft and seductive, sending shivers down his spine and making his bones melt. Chen Yin snapped out of his trance and asked calmly, "Did you break the master-servant contract between Luo Luo and me? Why? Are you unhappy, young master?" The woman giggled. "I'm so sorry. Luo Luo is our precious treasure. If she were to become someone else's servant, it would break my heart, as her mother." "Mother!" Luo Luo cried out anxiously. Chen Yin stared at the alluring woman on the throne, finally noticing the resemblance between her and Luo Luo. Was she Luo Luo's mother? He coughed lightly and bowed slightly. "Senior Fox Demon, I apologize for the intrusion. The master-servant contract was suddenly severed, and I was worried about Luo Luo's safety. That's why I barged in without permission. You flatter me with that title, young master. Just call me Qing Mainyang." Qing Mainyang said playfully, "That intrusion of yours, young master, was quite a grand entrance. You even cleaved through our Azure Fox clan's protective formation with a single sword strike. How impressive. There's no need to be so sarcastic, Madam Qingmei." Chen Yin's voice was calm and respectful. "Although I'm not skilled in formations, I can tell that your barrier has a strong self-healing ability. It should recover within half a day. Considering that you forcefully severed the contract, why don't we just call it even?" Qing Mainyang's alluring eyes narrowed as she studied him carefully. "Your words are reasonable, young master, but you seem to have forgotten one thing." She suddenly smiled seductively. "Women like me can be quite petty." The next moment, a fragrant breeze swept through the air, and the scenery around him shifted once again. He found himself in a dimly lit bedroom. A woman, her face flushed, her breath coming in ragged gasps, lay half-dressed on the bed, her posture seductive and alluring. She looked at him with a mixture of embarrassment and desire. It was Qing Yin. Something was wrong with Qing Yin. Her clothes were partially undone, revealing her delicate shoulders. Her face, usually as cold and impassive as a glacier, was now flushed a delicate shade of pink, unusually alluring. Her breathing was ragged, and soft moans escaped her lips. Chen Yin was silent for a long moment, then asked tentatively. Sister, are you all right?" Qing Yin looked up at him with difficulty, strands of hair clinging to her sweaty forehead, her eyes clouded with a strange haze. "Kill me," she said, her voice strained as she gritted her teeth. "I've been poisoned with an aphrodisiac. Let me die with some dignity." Chen Yin froze, then finally understood what that seductive fox woman, Qing Mainyang, had meant by petty. "Seriously, Madam Qingmei, calling this revenge is a bit of a stretch. Aren't you afraid I'll enjoy this a little too much?" Of course, he wouldn't say that out loud. Chen Yin coughed lightly and reached out to check her meridians. "Let me see." But before he could touch her, Qing Yin cried out in panic. Don't touch me ah." That soft moan was completely different from her usual cold and indifferent tone. It was a seductive and alluring sound that even stunned Chen Yin. But he had only touched her shoulder for a brief moment. The next moment, Qing Yin collapsed onto the bed, her moans growing louder. Chen Yin stared at her with a strange expression. Did she just, He couldn't bring himself to say it. Qing Yin's body trembled slightly. But her gaze towards Chen Yin was filled with despair. "Kill me," she said, her voice calm but pleading. "Please." Chen Yin coughed awkwardly. Well, sister, life is precious. You shouldn't have such thoughts. You haven't even found your brother's remains yet. It would be a shame to die now. Then, as if trying to counsel a suicidal teenager, he began to lecture her on the value of life. He seemed completely oblivious to Chen Ying's increasingly flushed face. Don't even think about it. Chen Ying gritted her teeth, her gaze filled with hostility. I'd rather die than submit to you. Wow, you're quite resolute. Chen Yin said with a smile. In that case, how about this? I'll carry you back to Miss Nan and have her cure you. What do you think? Chen Yin glared at him, her beautiful eyes filled with anger. Chen Yin's innocent, see? I'm so chivalrous, I'm not abandoning you, expression only infuriated her further. Don't move, let me carry you. He reached out and grabbed her arm. The moment he touched her, Chen Ying's body trembled as if she had been electrocuted, a muffled moan escaping her lips. Her body twitched slightly, but her eyes were filled with despair. Wow! Chen Yin looked at her reaction with surprise. This aphrodisiac is potent. It's made her incredibly sensitive. I wonder if they sell this stuff. If it's harmless, I might want to get some for senior sister to spice things up in the bedroom. Of course, he wouldn't act on that thought. Chen Yin had teased her enough. He chuckled and said. Just kidding. Don't worry, I can help you. He took out a pill from his pocket and handed it to Chen Ying. Chen Ying, her mind already hazy, didn't hesitate. She grabbed the pill and swallowed it, then asked, her voice trembling and her forehead covered in sweat. This can cure the aphrodisiac. No. Chen Yin answered honestly. Chen Ying was stunned. Then why did you give it to me? It'll knock you out, and you won't feel anything. Chen Ying. At that moment, she wanted to kill him. But the pill worked quickly. Her consciousness was already fading, and she collapsed onto the bed, her eyelids heavy with drowsiness. Before losing consciousness, she glared at Chen Yin with a venomous look. I won't let you off the hook, even in death. After Chen Yin passed out, Chen Yin sat by the bed and poked her gently. Sister. Hello. Are you okay? Seeing that she was unresponsive, Chen Yin finally relaxed. He had to admit, this was the first time he had seen Chen Ying's seductive side, a stark contrast to her usual cold and aloof demeanor. Who would have thought that this icy woman, whose words could cut like shards of ice, would make such alluring sounds in bed? Of course, he wouldn't take advantage of her. He turned his head slightly and said calmly, Madam Qingmei, the joke's gone far enough, don't you think? Meanwhile, back in the main hall. Luo Luo clung to Qing Mei Nyang's hand, her small face filled with worry. Mother. Young master and sister Qing Ying are good people. They're so kind to me, and they even helped me rescue Ye Ye and the others. Please don't hurt them. Qing Mei Nyang gently stroked Luo Luo's soft cheek with her delicate hand and chuckled. You silly girl. You go out for a while, and now you're siding with outsiders. Tell me, is that young master more important to you than your own mother? I didn't. Luo Luo's voice trailed off. Qing Mei Nyang didn't scold her but patted her head affectionately. Don't worry. That aphrodisiac is harmless. It'll wear off on its own. But your young master has quite the willpower. To have such a beautiful woman practically throwing herself at him, and he still resisted. Qing Mei Nyang couldn't help but tease. Mother, stop bullying young master. Luo Luo tugged at her arm, acting spoiled. All right. Unable to resist her daughter's pleas, Qing Mei Nyang rolled her eyes playfully. You silly girl, always so compassionate. Luo Luo stuck her tongue out playfully. With a wave of her elegant sleeve, Chen Yin reappeared in the hall. Wow, that's amazing. This time, he seemed calm, his eyes filled with curiosity. Is this the Azure Fox clan's ability to manipulate the void? Does it meet your expectations, young master? Qing Mei Nyang chuckled seductively. Ahem, it does, it definitely does. Chen Yin straightened his clothes, his smile fading slightly, and bowed respectfully. Chen Yin of Mountyu, greetings, Madam Qingmei. Mountyu? Hearing those words, Qingmei Nyang's expression changed. You said you're from Mountyu? Why yes. Chen Yin looked at her nervously. Don't tell me this Madam Qingmei also has a history with that old lowly granny. Fortunately, Qingmei Nyang suddenly burst into laughter, covering her mouth with her hand. Her laughter was as seductive and captivating as a succubus, as if she was trying to steal his very soul. So you're actually that Yuling's disciple? Indeed, she is my master. Chen Yin replied respectfully. Qingmei Nyang laughed for a long time, until she was out of breath, then leaned back against her chair, panting. Yuling, oh Yuling, I never thought I'd encounter you again after all these years. What a strange twist of fate. Her smile faded slightly. Chen Yin asked curiously, do you know my master, Madam Qingmei? We knew each other. But it was a long time ago. Qingmei Nyang leaned back casually. So long ago that she probably doesn't even remember me. Chen Yin wondered how long ago that could have been. About 1,000 years, I'd say. Just how long have you two old monsters lived? He thought, his lips twitching slightly. This is quite interesting. Qingmei Nyang looked at Chen Yin, her eyes filled with even more intrigue. I'm curious now. What kind of disciple would that old woman Yuling take on? Well, naturally, it would be me, the handsome, strong, and virile #1 pretty boy of the cultivation world. Chen Yin said shamelessly. Luo Luo blushed and glared at him playfully. Qingmei Nyang burst into laughter, clapping her hands in delight. Like master, like disciple, as they say. Your shamelessness is definitely inherited from that old woman. Hey, that's not fair, Madam Qingmei. Chen Yin protested seriously. I'm much more shameless than my master. All right. After their playful banter, Qingmei Nyang said softly, we started off on the wrong foot, but I quite like you now, young Master Chen. As you said, let's consider the matter of the contract and the mountain formation settled. As for taking care of Luo Luo and rescuing Ye Ye and the others, my Azure Fox clan will reward you handsomely. How does that sound? Is this arrangement satisfactory? Qingmei Nyang looked at him with a smile. Chen Yin nodded repeatedly. As you wish, Madam Qingmei. Luo Luo also breathed a sigh of relief, then happily ran over and hugged Chen Yin's arm. That's great, young master. Now I can show you around our mountain city. Chen Yin smiled and ruffled her head, while Qingmei Nyang sighed dramatically. Ah, daughters are all ungrateful little wolves. They go out for a while, and when they return, they forget all about their mothers. Mother, that's not true. Luo Luo protested. All right, I know you, you little rascal. Qingmei Nyang's eyes crinkled with amusement. Show young Master Chen around our city. I have some matters to attend to, so I won't be able to accompany you. Luo Luo nodded obediently and eagerly pulled Chen Yin's hand. Young master, let's go play. Before leaving, Chen Yin bowed respectfully towards Qingmei Nyang, then let Luo Luo drag him out of the hall. After they were gone, Qingmei Nyang's smile faded, replaced by a melancholic sigh. Ah! It's truly been over 1,000 years, hasn't it? I wonder if Yuling is still searching. Her gaze was distant and filled with a quiet longing. Will she ever find it? The mountain city was called Qinglian City. Thanks to a powerful formation set up by the Azure Fox clan's elders, the entire city was isolated from the outside world, even its climate was unique. A perpetual mist and rain hung in the air, creating a damp and refreshing atmosphere. It felt like you could take a bite out of the air and taste the moisture. Although humans might not appreciate such a humid climate, it was a paradise for the Azure Foxes. The architecture was ancient and weathered, carrying a sense of timeless tranquility. Soft moss covered the blue stone paths, and every step left a small puddle in its wake. Luo Luo led Chen Yin through the town, her hand in his. Many Azure Foxes greeted her warmly along the way. Luo Luo responded to each greeting with a sweet smile, her hands clasped behind her back as she skipped along. Your clansmen seem to like you very much. Chen Yin observed. Well. I grew up here. Luo Luo lowered her head slightly, seemingly distracted. What are you thinking about? Ah. And nothing. She quickly averted her gaze and stammered, young master, Yiya and the others are waiting for us up ahead. By the way, where are you taking me? To eat the most delicious thing in Qingnian City. Luo Luo skipped ahead of Chen Yin, turning around and grinning, revealing her adorable fangs. Rainflower cakes. The rainflower cakes lived up to their name. Small, delicate, and shaped like flower petals, they were a vibrant mix of green and red, resembling blooming flowers in the misty mountain air. Yiya, Luo Luo, and the other little foxes sat around a table, their eyes fixed on Chen Yin as he took a bite of the rainflower cake, their faces filled with anticipation. After a long moment, Chen Yin opened his eyes, a look of surprise in them. Sweet but not cloying, fragrant but not overpowering, its melt-in-your-mouth texture is unlike any other pastry. It's like drinking sweet water. See! The little foxes cheered in unison. We knew you would like it. Young master, we have other flavors too. Try them. Unable to resist their enthusiasm, Chen Yin, despite not being particularly hungry, tried every flavor of rainflower cake. He had to admit, they were truly exceptional. Having tasted countless delicacies in both his lives, Chen Yin could confidently say that these rainflower cakes were among the best. As he ate, Luo Luo sat beside him, her head propped up with her hand, watching him with a smile. Finally, when he couldn't eat any more, Chen Yin surrendered. I can't eat any more. Let's save some for Qingying. I'm stuffed. Speaking of which, he wondered if Qingying had woken up yet. When she woke up and realized that nothing had happened, that she had been tricked, she would probably be furious. That thought made him smile. He would love to see her angry expression. Luo Luo stopped urging him to eat and asked the shopkeeper to wrap up the remaining rainflower cakes. Young master can take these back for Sister Qingying to try. Chen Yin smiled and ruffled Luo Luo's head. Where are we going next? To the Azure Stone Steps. They spent the entire afternoon exploring Qingnian City, Luo Luo and Yiya dragging Chen Yin everywhere. He finally had a better understanding of this Azure Fox town. The Azure Foxes were naturally peaceful and disliked conflict. They were content with their secluded lives in this hidden paradise. Within the barrier, the small mountain city was filled with friendly smiles. There were no schemes or betrayals. Every Azure Fox was kind and welcoming, making it easy to feel a sense of kinship and belonging. Within just half a day, Chen Yin had fallen in love with this place. It was the perfect place for retirement. No wonder Luo Luo had been so naive and innocent when she first left home. Growing up in such a carefree environment, her nature was as pure as water. After a fun-filled afternoon, Luo Luo brought Chen Yin to his temporary lodging. Young master can stay here for the next 2 days. Sister Qingying is next door. What about you? Chen Yin asked. Me? I live with my mother near the clan's main hall. But, Luo Luo said with a hint of regret, the main hall is a very important place for our clan. I can't take you there unless my mother allows it. Chen Yin recalled the hall he had seen earlier with Qin Mainyang and shrugged. It's okay. I've already seen it. You must be tired after playing all day. Go back and rest early. Luo Luo turned to leave, then suddenly stopped, her blue dress swirling around her like a blooming lotus. Young master. Her adorable face lit up with anticipation, and she said in a sweet, childish voice, will you come play with me again tomorrow? Of course. Chen Yin thought for a moment. I can stay here for 2 more days. There's nothing urgent I need to attend to. A bright smile appeared on the little fox's face. Then I'll take you to an even more fun place tomorrow. Good night, young master. Chen Yin smiled warmly as he watched her skip away. He turned around and heard a cold, venomous chuckle. Humph, it seems you're having a lot of fun, young master Chen. Chen Yin turned to face her with a smile. You seem to have enjoyed your nap, Miss Qingying. A flash of black, too quick for the eye to follow. The next moment, a black dagger, stopped inches from his chest, was caught firmly between his fingers. Chen Yin gripped the dagger, her teeth gritted. "Why didn't you kill me? Why did you humiliate me like that?" "Hey, you're wronging me, Miss Chen Yin," Chen Yin said with a playful grin, as the saying goes, where there's life, there's hope. "Why would you want to die over something so trivial? It's not like you'll get pregnant. Besides, I never humiliated you. I was just trying to help, but you wouldn't even let me touch you. They say women are made of water. I didn't believe it before, but seeing how wet you got this afternoon with just a touch, tsk, tisk. Chen Yin's grip on the dagger tightened, but it remained unmoving in Chen Yin's grasp. She glared at him with murderous intent, as if she wanted to tear him apart. "Do you enjoy humiliating me that much? Does it make you happy?" Beneath her cold fury, there was a hint of suppressed grievance, and her eyes were slightly red-rimmed. But then, Chen Yin gently pulled the dagger from her hand and, with a smile, pinched her cheek. "Oops. You caught me." He grinned mischievously. Chen Yin gritted her teeth, her body trembling with rage. She wanted to unleash her system's power and fight him to the death. But the sword energy Chen Yin had left within her body, lingering near her foundation, could erupt at any moment and seal her meridians. She could only watch helplessly as the infuriating man strolled into the room, humming a tune, while she fumed silently. To make matters worse, the system was acting as a mediator, saying, "Let it go. You're no match for him. Just endure it. He's just teasing you, he's not going to actually hurt you. If I were you, I'd be thrilled to have such a powerful man interested in me, maybe even marry him." "Shut up!" Chen Ying snapped. She turned and stormed into her room, slamming the door shut. The system could only sigh helplessly. Sigh. Someone's getting angry. Honestly, Chen Ying was right. Chen Yin was indeed fascinated by the feeling of teasing her. It was like being back in elementary or middle school, playing pranks on his classmates or the girl he liked, enjoying their flustered and angry reactions. It had been years since he had such childish and playful thoughts. But with Chen Yin, he seemed to have rediscovered the joy of teasing girls, unable to resist the urge to provoke her. And he had no qualms about it. Chen Yin was different from any other woman he knew. The first time they met, she had tried to kill him without hesitation. If it weren't for his forgotten everlasting heart sutra, he might have been reincarnated again. Technically, Chen Yin was still his captive. And there was no need to show mercy to a captive. In fact, he had been quite lenient so far, his teasing relatively harmless. Of course, that didn't mean he wouldn't escalate things in the future. But putting Chen Yin aside for now, Chen Yin was more interested in Luo Luo's mother, the alluring and mysterious Qin Mei Miang. He felt like he had heard that name somewhere before. So, as night fell, Chen Yin lit a candle and began reading the demonology book again. After a while, he suddenly closed the book and sighed softly. "Sister, you've been squatting outside my window for almost 2 hours. Aren't your legs numb? If you're waiting for me to let my guard down so you can assassinate me, why not just come in and sleep with me? You can kill me while I'm asleep." A cold snort came from outside the window. Seeing that she had no intention of leaving, Chen Yin opened the window and said playfully, "It's cold outside, sister. Why don't you come in and let me warm you up? I should just cut off your balls and make sure you can never say such vulgar things again." Chen Yin said fiercely, leaning against the wall. "That won't do. My mount you little cannon still needs to earn its keep." Chen Yin, acting like a street thug, gently lifted Chen Ying's chin with his finger. "If you really want to cut it off, sister, why not come inside and do it yourself?" Chen Ying's face burned with embarrassment and anger. "Don't touch me. I'm going to touch you. Are you angry?" He pinched her cheek playfully. Chen Ying, enraged, tried to push him away, but Chen Yin dodged swiftly. Losing her balance, she tumbled through the window and landed right in his arms, their faces inches apart. Their lips brushed against each other, and Chen Ying's eyes widened in shock. She felt her breath catch in her throat. The two were pressed together, face to face. Chen Yin froze. The moment she had acted on her murderous intent, the sword energy within her body flared up, sealing her meridians. Reduced to the state of a mortal in an instant, she was unable to react in time and tumbled into Chen Yin's arms. Their faces and lips touched. After a brief moment of shock, she pushed Chen Yin away angrily, her eyes blazing. Chen Yin licked his lips thoughtfully and nodded seriously. Quite sweet. I hope you die. Not a chance. Then I'll kill myself. Chen Yin calmly picked up her dagger and pressed it against her throat. But Chen Yin simply waved his hand, and the dagger clattered to the floor. Seriously, sister, there's a limit to being unreasonable, don't you think? Chen Yin said with a mock-serious tone, you were the one who kissed me. Now you're trying to kill yourself. And it's my fault. If you're really attracted to my irresistible charm, there's no need to be so indirect. Just tell me, and I'll be happy to satisfy your desires. He blinked innocently. Chen Yin trembled with rage, her voice barely a whisper. You bastard. Well, bad boys are more attractive, aren't they? Chen Yin said casually, of course, if you really want me dead, that's fine too. Just beg me while crying, and I'll remove the sword energy from your body. How about that? Chen Yin glared at him for a full 30 seconds, her eyes slightly red-rimmed, but her gaze remained cold. She finally spat out a single word. Dream on. With that, she turned and stormed out of the room. Seeing that she had apparently given up on assassinating him, Chen Yin shrugged and went back to his book. The night was quiet, as if nothing had happened. But neither of them noticed the small, fox-eared girl standing silently behind a tree outside, listening to their exchange. After a long while, she looked up at the starlit sky. The stars seemed to be reflected in her eyes. She reached out a hand, her lips parting slightly. Ah! A star fell. And along with it, her ears and tail drooped sadly. It fell. Time to go back. Luo Luo murmured to herself, her long eyelashes fluttering. She hid the storybook behind her back. The morning mist hung heavy in the air, but the mountain city was filled with a refreshing fragrance. Early in the morning, Ye and the others came to wake Chen Yin. Still sleepy and wanting to stay in bed, he couldn't resist the enthusiastic little foxes as they burrowed into his blankets. He had no choice but to get up and play with them. Alright, where are we going today? To the wooden leaf illusion realm. No, we have to go to the giant wood path first. The little foxes chattered excitedly, but Luo Luo, unusually quiet, kept her head down, a distant look in her eyes. Chen Yin noticed her unusual behavior and gently stroked her ear, his voice soft. What's wrong? Something on your mind? Ah. Luo Luo felt the warmth of his touch and a pleasant tingling sensation, her lips moving wordlessly. After a long pause, she shook her head slightly. And nothing. Maybe I'm just not used to being home yet. My head feels strange. I'm sorry, young master. She bowed deeply. What are you apologizing for? Chen Yin chuckled. If you're not feeling well, ask your mother to find someone to treat you. It's fine. Now that I know where you live, I can come visit you anytime. We have plenty of time. He gently stroked her fur, as always. Luo Luo looked up at him, her eyes wide. Under the soft, filtered sunlight, Chen Yin's face was both familiar and strange. His smile was as gentle and comforting as always. But it made Luo Luo feel inexplicably sad. She bit her lip hard, saying nothing, then suddenly turned and ran away. Hey! Luo Luo! Ye and the others chased after her. Chen Yin's smile faded, and he looked in the direction she had run with a worried expression. Luo Luo, is she all right? But before he could think further, a strange force suddenly enveloped him. Chen Yin recognized this power. It was Qin Mei Nyang's void teleportation ability. The next moment, he found himself back in the grand and ancient hall. Qin Mei Nyang, dressed in a beautiful and alluring robe, sat on the throne, a smile on her face. Madam Qin Mei. Chen Yin bowed respectfully. Why are you being so polite today, young Master Chen. Qin Mainyang teased, you were much more imposing yesterday. Ahem, I was blind and didn't recognize Mount Tai. Chen Yin blushed slightly. Last night, driven by his curiosity about Qin Mainyang's identity, he had devoured the demonology book, reading it cover to cover. Finally, he found her name in the author's notes. So she was the one who had commissioned this book. Besides that, Chen Yin had discovered something else. Powerful demon clans like the Azure Foxes lived in seclusion. But they still maintained contact with each other. And due to their shared wariness and resentment towards human cultivators, these powerful demon clans had formed an alliance, known as the 10,000 Demons Alliance. It was a mutual defense pact. If any human cultivator sect dared to disturb the peace of the demon race, the alliance would retaliate. The leader of the 10,000 Demons Alliance was known as the Lord of 10,000 Demons, chosen by the powerful demon clans. But ever since the alliance's formation, the position of Lord of 10,000 Demons had only been held by one person. Qin Mainyang. Technically, the woman standing before him wasn't just Luo's mother, but the leader of the entire demon race. This was far more impressive than being the sect master of the Kang's Sword sect or the Mist Spirit sect. As the Lord of 10,000 Demons, Qin Mainyang could command the most powerful forces of the demon race. Her own strength was also unfathomable, unmatched for 1,000 years. She was practically the Yuling of the demon race. No wonder she had been so furious when she discovered that her daughter had been bound by a master-servant contract. How could the daughter of the Lord of 10,000 Demons be a mere servant or pet to a human cultivator? Her cultivation was probably on par with Master's. She had easily severed the contract without harming Luo in the slightest. Chen Yin didn't want to offend such a powerful figure. And besides, she was Luo's mother. It was best to stay on her good side. Qin Mainyang looked down at him from the throne, her full, red lips parting slightly. It seems you've done your research, young Master Chen. I simply have some questions for you, Madam Qin Mei. Naturally, I have to be respectful. Chen Yin decided to get straight to the point. Oh. Qin Mainyang looked at him with interest, her hand supporting her chin. What do you want to ask, young Master Chen? Did you and my master know each other 1,000 years ago? Perhaps. It was so long ago, I can't remember the exact time. She sighed softly. Time can make one forget many things. Then may I ask, how much do you know about my master? Would you be willing to tell me? Chen Yin bowed respectfully. Anything about my master, I want to know everything. Qin Mainyang raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Why are you so concerned about your master? Because I'm worried about that old lowly granny. Chen Yin said seriously. Qin Mainyang giggled, her alluring eyes sparkling. Such a caring little puppy. You're making my heart flutter. She licked her lips seductively. Although he knew it was just her fox nature, her allure was so potent that even Chen Yin couldn't help but blush. About your master. I do know some things. But, her eyes turned cold, there's not much I can tell you. If you want to hear it, then listen. Chen Yin nodded seriously. Qin Mainyang cleared her throat and began. I met your master about 1,000 years ago. Do you know what the cultivation world was like back then? Chen Yin did. He had learned about it at the Mist Spirit sect. It was the end of an era. After the fall of the immortal Venerable and the demonic Venerable, the world returned to its primordial state, a time of chaos and rebirth. It was known as the Era of the Immortals' End. Indeed. Qin Mainyang said slowly, in that era of nothingness, the surviving cultivators scrambled to establish their own sects and fought amongst themselves endlessly. We, the demon race, chose to stay out of their conflicts and went into seclusion. But, a nostalgic look appeared in her beautiful eyes. Among those human cultivators consumed by desire, there was one person who had no interest in power or status. She came to Qinglian City and challenged me, a complete stranger, to a fight. Chen Yin was speechless. That sounded just like something his master would do. The wager was 2 jars of immortal wine, and I accepted. Qin Mainyang lowered her eyes. But neither of us was good at attacking. I couldn't kill her, and she couldn't injure me. We fought for almost half a month without a victor. In the end, we decided to just share the wine. And they became friends. That was the first time I met Yu Ling. Qin Mainyang sighed softly. Back then, she was young and full of spirit, bold and straightforward. She loved making friends and was always surrounded by people. But later, those people all disappeared, leaving her alone. Her voice was filled with regret. Alone. Walking the lonely path towards immortality. For 1,000 years. Qin Mainyang's voice was tinged with sadness and loneliness. Chen Yin couldn't fully comprehend that feeling. But he imagined it was similar to how he had felt when he was reborn into a completely unfamiliar world. But there was still something he couldn't understand. Madam Qingmei, forgive my rudeness, but my master's forgotten everlasting heart sutra can preserve one's youth and grant near immortality. He asked, how have you managed to live for so many years? Although demons generally had longer lifespans than humans, it was still unusual for a demon to live for over 1,000 years. Even a 500- or 600-year-old demon would be considered an ancient monster. Well. Qin Mainyang smiled seductively. That's a secret of our Fox clan. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you, young Master Chen. Since it was a secret, Chen Yin didn't press further. By the way, I haven't asked yet, why did you summon me here today? Well. Qin Mainyang's playful expression softened slightly. Young Master Chen, you've worked hard escorting Luo Luo back home. My Azure Fox clan is deeply grateful and would like to extend our hospitality. However. She paused, a hint of apology in her voice. In a few days, our mountain city will be holding a centennial celebration. This celebration involves some clan secrets, and we'll have to seal off the mountain for a few days. We won't be able to receive any guests. Please come visit us again after the celebration, young Master Chen. You will be most welcome. Chen Yin understood. She was asking him to leave. But he wasn't particularly disappointed. He had safely brought Luo Luo home and even met her family. He had no regrets. He could always visit again if he had the chance. I understand. I'll leave tomorrow at the latest. There's no need to rush. Qin Mainyang said gracefully, Luo Luo will be participating in some trials during the celebration, as one of the main participants. If you don't mind, young Master Chen, you can stay and accompany her for the next 2 days. Chen Yin didn't think too much about it, assuming it was some kind of coming-of-age ceremony for the Azure Fox clan. He bowed and agreed. I understand. On the other side of the mountain city. By the azure lotus pond, lotuses and lily pads bloomed in abundance. Luo Luo sat by the edge of the pond, her bare feet dangling in the water, her toes playfully creating ripples. Luo Luo, what's wrong with you? Yiya, sitting beside her, her head propped up with her hand, asked curiously, you've been acting strange these past few days. Luo Luo hesitated for a long time before finally speaking, her eyes flickering nervously. Yiya. I think I'm sick. What? Yiya's eyes widened in alarm. What's wrong? Tell Madam Qingmei quickly. Lately, my heart has been beating strangely, sometimes fast, sometimes slow. My face gets hot sometimes, and my head feels fuzzy and lightheaded. I can't concentrate. Luo Luo swayed her feet, her tail swishing gently. And sometimes, I have strange dreams at night. I wake up suddenly in the middle of the dream, but I can't remember what it was about. Especially last night, I couldn't sleep and wanted to ask young master to tell me a story, but I saw him being intimate with Sister Qingying. She had seen Qingying fall into Chen Yin's arms. Their lips met, their eyes locked, and they both looked so happy. I don't know why, but I suddenly felt very sad, my heart ached, and I ran away without even talking to young master. Her ears drooped, her voice filled with disappointment. Yiya blinked. Yiya, do you think I have hysteria? Luo Luo looked at her with pleading eyes. Silly Luo Luo. Yiya giggled, covering her mouth with her hand. That's not hysteria. You're in love. Luo Luo froze, her face slowly turning crimson. Don't say such things, Yiya. She waved her hands frantically. What do you mean, in love? That's so embarrassing. Then let me ask you this. Yiya tilted her head. What do you think of Brother Chen? Young master, of course he's very good. Luo Luo stammered, he's very gentle and kind to me. When I'm with him, I feel calm and comfortable. Her voice trailed off. Yiya giggled uncontrollably. Silly Luo Luo. You still say you're not in love. You've clearly fallen for Brother Chen. I haven't. Luo Luo kicked the water in frustration, splashing Yiya. Hey! Luo Luo. Yiya pounced on her, and the two little foxes tumbled around by the pond, laughing and playing. They didn't stop until they were both out of breath, their pants soaked from the pond water. Yiya, you're not allowed to tell young master. Luo Luo said, still worried. I really don't have any other feelings for him. Besides, young master probably only sees me as a servant. Silly Luo Luo. Yiya made a face at her. Just wait until another girl steals him away from you. You're so oblivious, even when you're already head over heels in love. You're so stupid. Luo Luo is not stupid. Luo Luo protested, pouting. Luo Luo is very smart. Then do you even know what love is? And no. Yiya, as if performing a magic trick, produced 2 rainflower cakes from behind her back. Yay, rainflower cakes. You sneaky Yiya, you were hiding them. Luo Luo's eyes lit up at the sight of the pastries. Give them to me, give them to me. Not so fast. Yiya held out the rainflower cakes and asked, now, you have 2 of your favorite rainflower cakes in front of you. Tell me, what's the first thought that comes to mind? Of course it's dash. Luo Luo stopped mid-sentence. As if electrocuted, she froze. Her gaze fell, as if she was looking at the dust beneath her feet. Yiya, seeing her frozen like a statue, waved her hand dismissively after calling her name several times with no response. I'm leaving you alone to think about it. With that, she skipped away. Luo Luo remained by the pond, lost in thought, her toes gently touching the water, creating ripples. The sky above the mountain city darkened, but there was no rain. Not even a drizzle. The mist lingered, and only the lush green lotus leaves, adorned with dewdrops, swayed gently in the breeze. Luo Luo was thinking about many things. About all the delicious food Chen Yin had taken her to eat. Steamed buns, candied hawthorns, dried fruits, and preserves. About all the stories he had told her. The innkeeper's helper, the pawn shop assistant. About his gentle touch as he wiped the crumbs from her mouth. About his warm voice as he read stories to her while holding her in his arms. About his affectionate gestures as he ruffled her hair and ears. About how he carefully tucked her into bed while she was asleep. Ah! Her eyes widened slightly. She finally understood what Yiya meant. Those were her favorite rainflower cakes. But just now, the first thought that came to her mind wasn't to eat them. This is the osmanthus flavor. Young master hasn't tried it yet. I should let him have a taste. Such a simple and clear thought. But before leaving the mountain city, she wouldn't have thought that way. Finally, the rain started to fall. A soft, gentle drizzle, barely noticeable on her skin. Luo Luo suddenly lowered her head and smiled. So that's what it is. When you fall in love with someone, you no longer want to keep your favorite things to yourself, but to share them with him. So, I really have fallen for young master. After being teleported from the main hall, Chen Yin had only taken a few steps when he suddenly stopped. Ah! I forgot to ask something. Where was Luo Luo's father? Why had he never seen him? Never mind. I'll ask her next time. He shook his head and was about to turn back. When he froze. At the end of the moss-covered path, a fox-eared girl in a green dress and embroidered shoes stood there, looking at him expectantly. Luo Luo. Are you alright? If you're not feeling well, you need to tell Dash. Before Chen Yin could finish his sentence, Luo Luo ran towards him and took his hand. Young master, come with me. Chen Yin, unsure of her intentions, let her lead him, a puzzled expression on his face. They walked along the soft, moss-covered path, up a narrow staircase, and halfway up the hill. They stopped at a tall tower built against the cliff, the highest point in the mountain city. Young master, is the view beautiful here? Chen Yin looked down at Qingmian City, the entire town shrouded in a misty rain, dreamlike and ethereal. It's beautiful. I didn't know there was a place like this. He sat down beside the tower. It's raining, and the ground is wet. Sit on my lap. Luo Luo nodded obediently and sat down on his lap, her tail resting softly against his chest. They sat there quietly, gazing at the city below, as if time had stood still. Young master, open your mouth. A small, delicate hand offered him a rainflower cake. Chen Yin took a bite and exclaimed, "Mmm. This one is delicious too. It's the osmanthus flavor." Luo Luo's eyes crinkled into crescent moons. If you like it, young master, I have more. Chen Yin ate 2 more pieces with relish, then noticed Luo Luo staring at him intently. What's wrong? He chuckled. Do I have crumbs on my face? Yes. Luo Luo blinked. Before Chen Yin could react, a fragrant breeze brushed against his face, followed by a soft, fleeting touch on his lips. Chen Yin froze. There. Luo Luo ate it. She said with a giggle. To be honest, Chen Yin was a little taken aback by Luo Luo's action. Such an intimate gesture would make even lovers blush. For Luo Luo, such a naive and innocent girl, to do this so naturally. He didn't know what to make of it. But then he thought he might be overthinking things. They were close, sharing meals and spending time together. It was practically second nature. Luo Luo was a glutton. She probably just saw the crumbs on his lips and didn't want to waste them. Besides, a kiss without tongue didn't really count as a kiss, right? That was the scumbag's rule. You. Chen Yin flicked her nose playfully. It's dangerous to do that to a man. If you meet a bad guy, he might eat you up. Luo Luo's nose twitched, and a shy smile appeared on her youthful face. Luo Luo is not afraid. Young master is not a bad guy. How do you know I'm not a bad guy? If young master was a bad guy and wanted to eat Luo Luo, you would have done it already. Maybe I'm just waiting for you to grow up a little, to fatten you up before eating you. Chen Yin made a face at her. Luo Luo paused, then smiled faintly. Luo Luo is not small anymore. It's almost my 16th birthday. Ah, speaking of which. Chen Yin said seriously, I need to think about what to get you for your birthday. Luo Luo waved her hands frantically. Young master doesn't need to get Luo Luo a gift. But it's important to celebrate. It's a ritual. What should I get you? Chen Yin pondered. Luo Luo sat quietly on his lap, her gaze soft. Ah, I have an idea. Chen Yin snapped his fingers and, after rummaging through his pocket, produced a pair of small bells. These will look great on you. The small bells were tied together with a red string, their gentle chimes echoing in the air as they collided. Luo Luo took them in her hands, her eyes lighting up with delight. She carefully attached them to her hair, near her fox ears. Young master, do they look good? Luo Luo asked, turning to him with a smile, the bells chiming softly. Chen Yi nodded with satisfaction. They look great. I have such good taste. They laughed and chatted, enjoying the view of Qingmian City in the gentle rain. Time flew by quickly. As dusk approached, Chen Yin lifted her from his lap, patting the dampness from his clothes. All right, it's getting late. Let's go back and get some rest. They had only taken a few steps when a small hand grabbed his. Young master, she looked at him with pleading eyes. Will you come play with Luo Luo again tomorrow? Didn't you ask me that yesterday? Luo Luo just wants to hear young master say it again. She swayed his arm playfully. Chen Yin couldn't resist and gently ruffled her hair and ears, his voice soft. Don't worry. I'm not going anywhere. If you want to play, you can find me anytime. Luo Luo finally smiled and nodded. See you tomorrow, young master. After Luo Luo skipped away, Chen Yin scratched his head, puzzled. This girl is acting really strange. Is she up to something? Inside the main hall, Qin Mainyang was studying a scroll when she saw Luo Luo skipping towards her bedroom, humming a tune. My, you seem to be in a good mood today. Qin Mainyang teased, has our little fox fallen in love? Mother. Luo Luo said with a playful glare. I went to eat rainflower cakes with young master by the Azure Lotus Tower today. Hearing this, Qin Mainyang lowered her eyes and, after a moment of silence, suddenly said. Luo Luo. Luo Luo stopped in her tracks. What is it, mother? Your birthday is approaching. It's almost time for the lotus birth ceremony. Qin Mainyang's voice was soft. Luo Luo's smile froze on her face. It slowly transformed from surprise to shock, then to fear, and finally to a quiet despair. So soon? She whispered, her eyes downcast. It should still be a few years away. The seal is weakening. Qin Mainyang's alluring eyes looked away. Mother can't reinforce it anymore. It's almost time for you to awaken your bloodline. Luo Luo stood there in a daze for a long time, then looked up at her mother with pleading eyes. Mother, can't we wait a little longer? If I could, I would let you stay like this forever. Qin Mainyang's eyes were filled with a mixture of love and sadness. But you're my daughter, Qin Mainyang's daughter. This day will come eventually. Luo Luo's spirit seemed to crumble, the light fading from her eyes. She bit her lip and, after a long silence, covered her mouth with her hand and ran back to her room. Qin Mainyang didn't stop her, just watched her leave with a worried expression. Then she sighed softly. Alas. I'm sorry, my child. Back in her room, Luo Luo sat on the bed, hugging her knees. She buried her face in her arms. System, she said after a long silence. Why is this happening? According to the records, it should still be a few years away. I'm sorry, but I have to tell you. The system's voice was serious. The plot has changed. The current plot requires you to awaken your bloodline at the upcoming lotus birth ceremony and inherit your mother's duty of maintaining the void seal. Luo Luo's eyes widened slightly, and she murmured, why? I don't know the exact reason. The system explained, but I suspect it's because another chosen one has deviated from the plot. The butterfly effect has affected our storyline as well. But in any case, the time for your bloodline awakening has indeed been moved forward. But... Luo Luo buried her face in her arms again, her voice choked with tears. I don't want to leave young master. The system was at a loss. It wasn't good at comforting people. Seeing Luo Luo's tearful expression, it could only say awkwardly. Well, you can look at it this way. Maybe your young master doesn't even like you. Maybe he just sees you as a little sister. Think about last night. He was hugging and kissing that other woman. They seemed to be having a lot of fun. Maybe he prefers cold and aloof beauties. Doesn't that make you feel better? It asked tentatively. But its words only made Luo Luo cry even harder. The system. Did I say something wrong? Why is she crying even more now? Luo Luo ignored it. She just hugged herself, her eyes red and swollen, her body shaking with sobs. After a while, the system sighed softly. I told you, didn't I? Don't get too close to your young master. You knew this day would come eventually. You knew you would lose him, yet you still greedily clung to him. I don't understand you humans. Luo Luo bit her lip and remained silent. I say, just don't tell him. Make up an excuse, say you need to go into seclusion or something. After a few years, he'll forget about you. The system said nonchalantly, or just tell him the truth. Luo Luo's sobs gradually subsided. After a long while, she looked up, her eyes red-rimmed. System, do you think young master will miss me? That's hard to say. The system said with frustration, I'm not human, how would I know what you're thinking? Humans are so troublesome. If you like him, confess. If you're afraid he doesn't like you, then don't. What's there to be conflicted about? Luo Luo didn't answer. She lowered her ears, her long eyelashes fluttering, and stared at a corner of the room. She sat there, lost in thought, for the entire night. She didn't come? Chen Yin asked in surprise. No. Ye pouted regretfully. She said she wasn't feeling well and was resting at home. That girl, she's pushing herself too hard. Chen Yin couldn't help but worry. Can I go see her? I don't know. But since she's not even seeing us, she must be really unwell. Ye said worriedly, Brother Chen, let's not bother her today. We can visit her another time when she's feeling better. Chen Yin nodded. It was a pity. He had wanted to chat with her before leaving. If she wasn't feeling better by tomorrow, he would have to leave. He returned to his room. As he was about to enter, he saw Qin Ying's figure flicker beside him. Huh? Where were you? Gathering information. Qin Ying said nonchalantly. It's always good to be prepared when entering an unfamiliar place. There's no need to be so cautious in Luo Luo's home. Chen Yin couldn't help but think. Of course, it was an occupational hazard for Qin Ying, and he didn't bother correcting her. And I found something interesting. Qin Ying suddenly said mysteriously, did you know there's a celebration happening here soon? Yes. Chen Yin blinked. That's why Madame Qin Mei asked me to leave. She said the mountain would be sealed off during the celebration. Do you know what this celebration is for? No. Chen Yin answered honestly. Qin Ying smiled triumphantly, a smile that made Chen Yin uneasy. What are you smiling about? What did you find out? I'm not telling you. Just to spite you. She didn't even realize how childish she sounded, like a little girl arguing with a boy. There was even a hint of smug satisfaction in her smile. Chen Yin didn't see Luo Luo the next day either. It seemed that because of the upcoming celebration, the residents of Qingnian City were busy with preparations. The city was decorated with lanterns and streamers, creating a festive atmosphere. Chen Yin felt like an outsider, wandering the streets, seeing the busy azure foxes but having no one to talk to. He tried to find Ye and the others to ask about Luo Luo, but they were nowhere to be found. He had promised Qin Mei Nyang that he would leave before the celebration. But with the celebration fast approaching, he felt uneasy about leaving just like that. Is that girl really alright? According to Qin Mei Nyang, Luo Luo had some trials to complete before the celebration. He wondered if she was up to the task in her current state. At least, I should say goodbye to her. Chen Yin thought to himself. Luo Luo had said she lived near the main hall. Chen Yin walked towards the hall and saw an elegant pavilion by the water, its architecture standing out from the surrounding buildings. He knocked tentatively, but there was no response. Excuse me. He gently pushed the door open, only to find that it wasn't locked. Without the master-servant contract, Chen Yin could only search the pavilion room by room. He finally found a room on the second floor with the door slightly ajar. He pushed the door open and saw Luo Luo standing by the window, gazing quietly at the scenery outside. Young master. Luo Luo turned around and smiled faintly. What brings you here? I was worried about you. Chen Yin said softly after a moment of silence. He felt a sense of unease. The room was too tidy, the bed neatly made, as if Luo Luo hadn't slept there last night. It seemed she had been standing there the entire night. But Luo Luo's expression was calm and serene, a faint smile on her childish face. Thank you for your concern, young master, but Luo Luo is fine now. Chen Yin noticed the slight redness around her eyes and the hint of bitterness in her smile. He frowned. Have you been crying? No. Luo Luo smiled softly, lowering her head. Luo Luo doesn't cry. Don't lie to me. Chen Yin gently reached out and caressed her face, his voice soft. Is it because I'm leaving? It's just a temporary separation. I can come back after the celebration. Luo Luo lowered her head silently, then suddenly looked up with a bright smile and took his hand. Young master, spend one last day with Luo Luo. Chen Yin didn't like the word last. He had felt that Luo Luo was acting strangely these past few days, but he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. I don't intend for this to be the last time we spend time together, he said seriously. Luo Luo's lips parted slightly, then she pressed them together. Okay. Young master will definitely spend more time with Luo Luo, right? She suddenly gripped his hand tightly. Today, let's go to the wooden leaf illusion realm. Aren't you going to invite Yiya and the others? No. Luo Luo clung to his arm. Today, it's just young master and Luo Luo. The wooden leaf illusion realm, located at the peak of Qingmian City, was a small pocket dimension created by a simple formation. Although the formation wasn't powerful, it was still quite complex, creating a unique and separate space within the mountain. As Luo Luo pulled him into the realm, Chen Yin was greeted by a sea of green leaves everywhere. Countless trees and plants, their lush foliage covering the entire realm, every leaf a vibrant shade of green, as if freshly washed by rain. It was a calming and serene sight. Chen Yin was reminded of a movie he had seen in his previous life, Makoto Shinkai's The Garden of Words. The park in the movie had the same pure and vibrant greenery. Is this the trial you have to complete? Chen Yin asked, turning to Luo Luo. It's called a trial, but it's more like a formality. Luo Luo's feet tapped lightly on the moss-covered stone steps as she turned around gracefully. There's no danger in this realm. We've been playing here since we were children. We know it like the back of our hands. We just have to reach the end. Come with me, young master. Okay. Luo Luo didn't hold his hand this time. They walked one after the other, Luo Luo skipping ahead playfully, while Chen Yin followed at a leisurely pace. It was like a hidden forest deep within the mountains. Besides the trees and leaves, there was a calm and tranquil pool of water. They looked more like they were on a leisurely stroll than undergoing a trial. Young master, is Sister Qingying settling in all right? She's the type who can adapt to any environment. Don't worry about her. She's so amazing. She's beautiful, powerful, and reliable. All men must like women like Sister Qingying, right? Not necessarily. Not everyone likes a cold and aloof ice queen. What about young master? What about me? Do you like Sister Qingying? Luo Luo blinked and turned to look at him. Chen Yin was silent for a moment, then shook his head slowly. Liking someone isn't such a simple and frivolous matter. She tried to kill me the first time we met. I'm not stupid enough to like someone who wants me dead. Even now, she's just a traveling companion at best, not even a friend. The only reason I'm keeping her around, besides being kind enough to let her tag along, is because her skills as a member of the secret division might come in handy. Of course, there was another reason. Teasing her was quite fun. But he kept that thought to himself. It wouldn't be appropriate to corrupt a child. Luo Luo's eyes flickered as she listened, her tail swishing back and forth. She turned away, lost in thought. Chen Yin was puzzled. Why was she suddenly so concerned about Qingying? Young master. Liking someone shouldn't be a simple and frivolous matter, right? It can be simple, but it shouldn't be frivolous. Although I'm not exactly one to talk. Chen Yin thought to himself. Then, Luo Luo looked up at him. Do you have someone you like, young master? Chen Yin thought for a moment and answered seriously, yes. Is it your junior sister? Yes. And your senior sister? Yes. And maybe Sister Luo from the Heavenly Net sect? Chen Yin finally couldn't resist and ruffled her hair. Why are you so curious today? Luo Luo didn't resist, letting his hand play with her hair. I'm just curious. You wouldn't hate Luo Luo for being curious, right? She clung to his arm playfully. Chen Yin sighed, a mixture of exasperation and affection in his voice. He gently flicked her nose. Spoiled brat. Luo Luo's eyes lowered slightly. If only young master could spoil Luo Luo every day. Grow up quickly. When your mother finally lets you leave the city, I'll take you on a trip around the world and spoil you every day. Chen Yin said casually. The stone path crossed the surface of the pool, the stones like stepping stones emerging from the water. Luo Luo hopped from one stone to another, her light blue shoes barely making a sound. Young master, do you think Luo Luo can swim? Probably, yes. Chen Yin blinked. Canines were natural swimmers, right? What if Luo Luo can't swim? Then don't go into the water. Chen Yin chuckled, unsure why she was asking such strange questions. Luo Luo suddenly stopped, standing on a stone in the middle of the pool. She turned to him, her delicate figure as ethereal as the mist, her eyes fixed on him. I can't help it. She smiled brightly, revealing her adorable fangs. Because Luo Luo is spoiled, remember? The next moment, Chen Yin's eyes widened in shock. Luo Luo simply let herself fall backward into the pool, her arms outstretched. Splash! Water droplets sprayed into the air, and bubbles rose to the surface. In the dark depths of the pool, only the shimmering water and the gently swaying water plants were visible. Luo Luo opened her eyes calmly, gazing at the reflection of the sky on the water's surface. She was waiting. Waiting for someone to respond to her childish whims and playful demands. Then, her eyes widened slightly. A dark figure broke through the surface of the water, shattering the reflection of the sky. A hand reached out and grabbed hers, pulling her into a tight embrace. Phew, you silly girl. On the bank of the pool, two soaking wet figures sat side by side. Chen Yin wrapped a towel around Luo Luo, drying her wet fur, and grumbled, "Why did you jump into the pool? Was it too hot?" Luo Luo snuggled closer to him, letting his large hand ruffle her head, hair, and fur. After a moment, she shook her head like a puppy shaking off water, scattering droplets everywhere, then turned to him with a carefree grin. Young master said it yourself. Luo Luo is a spoiled brat. You little rascal. Chen Yin was both exasperated and amused. This definitely wasn't part of the trial. She was clearly just trying to get a rise out of him. Truly, the favored child knows no fear. Chen Yin couldn't bring himself to scold her. He just rubbed her head with the towel, his voice gentle yet firm. You silly girl, always causing trouble for me. Luo Luo suddenly fell silent, like an obedient puppy, letting him dry her fur. After a while, she suddenly said, Young master. Do you know? His hand froze. She said it so casually, so naturally, as if it were just a normal part of their conversation. Like a gentle rain falling into a still pond, creating tiny ripples. Luo Luo. She smiled softly, her lips pressed together. I think I'm falling F. Chen Yin hadn't expected this. Although it wasn't the first time he had been confessed to, he was still flustered. The young fox girl, nestled in his arms, had spoken those words so softly, so casually, as if she were talking to herself. He didn't know how to respond. For the first time, he was unsure of his own feelings. Luo Luo, however, seemed unconcerned. She asked softly, Are you leaving tomorrow, young master? Chen Yin couldn't help but lower his head and hummed softly in affirmation. That's a pity. You won't be able to attend the celebration. Luo Luo smiled innocently. Our lotus birth ceremony is very beautiful. There will be lanterns, fireworks, lotus boats, and so many fun and beautiful things. I really wanted to show you around. She said, her eyes crinkling with a smile, her lips pursed slightly. Chen Yin fell silent. The gentle rain and the misty air filled with the scent of moss. Luo Luo's ears twitched, and her bright eyes shimmered like ripples on water. Young master, we've reached the end of the wooden leaf illusion realm. It's enough that you accompanied me this far. She said lightly. I'll walk the rest of the way myself. Chen Yin hesitated, then couldn't help but ask, Luo Luo, about what you said earlier. You don't have to worry about it, young master. Luo Luo waved her hands dismissively. I just thought it would be a pity if you left without me telling you. I would have regretted it. Actually, Luo Luo isn't as bad as you think. I'm not a spoiled and unreasonable brat. You don't have to respond, young master. I just wanted to tell you. She said, her hands behind her back, her eyes as bright as stars. Chen Yin hesitated for a long time, unsure how to respond. All right. Luo Luo suddenly stood up and gently pushed Chen Yin towards the exit of the formation. You've accompanied Luo Luo this far. It's enough. I'll finish the last part of the trial on my own. You should go back now. As she pushed him towards the exit, Chen Yin couldn't help but turn and look at her silently. Luo Luo. He instinctively reached out and gently pinched her soft cheek. Luo Luo wagged her tail, her hands cupping his large hand, her eyes closing as she rubbed her cheek against it affectionately. It felt so comfortable. The warmth of his hand made her want to close her eyes and fall asleep. She wanted to be caressed by him forever. She didn't want to wake up. I'll come back for you after the celebration. He said softly. Okay. Luo Luo replied quietly. Finally, under Luo Luo's gentle urging, Chen Yin was teleported out of the illusion realm. Luo Luo stood there motionless, staring at the exit. Now you've gotten it off your chest. The system's voice rang out. You've confessed your feelings. There are no more regrets, right? Yes. Luo Luo lowered her head, her expression hidden. If you're sad, it's okay to cry. The system said softly, no one will come here. You can cry as much as you want, no one will see. No way. Even then, I don't want to ruin my makeup. Luo Luo was smiling, but her smile was filled with bitterness. I did well this time, right? Yes. He didn't notice anything, right? No. I didn't cry in front of him either. No. See? I did it. Luo Luo is amazing. She smiled, as if praising herself. The system sighed helplessly. It wasn't good at comforting people. It could only agree with everything Luo Luo said. It's okay to be sad, but you need to pull yourself together and prepare for your upcoming bloodline awakening. The system said lazily, then I'll finally be free. Luo Luo nodded, her voice forcedly calm. Luo Luo tried so hard not to make young master worry today. Then can Luo Luo be allowed to cry, just a little? Like a drop of ink staining a blank sheet of paper, the cracks in her carefully constructed composure finally appeared, her voice trembling with unshed tears. I told you, the system said impassively, no one will come here. You can cry as much as you want, no one will judge you. Luo Luo crouched down, hugging her knees and burying her face in her arms. She cried softly. Her eyes reddened, and her sleeves became damp with tears. Ripples appeared on the surface of the calm pool. Indeed, no one saw her crying. Chen Yin lay on the roof tiles, reading a book. It was her hobby, and also her habit. Due to her training in the secret division, she often couldn't sleep normally in a bed. The roof and the rafters were her usual resting places. Even when she wasn't on a mission, she preferred to stay outside, away from prying eyes, doing what she enjoyed in these secluded spots. She hadn't read much when she saw Chen Yin approaching, his expression strange, his demeanor absent-minded. She was intrigued. She jumped down and couldn't resist teasing him. Yo, did you try to hit on a girl and get rejected? Chen Yin ignored her. Chen Yin pouted. She had thought it was a perfect opportunity to mock him, but he didn't even react, which made her feel a little frustrated. Whatever is bothering you, remember to pack your things. We're leaving tomorrow. She said, her red lips curving into a smile. I've memorized the route to the Azure Cicada ancient domain. No more excuses this time. But to her surprise, Chen Yin said seriously. Luo Luo just confessed to me. Then she must be blind. Chen Yin scoffed without hesitation. Chen Yin was speechless. I don't know. I never expected her to say that. He lowered his head, a troubled expression on his face. This is the first time I've been so conflicted about something like this. Conflicted about what? Conflicted because too many girls like you. Chen Yin chuckled, her lips curling into a mocking smile. You're truly a hopeless scumbag. Even a teenage girl isn't safe from your charms. That's not what I meant. I don't care what you meant. Chen Yin turned away dismissively. Since Luo Luo confessed to you, she's clearly ready to focus on the upcoming celebration. It's a family matter. Don't interfere. Just pack your things and get ready to leave with me. Chen Yin hesitated for a long time, then suddenly frowned and asked. Are you hiding something from me? Yes. Chen Yin didn't deny it, admitting it readily. What is it? I'm not telling you. Chen Yin took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to pin her down and spank her. Chen Yin, like a rooster after a victorious fight, raised her chin proudly, seemingly enjoying his frustration. I hope it's not something related to me. Of course it's not related to you. Don't flatter yourself. Chen Yin scoffed. Chen Yin decided not to press further. But he couldn't help but glance towards the distance, a thoughtful expression on his face. Forget it. Since he didn't know how to respond to her confession, he wouldn't disturb her during the celebration. He thought to himself. A long night. It wasn't as hot and humid as a summer night, but sleep evaded him. He lay awake until dawn, when his door suddenly opened, and a small, fox-eared girl said timidly. Luo Luo, it's time. Madame Qingmei is waiting for you. In the dimly lit room, Luo Luo, curled up in a corner, slowly lifted her head, her ears drooping, her eyes downcast. Okay. I understand. After the messenger left, she took a deep breath and slapped her cheeks lightly. All right, she said, trying to encourage herself. It's time for Luo Luo to grow up. I have to become stronger to be worthy of young master. She looked up at the sunlight streaming through the window. You can do it, Luo Luo. At the entrance of Qingnian City. Thank you for seeing us off. It's okay. Ye shook her head, her voice filled with sadness. We'll miss Brother Chen. Luo Luo is preparing for the celebration, so she couldn't come and see you off. Chen Yin smiled and ruffled her ears gently. Don't worry. I'll come visit you again after the celebration. Ye just nodded silently, her head lowered. She didn't dare look up, afraid that Chen Yin would see the sadness in her eyes. All right, Chen Yin said coldly, her arms crossed. Stop dawdling. It's time for us to leave. Then, goodbye. Chen Yin waved at the little foxes with a smile. Goodbye, Brother Chen. The little foxes waved back excitedly. Next time you come, we'll treat you to more rainflower cakes. Chen Yin smiled and nodded, then turned and walked towards the barrier with Chen Yin. Just as he was about to step out, he paused. Reluctant to leave? Chen Yin teased. Chen Yin was silent for a long time, then shook his head faintly. The master-servant contract has been broken. I'm no longer her young master. Luo Luo can take care of herself, even without me. I'll come visit her again when I have time. He was about to step out of the barrier. When he stopped. From far behind him, faint whispers carried on the wind. It's a pity. It'll be a long time before we can eat rainflower cakes with Brother Chen again. And Luo Luo won't be able to eat with us either. In 200 years, we'll all be old grannies. I wonder if Luo Luo will still remember us. It's more like whether you'll still remember Luo Luo. She won't age. As the little foxes chatted and laughed, a figure suddenly appeared before them, startling them. Tell me, Chen Yin said, his eyes fixed on them. What's this about 200 years? Qingnian City was adorned with festive decorations. Everyone was busy preparing for the upcoming celebration. A figure darted through the moss-covered stone streets, splashing through puddles, swift as the wind, heading towards the pavilion beside the clan's main hall. Luo Luo. Chen Yin burst through the door. The room was empty. Chen Yin paused, then turned to leave, when Chen Ying's cold voice came from behind him. Don't bother. Even if you find her, what then? Are you going to stop her? Chen Yin didn't answer. Ye and the others made it clear. They're hiding this from you because they don't want you to be sad. Even if you find her, you can't change anything. Qing Ying said calmly. Chen Yin lowered his head, his eyes unfocused. Ye's words echoed in his ears. The Azure Fox clan is connected to the Void, guarding a Void seal located deep within the barrier. This seal has been passed down since ancient times, and only Azure Foxes with the purest bloodline can maintain it. When the current Guardian's bloodline weakens, their descendant must awaken their bloodline and take over their duty. The Lotus Birth Ceremony is the ritual for bloodline awakening. The seal needs to be reinforced every 200 years. The Guardian must enter the seal, where even time stands still, and use their bloodline's power to strengthen it. Madame Qingmei has been the Guardian for nearly 1,000 years. She can only return to the world for less than 20 years every 200 years. This is her 4th time. Now, Madame Qingmei's bloodline is weakening, and only Luo can reinforce the seal. Chen Yin hadn't realized that such a heavy responsibility lay behind the so-called celebration. He had thought it was just a coming-of-age ceremony. He had planned to return in 10 days or half a month to see Luo again. But if he left today, he might never see her again. Human lifespans were shorter than those of demons. Except for anomalies like his master, even Grand Clarity Realm cultivators rarely lived past 200 years. Chen Yin wasn't confident he could cultivate the forgotten everlasting heart sutra to the same level as his master. Even if he could, 200 years was simply too long. Long enough for one person to forget another. Luo knew this too. She must have known that this parting might be their last. That's why she had said those words to him. But he hadn't noticed anything at the time. If only he had realized sooner. I want to see her, Chen Yin said to Qing Ying. As who? As her young master. Qing Ying leaned against the doorframe, her arms crossed. You said it yourself. You're no longer her young master. As a friend, you should be happy for her, like Ye and the others. Awakening her bloodline is a good thing for her. It will greatly enhance her cultivation. Chen Yin's eyes were unfocused. Yes. If he saw Luo, what would he say to her? Tell her not to go. Tell her that she was his servant and he wouldn't allow her to leave. Chen Yin couldn't say those words. He didn't think he had the right to control someone else's life. Luo was different from Shen Shuanglian and Yu Xiang. Their encounter had been a coincidence. He had taken her in as his servant. She had accompanied him through the most difficult part of his journey to save Xiang'er. He still felt a sense of guilt towards her. He didn't know what right he had to ask her to stay. More importantly, what if this was her own choice? Seeing Chen Yin's silence, Qing Ying couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. Serves you right. You bully me all the time, now it's your turn to be unhappy. You knew about this all along, didn't you? Chen Yin suddenly asked. You were the only one who didn't know. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Because you always bully me. Qing Ying smiled triumphantly, as if she had finally gotten her revenge. Chen Yin lowered his gaze, his eyes dull and lifeless. He didn't retort or tease her like he usually did. He just stared out the window silently. Qing Ying had never seen him like this before. After a moment of hesitation, she lowered her head, her voice softening slightly. All right. I'm sorry for not telling you. Is that okay? Why are you apologizing? You didn't do anything wrong. It's my fault. Chen Yin shook his head. I should have noticed sooner. Noticed her strange behavior. I'm telling you, Qing Yin couldn't help but say, seeing her again will only make things more painful. It's better to just say goodbye. It's better to forget each other than to stay together and suffer, isn't it? But I'm not a fish. And neither is Luo. Chen Yin shook his head gently. I've made up my mind. I'm going to see her. Even if it was her own choice. He had to say goodbye properly, face to face. Hey! Chen Yin watched as he left the room, stomping her foot angrily. What about our trip to the Azure Cicada ancient domain? As dusk settled, lanterns began to illuminate the mountain city. Chen Yin was still searching as the sky gradually darkened. Countless lanterns, each beautifully decorated, were lit in front of every house, transforming the city into a magical and dreamlike wonderland. By the lake at the foot of the mountain, many azure foxes had gathered with their families to release floating lanterns. One by one, the lanterns drifted across the surface of the vast, shimmering lake, carried by lotus leaves. It's starting soon, it's starting soon. Ye and the others had already arrived at the lakeside, lollipops in their mouths, their eyes fixed on a wooden boat by the shore. Is that the lotus boat made by Madame Qingmei? It's so beautiful. The entire boat is like a giant lantern. I wish I could ride on that lotus boat one day. Ye said with a wistful expression. At that moment, Ye suddenly noticed a familiar figure standing by the lake. Huh? Is that Brother Chen? Not just her. Many azure foxes noticed Chen Yin standing there motionless and began to whisper amongst themselves, pointing at him. But he seemed oblivious, his gaze fixed on the boat. Young Master Chen, the celebration is about to begin. An azure fox servant approached him and said respectfully, it's not appropriate for outsiders to watch. Please return. I want to see Luo Luo. Chen Yin said seriously. Well. Miss Luo Luo is preparing for the ceremony. She can't be disturbed. Then I'll wait until she's ready. Chen Yin remained by the lakeside, unmoving, like a statue. The servant looked troubled, unsure what to do, when a seductive voice rang out. You're not a man of your word, young Master Chen. Didn't you promise to leave today? Chen Yin turned and saw Qingmei Nyang, dressed in a beautiful and flowing dress, landing gracefully by the lake. What's this? Are you reluctant to part with Luo Luo? Qingmei Nyang asked with a playful smile. Chen Yin bowed respectfully. Madam Qingmei, I need to speak with Luo Luo. Unfortunately, you're a step too late, young Master Chen. Qingmei Nyang's lips curled into a smile. That girl is preparing for her bloodline awakening ceremony. She doesn't have time to see you. I must speak with her, no matter what. Please, Madam Qingmei, grant me this request. What if I refuse? Qingmei Nyang's eyes narrowed slightly. Chen Yin's expression remained unchanged. He said calmly, then I'll have to be disrespectful. Qingmei Nyang's smile faded. Chen Yin stood his ground, his eyes clear and calm, his resolve unwavering. With your temper, young Master Chen. You even cleaved through our city's protective formation without hesitation. I assume you won't leave easily if you don't get to see her today. Qingmei Nyang chuckled. Unfortunately, I can't allow that. Luo Luo's bloodline awakening is a matter of great importance. I can't let you interfere. A strange glint flashed in her alluring eyes. The next moment, the scenery around Chen Yin began to shift rapidly. He felt the familiar sensation of being connected to the void, as if he was about to be teleported away. He looked up at Qingmei Nyang, a smile still on her face. I apologize for the inconvenience, young master. Qingmei Nyang winked at him. I'll apologize properly later. But for now, excuse dash. Her words were cut short, and her smile froze on her face. Before her very eyes, Chen Yin slowly drew his eternal light sword. Then, with a swift and effortless motion, he swung it. The sword erupted in a blinding light, like the brightest lantern by the lake, so bright that it was impossible to look directly at it. The very space seemed to tear apart under its power. Bathed in the radiant light, Chen Yin stood on the shore, his sword in hand. Excuse me. Chen Yin returned her words, I'll apologize properly to Madame Qingmei later. But today, I must see Luo Luo. On the azure lotus boat, a pair of fox ears perked up, listening intently to the commotion outside. Qingmei Nyang's voice turned cold, her eyes narrowing. Why are you so persistent, young Master Chen? The master-servant contract has been broken. You're no longer her young master. But she's my only servant. I can't bear to let her go. Chen Yin said seriously, each word deliberate. On the boat, Luo Luo's eyes widened slightly, her breath catching in her throat. Fireworks exploded in the night sky. Bursts of colorful light, one after another, painted the sky, a breathtaking spectacle. The cheers of the azure foxes echoed across the lake. Chen Yin looked up, and he heard the sound of wooden clogs on the deck of the boat. Luo Luo was dressed in an extravagant and ornate traditional dress. Her pink and white skirt, adorned with blooming flower patterns, trailed behind her on the deck. Her makeup was elaborate and striking, her lips red, her teeth white, her eyes as bright as lanterns in the night. A magnificent floral crown adorned her head. She looked completely different from the innocent and clingy little fox he knew. She was a stunning young woman, her beauty breathtaking. "Young master," Luo Luo said softly, a gentle smile on her lips. "Did you come to find Luo Luo?" On the deck of the boat, the young girl in the extravagant and ornate dress looked at him, her hands clasped behind her back. Under the light of the fireworks, her smile was more beautiful than any lantern. Chen Yin was momentarily mesmerized. "Luo Luo. I'm sorry, young master." Luo Luo, like a child who had made a mistake, lowered her ears and tail and mumbled softly, "I kept the bloodline awakening a secret from you. Please don't be angry with Luo Luo." Chen Yin's lips moved slightly, then he lowered his gaze. "I'm not angry with you. I knew it. Young master is the best to Luo Luo." Luo Luo's smile widened, her eyes sparkling with tears. "Young master is always so kind and gentle to Luo Luo. Even kinder than mother. But Luo Luo is stupid. I didn't realize I had fallen for you until it was too late." She drew out the words playfully. "And I like you so much. Hee hee." Chen Yin bit his lip, remaining silent. Under the moonlight, Luo Luo looked like a beautifully adorned priestess, her beauty captivating. "Do you know? After meeting young master, Luo Luo finally understood how happy it is to like someone. And how painful it is. After falling for young master, whenever I encounter something delicious, I want to share it with you. Whenever I hear an interesting story, I want you to read it to me. I feel sad when I see you being intimate with Sister Chen Yin. And I cry all night because I don't want you to leave." She blinked, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly. Luo Luo only realized recently how much she likes young master. So much that her eyes dimmed like dying stars. "I don't want to leave your side, even in death." Chen Yin was about to speak when his eyes widened in shock. The azure lotus boat slowly drifted away from the shore. Bathed in the moonlight, her magnificent dress shimmered with a milky white glow. Her aura was changing visibly. Chen Yin's breath hitched. He knew that Luo Luo's bloodline was awakening. At that moment, a powerful and ancient aura emanated from the depths of the clouds, a decaying presence that seemed to have existed since the dawn of time. Its sheer power made his heart tremble. That aura seemed to be pulling Luo Luo towards it. "Wait." He stared at Luo Luo intently. "Are you really going to be trapped in that seal for 200 years? I have no choice." Luo Luo's smile was faint and bitter. "This is something only Luo Luo can do. For the Azure Fox clan, even for mother, Luo Luo has to do this. But it's okay." Luo Luo suddenly forced a cheerful smile. "It's just 200 years. Maybe young master will still be alive by then. Even if you become an old man with white hair, it's okay. Luo Luo will still be your servant. Forever. Always. By your side. Okay?" She asked softly, tears welling up in her eyes. "No." Chen Yin looked at her seriously. "No one knows what will happen in 200 years. I never trust uncertainties." Luo Luo's lips moved slightly, then she lowered her head dejectedly. "Yes, 200 years is a long time. Young master, if one day Luo Luo can no longer be by your side, will you still remember her?" She blinked slowly. Even though she knew there was no future for them. As long as he remembered her, it would be enough. But Chen Yin's answer disappointed her greatly. No. Luo Luo looked at him sadly. The next moment, a flash of sword light and his figure vanished from the shore. Luo Luo's eyes widened, staring at the empty space where he had been. I don't have a good memory. So. You're not allowed to leave. Chen Yin said, his eyes fixed on hers, his voice firm and resolute. The sudden burst of sword light stopped Qin Main Yang, who was about to intervene, and mingled with the fireworks exploding in the night sky, painting the darkness with brilliant colors. The lanterns and fireworks illuminated the azure lotus boat on the tranquil lake. And the figures of the man and the young girl. Chen Yin gently placed a finger on Luo Luo's forehead, a drop of his blood seeping into her skin. I'm sorry. I thought about it, and I've decided to be selfish. He said seriously, I can't bear to let such a cute servant go. Let's continue this master-servant contract. As long as the contract remained. You will always be my little servant. You're not allowed to go anywhere. Luo Luo looked up at Chen Yin, her eyes wide. She suddenly wanted to cry. She wanted to bury her face in his chest and cry her heart out, like she always did. She had tried so hard to act mature, to act carefree, to act like she didn't care. But now, with that familiar feeling of their bloodlines connecting, her carefully constructed facade crumbled. She realized that she also longed to return to the past. To when she and young master had first met. A naive and foolish little fox. A young cultivator burdened by a heavy past. They had formed a contract by chance, their lives intertwined. And now, they couldn't be separated. In Luo Luo's heart, the system was wailing, hey, hey. You can't just abandon me like this. You're supposed to guard the seal. What about me? Luo Luo. Luo Luo doesn't want to leave young master. I don't care about the bloodline awakening or the seal anymore. She clung to Chen Yin's robe, her voice hoarse from crying. Young master, please take Luo Luo away. Anywhere is fine, as long as I can be with you. Okay. Chen Yin gently embraced her, stroking her soft hair. I'll take you with me. Bloodline awakening. Guarding the seal. These were burdens too heavy for a 16-year-old girl to bear. Chen Yin couldn't bear to see her suffer. Sword energy enveloped them, shielding them from the moonlight. Luo Luo's bloodline awakening gradually came to an end. Her aura surged, rising from the ordinary cloud-ascending realm to the peak of the supreme clarity realm in a matter of moments. For a human cultivator, such a leap in cultivation would be a miracle. But for a demon, with a powerful bloodline, even the most unbelievable feats were possible. As Luo Luo's bloodline fully awakened, the ancient and powerful aura from the depths of the cloud surged again, pulling her towards it with an irresistible force. Luo Luo almost lost her footing, her body lifted into the air. Young master, she cried out. The next moment, a pair of strong arms pulled her back, holding her tightly. She's my servant. Let's see who dares to take her from me. He looked at the seal in the sky, his eyes cold and determined. The eternal light sword erupted in a blinding light, countless sword beams swirling around Chen Yin before converging into a single, earth-shattering sword strike. The immense sword energy soared towards the clouds, cleaving through the sky. Get lost. A deafening roar, like a clap of thunder, echoed from the depths of the clouds. Luo Luo suddenly felt lighter, the pulling force vanishing. The clouds gradually calmed down. The system in Luo Luo's heart wailed, we're doomed, we're doomed. The backlash will kill us. No. I'm still young, I don't want to die. But then, a strange fluctuation caught its attention. It exclaimed in surprise, eh? This aura. Never mind, it's worth a shot. Maybe I can survive if I hide in there. Suddenly, an ethereal aura shot out from Luo Luo's body and burrowed into Chen Yin's chest. Chen Yin felt a warmth in his chest. He reached out and touched the scroll, which was glowing faintly. Inside, the third fragment lay nestled among the others. Young master. Luo Luo looked at him timidly. Chen Yin was silent for a moment, then gently stroked her ear, his voice soft and reassuring. Don't worry. If you don't want to do it, no one can force you. After all, you're my only servant. I can't bear to see you suffer. Luo Luo burst into tears of relief, snuggling closer to Chen Yin. But at that moment, a jarring voice broke the tender atmosphere. I say, you youngsters these days, there's a limit to being reckless. Qin Mainyang, her beautiful bare feet patting softly on the deck, said with a hint of annoyance, you two are enjoying yourselves, but what about the seal? If the seal weakens, our Azure Fox clan will be the ones to blame. Chen Yin thought for a moment, then asked seriously, Madam Qingmei, what exactly is sealed behind that barrier? I can't tell you. I'm not allowed to. Qin Mainyang's eyes were calm. All I can say is, it's something that must never be released. If it ever escapes, it will bring about the end of the world. Chen Yin frowned slightly. Luo Luo, nestled in his arms, blinked at him timidly. Young master. I don't know about the end of the world. But if it requires Luo Luo's sacrifice, I won't allow it. Give me 6 months. He said seriously. I'll find a way to maintain the seal without sacrificing 200 years of Luo Luo's life. Oh. Qin Mainyang raised an eyebrow. Are you that confident? What if you can't find a way? If I can't, I'll go into the seal myself and face whatever is trapped there. Chen Yin's tone was calm and unwavering. His expression made Qin Mainyang pause, a flicker of recognition in her eyes. As if 1,000 years ago, another young girl had stood before her, grinning confidently. Don't worry. There's nothing in this world that my sword can't handle. And if there is, I'll just call for backup and we'll hack it to death. Lost in thought, Qin Mainyang suddenly closed her eyes and smiled faintly. Your arrogance and confidence are exactly like your master's. Inside the clan's main hall, Luo Luo stood timidly by the side, her head lowered, stealing glances at Qin Mainyang, who sat on the throne. Chen Yin stood respectfully at the foot of the platform, waiting to be scolded. Young Master Chen, you've caused us quite a bit of trouble. Qin Mainyang's alluring eyes narrowed as she looked down at him. If your master finds out about this, she'll definitely hang you upside down from a tree and spank you. I know I was wrong. Is that all? Just admitting you were wrong? Mother. Luo Luo said anxiously, it's Luo Luo's fault. I didn't want to guard the seal, it has nothing to do with young master. I'll accept any punishment, Madam Qingmei. Chen Yin looked up at her calmly. He didn't seem to care about the trouble he had caused. Qin Mainyang smiled faintly. You brat. Even your mischievous nature is just like your master's. How did you figure it out? Chen Yin confessed honestly, when you didn't try to stop me with your full strength. Qin Mainyang sighed and put a hand to her forehead. So I'm a bad actress. Or maybe I'm just smart. Cunning doesn't equal smart. Don't be shy, madam. You can praise me. Luo Luo looked back and forth between them, completely confused, and scratched her ear. Mother, young master, what are you talking about? Silly girl. Qin Mainyang chuckled and shook her head. If you were half as clever as young Master Chen, I wouldn't have to go through all this trouble. Chen Yin added, I assume, Madam Qingmei, you were serious about Luo Luo awakening her bloodline, but not about her guarding the seal. That aura from the clouds last night wasn't a seal at all. It was just you connecting to some ancient secret realm through the void, trying to scare me with its power. If there was truly something world-ending trapped there, you wouldn't have let me off so easily. Luo Luo froze, then turned to her mother. That's right. It wasn't the void seal last night. But, then where is the real seal? It's not in Qingyan City, of course. Qin Mainyang scoffed. Who would build a city near such a dangerous place? You don't have to worry about the seal. Mother can handle it. Then why dash? My daughter is determined to leave. As her mother, I have to make sure the person she chooses is reliable. Qin Mainyang said casually. Luo Luo's face flushed as she slowly understood. I only have one simple requirement. My daughter must be more important to him than anything else in the world. If he's willing to hand over Luo Luo just because of some world-ending threat, Qing Mei Nyang said playfully, then I'd rather keep her locked up in the city. So, are you satisfied now, Madam Qing Mei? No. Chen Yin was taken aback. Why? You renewed the master-servant contract and you dare ask me why? Qing Mei Nyang's eyebrows shot up in mock anger. How can my daughter, the daughter of the Lord of 10,000 demons, be someone's servant? At least marry her properly. Chen Yin. Mother. Luo Luo, her face burning with embarrassment, covered her mother's mouth and said, on the verge of tears, Don't say such things. All right, mother was just joking. Qing Mei Nyang rolled her eyes playfully, then turned to Chen Yin. I can entrust my daughter to you, but I have two conditions. Chen Yin nodded without hesitation. Please speak, madam. First, she's still too young. I know you young people are eager, but at least wait until she's of age before you. Chen Yin. Luo Luo punched her shoulder repeatedly, her eyes filled with tears. Mother, stop it. Qing Mei Nyang, as if she didn't feel a thing, continued. Second. Tell your master to come visit me when she has time. I have something to discuss with her. Her playful expression faded, replaced by a serious look. Chen Yin bowed respectfully. I'll be sure to relay your message. Then it's settled. Qing Mei Nyang sighed dramatically. A married daughter is like spilled water. Now this old woman is all alone again. Luo Luo tugged at her arm playfully. Mother, it's not like Luo Luo won't come back. Don't lie to me. With your young master, will you even remember to visit your mother? Oh, of course I will. Qing Mei Nyang smiled and stroked her hair gently. All right, enough with the jokes. Now that your bloodline has awakened, you have the power to protect yourself. Don't slack off when you're out there. 1 year to consolidate your cultivation, and within 2 years, you must reach the Grand Clarity Realm. Luo Luo's ears drooped. Grand Clarity Realm, that's so difficult. No whining. It won't work. Qing Mei Nyang chuckled and flicked her nose. If you don't listen, you'll have to come back and inherit the title of Lord of 10,000 Demons. Then I'd rather not. Seeing Luo Luo's obedient and slightly intimidated demeanor, Chen Yin couldn't help but smile. What are your plans, young Master Chen? I have an appointment. I'll be going to the Azure Cicada Ancient Domain. Chen Yin didn't hide anything. Qing Mei Nyang nodded slowly. The Azure Cicada Ancient Domain is a dangerous place. Be careful. And go visit your master as soon as possible. Understood. After Luo Luo and Chen Yin left the hall, hand in hand, Qing Mei Nyang propped her head up with her hand, a sigh escaping her lips. Her eyes were filled with a mixture of relief and amusement. My biggest worry has finally been resolved. At that moment, an Azure Fox servant whispered, Madam Qing Mei, are you sure about the seal? Your bloodline is weakening. I'm afraid. You believe that too? Qing Mei Nyang glanced at her servant. The servant froze. Those were just lies. My bloodline is as strong as ever. Then why? There are some things within the clan that need to be cleaned up. Qing Mei Nyang's voice lost its usual playfulness, replaced by a hint of authority. Those words were meant for certain, old friends. The servant instantly understood. Should I investigate within the clan, madam? No need. Let those rumors spread. Besides, Qing Mei Nyang sighed softly, the situation with the Void Seal is indeed becoming more critical. It's not that my bloodline is weakening. It's that whatever is trapped on the other side is becoming more restless. The reason I helped you this time is because suppressing the seal is beyond Luo Luo's capabilities now. Perhaps, we'll have to rely on that woman. Her gaze drifted towards the distance. And the thing that woman has been searching for so tirelessly. That's strange. The system had said that she was supposed to guard the seal after her bloodline awakening. But mother said she didn't have to. Was mother lying to me? System. System, are you there? Luo Luo. Chen Yin's voice came from beside her. Ah. Luo Luo turned her head and saw Chen Yin packing his things. What are you thinking about? And nothing. Luo Luo blinked and asked softly, young master, did you know from the beginning that mother was lying? Not at first. Chen Yin admitted honestly, but I felt that Madame Qingmei's actions were a bit strange, so I took a gamble. What if mother wasn't lying? It wouldn't have changed anything. He turned to her and ruffled her hair gently. I told you, you're my only servant. If you don't want to guard the seal, then don't. I'll take care of the rest. If necessary, I'll personally go and see what's so world-ending about that thing behind the seal. Luo Luo narrowed her eyes and looked at him carefully. Then, what you said last night, was it all true? What did I say? That you didn't want Luo Luo to leave. Luo Luo's head drooped, her face burning with embarrassment. Chen Yin couldn't help but chuckle. Then let me ask you this. Were your words at the wooden leaf illusion realm true? Ah. Luo Luo remembered her innocent and heartfelt confession and let out a soft whimper. Don't say it, young master. It's so embarrassing. Seeing her blush all the way to her ears and neck, Chen Yin decided not to tease her any further. He gently took her hand. Since you're already here, you're not leaving until you give me a few little foxes. Luo Luo's ears burned, and she looked at him shyly. Then, you can't abandon Luo Luo, okay? I'll abandon you when I can no longer afford to feed you, you little glutton. No, don't, she pouted, her eyes watering. Luo Luo won't eat that much. Chen Yin burst into laughter. Just kidding, silly girl. You always bully Luo Luo, young master. Luo Luo snuggled closer to him, her eyes closing as she rubbed her furry head against his chest. Am I cute, young master? Yes, you're cute. Do you like Luo Luo? Yes, I like you. Then. She whispered in his ear, her face flushed, her ears a lovely shade of pink. What are you waiting for? Chen Yin took a deep breath. He had promised Madame Qingmei that he wouldn't do anything with Luo Luo while she was still young. But a little interest wouldn't hurt, right? He was still hesitating when Luo Luo wrapped her arms around his neck. Her lips tasted as sweet and delicate as a rainflower cake. This time, it wasn't just a peck on the cheek. Silly girl, you should wait for the boy to make the first move. I know. But compared to being confessed to by young master, Luo Luo smiled sweetly, her eyes crinkling. I just wanted to tell you that I like you first. Before finally leaving, Chen Yin received a large supply of rainflower cakes. As if afraid that Luo Luo would go hungry, the azure foxes packed her storage pouch with all sorts of delicious treats. Chen Yin sometimes wondered how Luo Luo could eat so much and still remain so petite. Qin Mei also seemed reluctant to let her daughter go, showering her with warnings and instructions until Luo Luo was embarrassed. Don't let anyone bully you out there. If this boy dares to mistreat you, come back and tell mother. I'll take care of him. Chen Yin could only chuckle awkwardly, not daring to argue. As they finally reached the entrance of the barrier, Chen Yin could sense a strong aura of resentment emanating from it. It was so intense that it almost felt tangible, sending shivers down his spine. As expected, Qin Ying stood there, her arms crossed, glaring at him. Finally done flirting, she sneered. Chen Yin coughed lightly and said with a thick skin, all right. We can finally leave now. Don't you always say that? Qin Ying's voice was cold, laced with a hint of resentment. Time and time again, I wait patiently, only to be left waiting. All pigeons deserve to die. Chen Yin shrank back, not daring to retort. He had indeed stood Qin Ying up countless times. Faced with her cold and resentful gaze, he couldn't even muster the energy to tease her. Sister Qin Ying, don't be angry. Luo Luo tugged at her arm playfully. Luo Luo brought you rainflower cakes too. Open wide, Sister Qin Ying dash. Qin Ying obediently opened her mouth. She was always gentle and sisterly towards Luo Luo. No one could hold a grudge against such an adorable little fox. After eating a rainflower cake, her expression softened slightly. I'm not angry with you, Luo Luo. Don't worry. She ruffled Luo Luo's head affectionately, then glanced at Chen Yin with disdain. I just despise a certain man who doesn't keep his promises. They say a man who breaks his word is also weak in other areas. Think about that. Chen Yin shuddered. Damn, what a vicious woman. You curse my length, I curse your size. Chen Yin glared at her ample bosom. Qin Ying seemed to sense the malice in his gaze and instinctively covered her chest with her hand, her eyes flashing with a murderous glint. Keep looking, and I'll gouge your eyes out. I'll look, I'll look, I'll look. You shameless pervert. You cold-hearted, poisonous-tongued, closet masochist. Seeing them about to start another argument, Luo Luo sighed helplessly, her ears drooping. Were young master and sister Qin Ying on good terms or not? The Azure Cicada ancient domain was located in the eastern region, far from where they were now. Although Qin Ying was eager to get there, Chen Yin remained unhurried, taking his time and enjoying the journey, indulging Luo Luo with food, drinks, and various amusements along the way. Teasing Qin Ying was a particular source of amusement for him. And there was another matter. The fragment that had flown from Luo Luo into his scroll. When Chen Yin later entered the scroll space, he discovered that not only had the fragment been added to the collection, but the system shop had also changed slightly. More items were available now. He could even take low-level pills and spirit stones without any restrictions. Most importantly, he had unlocked a new feature. Plot records. Chen Yin frowned when he first saw this option. He didn't know what it meant, but after clicking on it, he fell into deep thought. This new access allowed him to freely view something called plot records within the 3 fragments. Senior Sister's plot record was roughly as follows: grow up in the Mist Spirit sect, become the chief disciple of sect master Wu Sun, gain renown in the cultivation world with her exceptional talent. 5 years later, fight a decisive battle against another chosen one bearing a villain system, the victor will ascend to greater heights. Junior Sister's plot record was similar: driven by revenge, make contact with the demonic path, cultivate the demonic art, quenching nether mantra, with their help, and quickly increase cultivation while remaining hidden in the cultivation world. 5 years later, fight a decisive battle against another chosen one bearing a protagonist system, victory will bring vengeance and ascension. Luo Luo's plot fragment, however, was much simpler: as a branch of the protagonist system, learn the secrets of the void race, awaken her bloodline in 5 years, inherit the position of Lord of 10,000 demons, and maintain the void seal. Success will bring ascension. Compared to Senior Sister and Junior Sister systems, Luo Luo's seemed much less demanding. However, Chen Yin noticed another line of text beneath her plot record. Plot record: new awakened bloodline at the upcoming Lotus birth ceremony, then guard the seal, ultimately sacrificing herself to mend the shattered void when it breaks. Chen Yin reread the plot records carefully, and the pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place. Senior Sister and Junior Sister's plot records clearly described the events of his previous life, when they both perished together at the Mist Spirit sect's main branch. Back then, he had thought their deaths were just a tragic coincidence. Now he understood that a powerful force, called the system, was manipulating everything from behind the scenes. Controlling everyone's fate. Even Luo Luo's. If these plot records dictated the chosen one's destinies, then even if Luo Luo went to guard the seal, she would ultimately sacrifice herself to mend the shattered void. Chen Yin couldn't accept this. However, the Mist Spirit sect had been completely reshaped, and his junior sister was safe and sound under the protection of his master on Mount Yu. This meant that the predetermined fate of the plot records wasn't absolute. It could be changed. He had been reborn to change this cruel and twisted fate. He was glad he hadn't handed Luo Luo over. Otherwise, even if he learned the truth later, he might not have another chance to be reborn and save her. But he still knew nothing about the void seal mentioned in the plot records. And, why did these so-called systems even exist? Why did they compel the chosen ones to fulfill these predetermined plots? And why could his scroll suppress these system fragments? This was the true reason for his return to the Azure Cicada ancient domain. Accompanying Qin Ying to find her brother's remains was just a secondary objective. His main goal was to see if there was another scroll in this version of the Azure Cicada ancient domain. And whether he could uncover more secrets related to the scroll. Of course, he wouldn't find the answers until he reached the Azure Cicada ancient domain. That night, Luo Luo asked Chen Yin for a story again. He held her in his arms and began to narrate a tale of a young master from a wealthy family encountering a commoner girl. Luo Luo listened intently, completely captivated by the story. When she finally grew tired, she snuggled closer to Chen Yin, her head resting on his chest, and drifted off to sleep. Seeing her peaceful slumber, Chen Yin didn't want to disturb her. He remained still, one arm holding her close, the other hand holding a book, reading by candlelight. As the candlelight flickered, a sarcastic voice whispered in his ear. "You two are always so clingy. Aren't you tired of it?" "If you're jealous," Chen Yin said calmly, without looking up from his book, "you can try begging me. Maybe I'll be merciful and give you a hug." Chen Yin's face contorted in disgust. "Who would want your hug? Then be quiet and don't wake Luo Luo." Chen Yin seemed completely uninterested in her. Ever since Luo Luo's confession, he had been spending all his time with her, even neglecting his usual teasing of Chen Yin. Chen Yin hadn't expected to feel so out of place because of his indifference. "I'm just here to ask, we're leaving for the Azure Cicada ancient domain in a few days." Her red lips curved into a smile, her cold and beautiful face alluring. "You're not lying to me, are you? Is my brother really there? Even if I were lying, you wouldn't believe me until you see for yourself, would you?" Chen Yin said casually, "If you're having second thoughts, if you think you can't handle the news of your brother's death, then I suggest you turn back now. As long as you don't see his remains, you can still delude yourself into thinking he's alive. It's better to have some hope than to be completely heartbroken." Chen Yin bit her lip, her tall figure silhouetted against the window by the candlelight. "I won't regret it. You have no idea what Aiken and I have been through all these years." She suppressed the tremor in her voice, her eyes slightly red-rimmed. "We're already dead. Every day we live is a bonus." Chen Yin raised an eyebrow at her, then calmly returned his attention to his book. "Anything else?" "Why, were you the only one who came out of that secret realm?" she asked hesitantly. "What happened there?" As if triggered by her question, Chen Yin put down his book, his gaze distant and filled with a deep weariness. After a long silence, he shook his head slowly. "You don't want to know." Chen Yin frowned. "No matter how much you speculate, it's better to see for yourself when we get to the Azure Cicada ancient domain." Chen Yin closed the book and gently brushed a stray strand of hair from Luo Luo's face. "Get some rest. We have a long journey ahead of us tomorrow." "Humph, if you call sightseeing and playing around for the past few days a journey. Chen Yin snorted coldly and vanished into the shadows. Chen Yin carefully lifted Luo Luo into his arms and placed her on the bed, tucking her in gently. He turned to look out the window, his eyes as deep and dark as the night sky. Lost in thought. Chen Yin hadn't been having a good couple of days. Her training in the secret division had instilled in her the habit of waking up early. She would always take a walk around her lodgings, checking for anything unusual. If everything was normal, she would consider it her morning exercise. She used to enjoy the quiet serenity of the world before it fully awakened, the chirping of birds and the dew-kissed petals a source of simple pleasure. But now. "Young master, time to wake up. It's too early. Let me sleep a little longer." "But breakfast is ready. It'll get cold if you don't eat soon." "I'm not hungry. It's too cold outside the blankets." "Then Luo Luo will warm you up, and you'll be able to get up." Every morning was filled with similar saccharine exchanges. The inns they stayed at along the way were all small, mortal establishments with poor sound insulation. Several times, as Chen Yin opened her window to enjoy the fresh morning air, Luo Luo's sweet, coquettish voice and Chen Yin's doting replies would drift over from the next room. "Ah! Young master, what are you doing? I feel like something's missing in my arms. Must be a fox-shaped pillow." Luo Luo is not a pillow. It was disgustingly sweet and shameless. It made Chen Ying's skin crawl, but there was nothing she could do. Breakfast was no better. As she ate her meal in silence, the scene beside her was a stark contrast. "Young master, this is so delicious." "It is, isn't it?" The innkeeper said it's their signature dish. "You should try some too, young master." Open wide, ah. Ah. The fox-eared girl would pick up a piece of food with her chopsticks, feed it to Chen Yin with a smile, and then watch him eat with delight, her tail wagging excitedly. "Is it good?" "It's delicious." "Luo Luo, have some too, ah. Ah. Are you two stuck in an endless loop?" Chen Yin gritted her teeth, the food before her suddenly tasteless. She couldn't stomach another bite and pushed her plate away. "I'm full." Out of sight, out of mind. Staying away from this lovey-dovey couple would spare her from their nauseating displays of affection. But it was impossible to avoid them entirely. During the day, their journey was more like a romantic getaway, a honeymoon filled with sightseeing and leisurely strolls. And she was the awkward third wheel, a high-wattage light bulb illuminating their love. Even when they finally stopped at an inn to rest, the sickeningly sweet whispers and playful banter would inevitably drift over from the next room. "Young master, what story are you going to tell Luo Luo today? What does Luo Luo want to hear?" "Anything young master tells, Luo Luo loves to listen. Luo Luo is such a good girl. Let me give you a kiss." "Moi." Seriously, get a room." This was the first time Qingying had witnessed a couple in love. She couldn't understand how they could be so sickeningly sweet without feeling any shame. Are all people in love this ridiculous? Unable to endure their constant flirting and intimate whispers, Qingying took a deep breath, opened the window, and stepped outside. She found a secluded spot on a large rock and sat there, gazing at the moon in silence. "System," she said softly. "I remember there's something called chewing gum in the system shop. Exchange for 2 pieces. Sister, have you forgotten?" The system's weary voice replied. "You used up almost all your points on that pill in Yanxia province." Qingying frowned, then sighed after a long silence. "When you're unlucky, even drinking water can get stuck in your teeth. Especially after meeting that guy." Everything had been going downhill since then. She hadn't had a single stroke of good luck. "So there are no more main missions to earn points." The system hummed in affirmation. "Your previous main missions were all based on tasks from the sect, running errands and completing bounties for the secret division. But the secret division is gone now. You can only take on side missions." "Side missions it is, then." Qingying conceded. "See if there are any available. I need to earn some points." "Same rules as before. No evil missions. Only those that punish the wicked and uphold justice." "Roger that." The system started searching. "Let me see. Ah, there's one nearby. Assassination mission, eliminate the corrupt official Yao Zhuang without causing a commotion. Reward, 200 points." It continued, "According to the mission description, this Yao Zhuang is a real piece of work. Not only does he exploit the common people, but he also enjoys kidnapping women, destroying countless families. It's not a difficult mission. If you're quick, you can be back before dawn, and it won't affect our journey." "That's the one." Qingying put on her mask, her aura turning icy cold. Her tall and alluring figure became even more menacing. "Let's go." Lanzhou Town, Government Office. The office was quiet at night, except for 2 guards dozing off at the entrance. The rest of the building was shrouded in darkness. Qingying, her movements swift and graceful, silently approached the office, using the shadows as cover. She reached the backyard and stopped before a room with a flickering candlelight. She peered through the window, her beautiful eyes narrowed. Inside, a disheveled woman was backing away towards the bed, her voice filled with terror. "No, please, no, Master Yao. Please spare me. I have a husband and children at home dash. Hee, little lady, there's no escape." A pot-bellied middle-aged man, a lewd smile on his face, approached the woman. "If you dare resist, your husband and children will suffer the consequences." "No. The woman's eyes were filled with despair and desperation. Scum! Chen Yin spat, her dagger transforming into a black blur, ready to slit the man's throat. But the next moment, her expression changed drastically. Clang! The dagger struck an invisible barrier, unable to harm the man in the slightest. At the same time, a sharp sword energy descended from the roof. Chen Yin instinctively dodged the powerful attack. A deep chasm appeared where she had been standing just a moment ago. Supreme Clarity Realm. Where? Her heart pounded with alarm as she retreated swiftly. The commotion alerted the people inside. A moment later, Yao Zhuang emerged, his clothes disheveled, cursing angrily. Damn it, what was that? Are you trying to tear down my house? You almost died, you know. A cold voice spoke from the shadows. A rugged-looking man with a scruffy beard, holding a sword, said calmly, someone just tried to assassinate you. They're quite skilled. Even I was fooled by their concealment techniques. A cultivator? Yao Zhuang's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. I'm always careful. I always investigate my targets thoroughly. How could I have offended a cultivator? Perhaps you've committed too many evil deeds, and even the heavens can't stand it anymore. The man said sarcastically. Yao Zhuang's face turned red with anger. Yi Huang. Say that again. Do you want your daughter to die? The man called Yi Huang fell silent. He just glared at Yao Zhuang with cold, dark eyes, as if he were looking at a dead man. Who was that assassin? I don't know. Then why aren't you chasing after them? Yao Zhuang stomped his foot angrily. If you let them escape, you can prepare for your daughter's funeral. Yi Huang took a deep breath and vanished into the shadows. System, what the hell is going on? Chen Yin asked, her voice filled with panic and anger as she fled. You said this was a low-difficulty mission. Why is there a Supreme Clarity Realm cultivator protecting him? I don't know. The system was equally dumbfounded. That's what it says on the mission details. Low difficulty dash. Its voice trailed off. Hello. What's wrong? Chen Yin asked urgently. The system watched in disbelief as the mission details, previously marked as low difficulty, began to change before its eyes. The difficulty level rose steadily. Until it reached extremely high. After a long silence, the system sucked in a breath and cursed softly. What the fuck? This damn system is broken. Can I return it? Chen Yin cursed angrily, what happened? We've been screwed. The system said grimly, this mission is now extremely difficult. Figure out how to escape. How can I escape, I dash. Before she could finish her sentence, a powerful and overwhelming aura surged towards her from behind. It was an ancient and heavy sword intent, its mere presence chilling her to the bone. He's catching up. Chen Yin frowned. System, can we fight him? Fight him my ass. The system said grumpily. You used up all your points on that Dao breakthrough pill last time. What are you going to fight him with, your bare hands? Then what should we do? What else can we do? Run. Chen Yin didn't hesitate and ran as fast as she could. But her pursuer's speed was strangely erratic and persistent. She couldn't shake him off, no matter how hard she tried. He was like a shadow, clinging to her relentlessly. Seeing that she was running out of places to hide, the system couldn't help but say. I'm telling you. Shut up. No, seriously, if we don't dash. Shut up. Don't be so stubborn. Even heroes know when to retreat. Discretion is the better part of valor. The system grumbled. A wise man knows when to live to fight another day. It's not shameful to ask for help. I told you to shut up. Chen Yin gritted her teeth. She knew what the system was going to say. The only person who could defeat her pursuer was him. But she would rather die than ask him for help. Just the thought of being indebted to Chen Yin and having him constantly mock and tease her made her shudder. Come on, sister, don't be too proud to accept help. The system pleaded, I'm begging you. Don't throw your life away. Chen Ying's brow furrowed, her inner conflict raging. She looked up and suddenly realized that she had been unconsciously running towards the inn. What does young master want to eat tomorrow morning? Nothing in particular. Then how about Luo Luo tries making stir-fried rice cakes for you? Chen Yin looked at her with surprise. Since when did you learn how to cook? I taught myself. Luo Luo lowered her head shyly, her ears twitching adorably. If Luo Luo can cook delicious food for young master, then you won't abandon Luo Luo because you can't afford to feed her anymore. Chen Yin gently pinched her nose. Silly girl. You really think I can't afford to feed you? I know young master is just teasing Luo Luo, but I'm still worried. She nuzzled her cheek against his, her voice soft and sweet. And Luo Luo also wants to cook for young master. The book said that to be a good wife and mother, you have to learn how to cook. The way to a man's heart is through his stomach. Luo Luo wouldn't be a freeloader anymore. Chen Yin looked into her clear, bright eyes and felt a warmth spread through his heart. He gently stroked her hair. Luo Luo's cheeks flushed, her eyes shimmering, her lips moving silently. Young master. The atmosphere was perfect. Luo Luo closed her eyes, her face tilted up expectantly. Chen Yin cupped her soft face in his hands and was about to kiss her. Boom! They stared in shock at the gaping hole that had appeared in the wall. And at Chen Yin, who was lying on the floor, covered in dust. Cough, cough. Chen Yin coughed, brushing the dust off her clothes. She looked at the two of them, their eyes meeting in an awkward silence. Chen Yin. I swear I didn't mean to interrupt. Do you believe me? Chen Yin nodded seriously. It's okay even if you did. But next time, could you please use the door? Repairing the wall would cost the innkeeper money. Was she going to pay for it? As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp sword energy whizzed towards them. Chen Yin was about to dodge when a milky white sword light intercepted the attack. Chen Yin held the eternal light sword in one hand, his eyebrows raised in amusement. A rugged-looking man with a scruffy beard, holding a sword, emerged from the dust cloud and said with a curious expression. Oh. There's another one. Chen Yin turned to Chen Yin. Is this your friend? Do your friends usually greet each other with swords? Chen Yin's face flushed, then paled. Finally, she said with a hint of humiliation, help me. I'll owe you one. You already owe me several favors. Then add another one to the list. Chen Yin mumbled softly. It didn't matter anymore. She was already in too deep. The man scanned the room, muttering to himself, a man, a little fox demon girl, 3 of them. I apologize. I'll have to repay this debt in my next life. With that, he slowly raised his sword. Chen Yin's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said calmly, let's take this outside. There are innocent mortals here. The man hesitated, his sword raised, then nodded silently after a moment. Under the dark, cloud-covered sky, the wilderness outside the inn was pitch black. Before we begin, can I ask a couple of questions? Chen Yin looked at the man intently. Why are you trying to kill her? What did she do? The man was silent for a long time, then said in a deep, magnetic voice. She offended someone she shouldn't have. Chen Yin turned to Chen Yin, who frowned and whispered, I'll explain after we're done. Young man, you seem to be a disciple of a righteous sect. Don't blame me. I'm just following orders. With that, the man slowly drew his sword and pointed it at Chen Yin. Chen Yin looked at his sword curiously. Its shape was quite different from ordinary swords. It wasn't straight and sharp, but one side was flat like a cliff face, while the other was jagged and uneven, like a swamp. It was a strange and unsettling weapon, yet it possessed a unique charm. Is this man also a sword cultivator? He looked at the man calmly. I apologize. The next moment, the man lunged, his movements as swift and unpredictable as a gust of wind. As he attacked, Chen Yin's eyes lit up. Instead of using his usual aggressive first sword, he switched to a defensive stance, effortlessly deflecting the attack. The man gasped in surprise. This guy's swordsmanship is interesting. They both thought the same thing. In an instant, the man's swordsmanship transformed into a raging tornado, its power overwhelming and inescapable, like a storm pulling its victims into its depths. But Chen Yin remained calm and composed, his sword moving with his heart, each strike precisely targeting the weakest point in his opponent's attack, effortlessly neutralizing his offense. Thank goodness he had mastered his first sword. Otherwise, he would have had a hard time dealing with an opponent he didn't want to kill. They exchanged blows, their skills seemingly evenly matched. Having mastered the first sword, Chen Yin had also grasped the essence of the Tao, his every move imbued with the power of the sword. However, this man, relying solely on his swordsmanship, was able to hold his own against him. It was clear that his skills with the sword were exceptional. The man also seemed to have noticed the profound nature of Chen Yin's swordsmanship, so he deliberately suppressed his cultivation, choosing to duel with him solely on the basis of swordsmanship. Gradually, they seemed to forget that they were fighting a life-or-death battle, both of them completely immersed in the exchange of sword techniques. So powerful. I've never seen young master fight for so long. Luo whispered, her tail swaying nervously. Qingying was also anxious. She couldn't help but ask the system. What's going on? Can he handle this guy? Of course he can. The system said matter-of-factly. But Chen Yin is clearly holding back. It seems they're actually enjoying this. Qingying continued to watch intently. Blades clashed in a flurry of sparks, Chen Yin and the man exchanging blows with increasing speed and intensity. After a few rounds, the man burst into laughter. Excellent. I haven't had such an exhilarating fight in years. To think a young man like you possesses such profound swordsmanship. Just lucky. Chen Yin smiled faintly. You're not bad yourself. In terms of pure swordsmanship, I'm indeed inferior. I concede defeat. A flicker of regret and longing appeared in the man's eyes. It's a pity, if I had the chance, I would love to become friends with you and spar more often. But I guess I'm not worthy of such a life. The next moment, Chen Yin's eyes narrowed dangerously. A fierce and menacing aura surged from the man's sword. His swordsmanship transformed, becoming as ferocious and savage as a roaring dragon. Imprisoning dragon annihilation. A powerful surge of sword energy erupted. Chen Yin's expression turned serious. This attack was different from before. It was a killing blow. He was trying to take his life. Chen Yin no longer held back. He swung his sword, unleashing his first sword. A blinding light engulfed them, so bright that it was impossible to see. Luo and Qingying shielded their eyes, taking a while to recover from the intense light. As their vision cleared, two figures slowly emerged. Chen Yin stood there calmly, his sword in hand, its tip resting against the man's throat. The man lowered his gaze, lost in thought. Now, can we talk properly? The man was silent for a long time, then said softly, Who are you? Just an unknown cultivator. Chen Yin shrugged. An unknown cultivator wouldn't be able to use such a terrifying sword technique. Who knows? Maybe I'm just a natural talent. Seeing that he wasn't going to reveal anything, the man didn't press further. He closed his eyes slowly. I lost. Kill me. I never said I was going to kill you. Chen Yin chuckled awkwardly. I just want to ask what happened, is that too much to ask? The man lowered his gaze, his expression calm. There's nothing to say. If you're willing to spare my life and let me go, I'll owe you a favor. I'll repay you in the future. If he had the chance. The man smiled wryly. I can spare your life, but are you really unwilling to tell me why you tried to kill her? The man hesitated for a long time, then finally said. Your friend wants to kill someone. And that person, although he appears to be a mere mortal, has connections far beyond your imagination. A word of advice, don't provoke him any further. The man said calmly, then turned and left, his sword in hand. Chen Yin scratched his head, baffled, then turned to Qingying. Did you sneak out in the middle of the night to kill someone for fun? Of course not. Chen Yin glared at him, then softened her voice slightly, a hint of embarrassment in her tone. I just saw someone harassing a woman and decided to intervene. Chen Yin looked at her with a newfound respect. I didn't know you had such a strong sense of justice. Feeling guilty, Chen Yin didn't retort, enduring his teasing silently. But now I'm curious. What kind of mortal could have a Supreme Clarity Realm sword cultivator as a bodyguard? He pulled Luo Luo closer and stroked her fur gently, his eyes fixed on Chen Yin with a playful smile. Tell me. What exactly happened? Chen Yin's expression turned awkward. System, what should I do? How would I know? The system replied grumpily. Just make something up. You can't seriously be thinking of telling him about me, can you? But I can't come up with a believable excuse. Are you stupid? Just act cute and spoiled, and he'll fall for it. Act cute? And spoiled? Chen Ying's eye twitched. She hesitated for a moment, then blinked at him timidly. Can I not tell you? Sure. To her surprise, Chen Yin agreed readily. But then he added. In that case, you'll have to repay the favor in a different way. Seeing his mischievous grin, Chen Yin had a bad feeling about this. After a moment, Chen Yin fidgeted with her dress, her cheeks flushing crimson. Where did you find these indecent clothes? Who cares? Just wear them. Chen Yin looked at her with an appreciative gaze. Chen Yin was tall and slender, and the black fishnet stockings perfectly accentuated her long, shapely legs, making them look like delectable dark chocolate. The tight leather top clung to her curves, emphasizing her ample bosom and perky bottom, a sight that would make any man's mouth water. Even Luo Luo blushed and covered her eyes, peeking through her fingers. Chen Yin felt her face burning. She had never worn such revealing clothes in her life. Are you done ogling me? She covered herself with her hands, her teeth gritted. Can I change now? Not a chance. Chen Yin grinned mischievously. You'll be wearing this all the way to the Azure Cicada Ancient Domain. Chen Yin, you. What? Trying to go back on your word after I just saved you? Chen Yin stepped closer, gently lifting her chin with his finger. You said yourself that you would repay the favor in other ways. Now, call me master. Dream on. Chen Yin glared at him. It seemed the path to taming this wildcat was still long and arduous. Chen Yin sighed. So, who were you trying to kill? A government official in this town. Chen Yin's eyes turned cold. He's a corrupt and evil man who preys on innocent women. But he's just a mortal. I didn't expect him to have a Supreme Clarity Realm sword cultivator as a bodyguard. Chen Yin stroked his chin thoughtfully. So there's more to this than meets the eye. Seeing his expression, Chen Yin asked, are you going to get involved? I can't help but be curious. He said slowly, I've never heard of such a mysterious and powerful organization before. This power made him uneasy. I'll go check it out. You two wait here. Luo Luo nodded obediently, while Chen Yin grumbled, can't I at least change out of these clothes first? As long as I don't see it. Chen Yin wasn't too strict. He raised an eyebrow. Besides, don't you think you look good in this outfit? Chen Ying's face flushed crimson, but she couldn't say anything. I'm going. Under the moonlight, Chen Yin's figure vanished into the night. Meanwhile, in the backyard of the government office, Yi Huang, his sword in hand, walked into the courtyard. Yao Zhuang, his face dark with anger, had been waiting there for a long time. You saw it. Yi Huang's voice was weary. I'm no match for him. He spared my life out of pity. Useless trash. Yao Zhuang snorted and tossed a rectangular box at him. But the person you encountered, Chen Yin, he's not simple. The Divine Sun had noticed him before, but there was no concrete evidence linking him to the Mist Spirit sect incident. We thought he was just using Yuling's power. But after the Divine Sun sees this recording, he might change his mind. Yi Huang looked at the black rectangular object. He knew it was a video camera. His every move had been recorded. including his fight with Chen Yin. Take this to the Divine Sun. Yao Zhuang said in a low voice, I'll contact him now. I'll spare your life this time. Yi Huang's expression remained unchanged. He stared at the man and said calmly. The medicine. It's been a month. The Divine Sun will give you this month's medicine after you deliver the recording. I'm afraid I won't make it in time. Yi Huang frowned slightly. Then hurry up and go. Yao Zhuang roared. Do you want your useless daughter to be buried with you? Yi Huang's aura fluctuated violently for a moment. But in the end, like a drop of water falling into an abyss, it gradually calmed down. I understand. He closed his eyes slowly and turned to leave. In a few breaths, his figure had vanished completely. Yao Zhuang walked to a bookshelf in his study, moved a book, and a hidden door slowly opened. He walked down a long, dark passage, deep underground, until he reached a small, hidden chamber. System, connect me to the Divine Sun. His eyes flickered. A moment later, a translucent figure appeared before him. A man with an indistinct face spoke calmly. Yao Zhuang, what's so urgent? Yao Zhuang briefly recounted what had happened and then bowed respectfully. Divine Sun, we might have underestimated this person. I suggest we re-evaluate his role in the Mist Spirit Sect incident. The man called Divine Sun raised an eyebrow. Oh. So, you stumbled upon something important by accident? I wouldn't dare take credit, Divine Sun. I simply reported it to you out of caution. Yao Zhuang said in a low voice, we've been focusing on those Grand Clarity Realm experts. We overlooked juniors like Chen Yin. I've sent Yi Huang to deliver the recording to you. After you watch it, you'll know what to do. The Divine Sun seemed to nod in satisfaction. You did well. However, you overlooked one thing. Yao Zhuang froze. What is it? At that moment, a playful voice came from behind him. I'll tell him. Remember to be more careful next time. You should close the door when plotting. Chen Yin's sword was already resting against the back of Yao Zhuang's neck. Yao Zhuang's blood ran cold. The chilling aura of death washed over him. But Chen Yin wasn't even looking at him. His eyes were fixed on the Divine Sun's figure in the air. Their gazes met across the distance. The Divine Sun's voice remained calm, a hint of amusement in his tone. Greetings. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Chen Yin also remained calm, his voice light-hearted. You seem to know a lot about me. But I don't even know your name. You don't need to know my name. The Divine Sun smiled faintly. We'll have a chance to meet again in the future. Chen Yin's expression gradually turned cold. As expected, the next moment, the Divine Sun's figure vanished, leaving only Yao Zhuang, his back drenched in cold sweat. Chen Yin stared at the spot where the Divine Sun had disappeared for a long time, then kicked Yao Zhuang. Your master has abandoned you. Yao Zhuang collapsed to the ground, his lips pale with fear. Tell me, Chen Yin sat down beside him, casually putting an arm around his shoulder. Tell me about your organization. I've never heard of anyone called the Divine Sun in the cultivation world. Yao Zhuang shook his head frantically, his body trembling. I can't say anything. You can think about it again. Chen Yin pressed a finger against his spine. Yao Zhuang's eyes bulged grotesquely, and his body convulsed violently as if he had been electrocuted. Ugh. Are you investigating the Mist Spirit Sect incident? Chen Yin asked calmly. Yao Zhuang gasped for air, his body weakened, but he still refused to speak. He's quite stubborn. Chen Yin frowned slightly. Just as he was about to apply more pressure, Yao Zhuang suddenly started laughing maniacally. Heh, hee, defying the Divine Sun is worse than death. Die. An invisible force suddenly erupted from him, hurtling towards Chen Yin. Chen Yin's eyes remained calm as he extended a finger and lightly touched the invisible energy. The next moment, a surge of warmth emanated from the scroll in his chest, and a faint scream echoed through the air. How is this possible? Yao Zhuang stared at him in horror. Why doesn't the system affect you? Who are you, Arg? Before he could finish his sentence, his body burst into flames, his screams echoing through the chamber. A moment later, he lay lifeless on the ground, his eyes dull and empty. Chen Yin stared at his body for a long time, then wiped his hands and entered the scroll space. Besides the 3 floating fragments, there was now a small, pebble-like object beneath the ancient and imposing statue. This pebble was minuscule compared to the other 3 fragments, but it was also floating gently beneath the statue. Is this also a kind of system? Chen Yin frowned slightly. He activated his access and checked the pebble's plot record. As expected, its plot record was incredibly short, just a few words. Plot record: serve the Divine Sun. Unlike the other 3 fragments, this pebble seemed like a crude and incomplete prototype. And the scroll didn't react to it at all. Chen Yin examined it carefully but couldn't find any other useful information. He withdrew his consciousness from the scroll space. Chosen ones. The Divine Sun. He had only just realized that a hidden power existed beneath the surface of the cultivation world he knew. This mysterious Divine Sun made him uneasy. Why are they investigating the Mist Spirit sect incident? Could it be related to the heavenly Tao fragment that Madame Wu Susu mentioned? Chen Yin pondered. An image flashed through his mind. Sect Master Wu Sun's last words, filled with regret and resignation. Without the heavenly Tao fragment, who can guarantee that the Mist Spirit sect won't suffer the same fate one day? When Chen Yin returned to the inn, it was already late at night. Luo and Qingying were still waiting for him. The moment he entered, Luo rushed over and leaped into his arms. Young master. Did you find anything? Qingying asked softly. Unfortunately, no. Chen Yin shook his head. The other side had been thorough. He hadn't been able to find any information about the Divine Sun. His only gain was the confirmation that these people were likely also chosen ones. I might need to discuss this with Master. Chen Yin shook his head. We'll deal with that later. If they dare show up again, we won't be so polite. By the way, you haven't changed your clothes. Qingying looked down at herself, then quickly covered her chest, her face flushing. What? Didn't you say you had to wear this whenever I was around? So I thought you would have changed while I was gone. Chen Yin stroked his chin thoughtfully. Just a guess. I could be wrong. Do you actually enjoy wearing such revealing clothes? You're talking nonsense. Qingying stormed out of the room, slamming the door behind her. Luo glanced at the door cautiously, then tugged at Chen Yin's sleeve. Young master, where did you find those clothes for Sister Qingying? What? Chen Yin raised an eyebrow. Does Luo want to wear them too? And no way. Luo blushed and fidgeted with her fingers. The clothes young master brought are too embarrassing. But, if young master likes them. She leaned closer to his ear, her face flushed, and whispered, I can wear them secretly, just for you. Chen Yin blushed. Damn. She's really tempting me. This seductive little loli was too powerful. But for the sake of his own survival, he imagined Qin Mainyang's reaction if she saw Luo in those clothes and coughed awkwardly. Ahem. Forget it, those clothes aren't suitable for little girls. If you want to try something on, I have something perfect for you. He produced a maid outfit from behind his back, as if by magic. Luo looked at the outfit curiously. What is this? Try it on, and you'll see. Chen Yin grinned, wiping a drool from the corner of his mouth. Honestly. A fox-eared maid. It was too perfect. He had been wanting to see Luo in a maid outfit for a while now. Luo changed into the outfit. She looked like a delicate doll, the fluffy skirt covering her slender legs clad in white silk stockings, her fluffy fox tail swaying playfully from beneath the hem. Her fair skin peeked through the neckline of the dress, and her large, bright eyes shyly glanced at Chen Yin. Young master, does it look good? She asked timidly. Perfect. Exactly what he wanted. Chen Yin gave her a thumbs up. He couldn't resist picking her up and hugging her close, nuzzling his face against her soft fur. You're so adorable. If young master likes it. Luo Luo can wear it for you all the time, Luo Luo whispered, her eyes closing contentedly. Chen Yin ruffled her head. Good girl. I have many other outfits. You can wear whatever you like. Here, this is for you. He produced a lollipop from behind his back. Chen Yin unwrapped the candy, and Luo Luo eagerly took a large bite. Then, she happily licked the lollipop with her tongue. For some reason, perhaps because Luo Luo looked especially adorable in the maid outfit, Chen Yin's expression turned strange as he watched her eat. Finally, he coughed lightly and turned his head away. Luo Luo. Luo Luo looked up at him curiously, the lollipop still in her mouth. Do you know what's even sweeter than a lollipop? What? A milk lollipop. Early the next morning, as Chen Yin was about to take her usual morning walk, the innkeeper stopped her, demanding compensation for the hole in the wall. After reluctantly paying him, she glared at the second floor, where Chen Yin was still snoring away in his room. Wake up. Time to hit the road. We have to reach the entrance of the Azure Cicada Ancient Domain Todd Dash. She opened the door and saw Chen Yin leaning against the headboard, looking refreshed. Luo Luo was sleeping soundly in his arms, her face buried in the blankets, her lips smacking softly. Chen Yin, did you not sleep well last night? Chen Yin, I didn't sleep at all. Someone gets addicted to candy. I won't say who. And he hadn't realized how difficult it was to teach someone the proper way to eat a lollipop. The mixture of pain and pleasure was truly indescribable. Let me sleep for a while longer. I'm exhausted. Chen Yin yawned wearily. Chen Yin glared at him with disdain. But if we keep delaying, we might not even reach the Azure Cicada Ancient Domain today. What's the rush? That massive secret realm isn't going anywhere. Chen Yin rolled over, pulling Luo Luo closer, and closed his eyes. I'll take a nap. We'll talk about it this afternoon. Chen Yin gritted her teeth in frustration, then snorted coldly and slammed the door shut. He finally managed to get a good night's sleep, sleeping soundly until noon. They had a quick lunch at the inn, then left the town. Not long after their departure, a man carrying a strange-looking ancient sword arrived at the inn and inquired. Did 2 people and a fox stay here? Where did they go? From what I heard, they seem to be heading towards the Azure Cicada Ancient Domain. The Azure Cicada Ancient Domain. Yi Huang's eyes narrowed, his gaze fixed on the east. He recalled the events of last night. Standing before a hidden chamber. His eyes were dull and lifeless as he knelt on one knee, his sword planted firmly in the ground, waiting patiently. He could hear muffled voices coming from inside, but he couldn't make out what they were saying. After a long wait, the door finally opened. A masked figure spoke to him in an androgynous and arrogant voice. By order of the Divine Sun, you are to follow Chen Yin and his companions and assassinate them when the opportunity arises. But I'm no match for him. Yi Huang said honestly. You don't have to defeat him. A wisp of black energy materialized in the masked figure's hand. When you find an opportunity to attack, you won't have to worry about the rest. Yi Huang frowned slightly, but the next moment, the black energy surged into his body through his crown. He groaned, his face contorted in pain. Until then, you will be the host of this black energy. Once the task is complete, you will receive 3 months' worth of antidote for your daughter and 3 months of leave. With that, the masked figure turned and returned to the chamber. Yi Huang, his veins bulging, collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat. His eyes bulged, and he gasped for air, as if he were dying. After more than half an hour, he finally leaned against the wall, exhausted, his eyes half closed. 3 months. Maybe this time, I can finally take Linger out for a decent meal. The Azure Cicada Ancient Domain was located deep within the Wanxiang mountain range in the eastern region of the continent. It was rumored to be the place where an ancient immortal had ascended, leaving behind countless treasures and a hidden cave mansion. Anyone, regardless of their cultivation level, could enter the Azure Cicada Ancient Domain. But the only criterion for obtaining opportunities within the domain was luck. Even the most powerful cultivators could perish if they were careless or arrogant. As cultivators grew stronger, they became more cautious and valued their lives. So, high-level cultivators rarely ventured into the Azure Cicada ancient domain anymore. Most cultivators only went there once in their lifetime. If they couldn't find any opportunities on their first visit, there was little chance they would find any on subsequent visits. But even so, the Azure Cicada ancient domain remained one of the most popular secret realms in the cultivation world. Countless sects sent their disciples there in search of opportunities. If a disciple happened to stumble upon a great opportunity, it would be a huge boon for the sect. Because of the large number of people entering the Azure Cicada ancient domain, a small town called Azure Cicada City had developed outside the domain, providing lodging and supplies for cultivators. As night approached, Chen Yin, Luo, and Chen Yin finally arrived at Azure Cicada City. "We're finally here." Upon arriving, Chen Yin's demeanor changed noticeably. She said impatiently, "The Azure Cicada ancient domain is right before us. Let's go in dash." "Are you crazy, sister? Entering a secret realm in the middle of the night?" Chen Yin rolled his eyes at her. "We've been traveling for days. We need to rest and enter the domain tomorrow. But we're already here." Chen Yin bit her lip, her eyes filled with anxiety. Chen Yin, for once, didn't tease her. He said gently, "I know you're eager to see your brother. But the Azure Cicada ancient domain is more dangerous at night. It's common knowledge. Is it worth risking your life just to save a few hours? You've waited this long. One more night won't make a difference," he said softly. Chen Yin lowered her head, her lips moving silently. After a long pause, she finally nodded. "Let's find a place to rest for the night." In towns catering to cultivators, inns and restaurants were abundant. But for some reason, tonight, every inn Chen Yin visited was full. Finally, he found one with a vacancy, but only one room was left, and the innkeeper held up 5 fingers. 500 spirit stones per night. 500? Chen Yin's eyes widened. "Are you trying to rob me?" "Young man, it's peak season. The Azure Cicada ancient domain is radiating with auspicious light, indicating that many opportunities have appeared." The innkeeper said with a smile, "Almost every inn is fully booked. You're lucky I even have one room left. But aren't all the people here cultivators? With such a high price, wouldn't they just camp outside?" "Most people would. However." He grinned, giving Chen Yin a knowing look. "You have female companions, young man. Surely you wouldn't want to camp outside and have everyone watch you, do things in the middle of the night, right?" Chen Yin turned to Luo, who blushed and lowered her head. Chen Yin, however, seemed distracted, not paying attention to their conversation. Her mind was solely focused on entering the Azure Cicada ancient domain as soon as possible. "You win." Chen Yin gritted his teeth. "Thank you for your patronage," the innkeeper said with a chuckle. After returning to the inn, Chen Yin finally realized they only had one room and frowned. "Only one room? There's nothing we can do." Chen Yin shrugged helplessly. "We're lucky to even have this one. That greedy innkeeper charged me 500 spirit stones for one night. Even robbery isn't this lucrative." He grumbled, already contemplating opening his own inn and charging exorbitant prices. Chen Yin frowned slightly, then said, "I'll sleep on the roof." "Don't bother." Chen Yin pointed at the ceiling. "Plenty of people have the same idea. The roof is crowded. If you don't want to squeeze in with a bunch of strangers, you're better off staying here." Chen Yin hesitated, glancing at him, then at Luo. Sensing her concern, Chen Yin coughed lightly and said with a straight face, "Don't worry, we're not going to do anything scandalous." Even if he wanted to, he couldn't. He was secretly annoyed that Chen Yin was there, a cold and aloof presence dampening the mood between him and Luo. His happy evening ended the moment he saw her. Chen Yin didn't say anything more. She simply went to a corner of the room, leaned against the wall, crossed her arms, and closed her eyes. So, the young master, after finally curing his beloved, was once again forced to endure the pain of separation. That night, Chen Yin held Luo in his arms, telling her a story. He occasionally glanced at Chen Yin. She hadn't moved an inch since she leaned against the wall, like a statue. Chen Yin wondered if her legs were numb. Luo Luo listened intently, nestled against him. Soon, her eyelids grew heavy, and she drifted off to sleep. Chen Yin didn't disturb her. He carried her to the bed, tucked her in gently, and smoothed her hair. "Done with your lovey-dovey moment?" Chen Yin's cold voice came from behind him. "I told you," Chen Yin turned to her, feigning innocence, "if you're jealous, you can beg me. I might give you a hug." Chen Yin scoffed and turned away, saying nothing. Chen Yin sat back at the table, pouring himself a cup of tea to soothe his dry throat. Then he said casually, "We're almost at the Azure Cicada ancient domain. I'll ask you one last time. Are you truly prepared to face the news of your brother's death? What if he's still alive?" "There are no what-ifs." Chen Yin's eyes dimmed, his voice quiet. "Why are you so certain?" "Because I saw him die with my own eyes." Chen Yin's eyes widened. "How dash?" "Don't ask." Chen Yin raised his teacup and looked away. "You'll see for yourself when we get there." Chen Yin lowered her gaze, a hint of sadness in her eyes. "Couldn't you?" she whispered, "lie to me? Just give me a sliver of hope." "Of course I could lie to you. I could tell you that your brother is still alive, that you'll be reunited with him in the Azure Cicada ancient domain. Then why don't you?" "Because I can actually take you there." He said softly, "A lie is only a lie when it's exposed. Before that, it's the truth. You don't want to experience the pain of having the truth crumble before your eyes. It would be even more painful than seeing your brother die." Chen Yin stared at him for a long time, speechless. "Get some rest. We'll enter the secret realm tomorrow morning." He was about to get up when Chen Yin called out, "Wait. Can we stay up a little longer?" she asked hesitantly. This was the first time Chen Yin had heard such a soft and vulnerable tone from her. Unlike her usual cold and aloof demeanor, she now looked like a lost and uncertain little girl. She hugged herself, her gaze fixed on the floor, her long eyelashes lowered. Chen Yin was silent for a moment, then nodded. "If you're too nervous to sleep, you can try what Luo Luo does," he said quietly. "I can tell you a story." Chen Yin frowned, as if she didn't appreciate being treated like a child. But after hesitating for a moment, she walked over and sat beside Chen Yin, her head propped up with her hand. "Go ahead. What kind of story do you want to hear?" "The one you told Luo Luo earlier." She blinked. "I want to hear the rest." "All right." Chen Yin continued the story. Although the plot was a bit cliché, it was emotionally charged. Chen Yin listened quietly, her gaze occasionally lingering on Chen Yin's face, watching his expressions as he narrated the story. She was suddenly reminded of the past. Inside a dilapidated and leaky temple, a young boy, his clothes thin and tattered, his lips pale and his face flushed with fever, lay shivering on a pile of straw, his voice weak. "Sister, my head hurts." "Aiken, go to sleep. It won't hurt anymore when you're asleep." A young girl, equally thin and poorly dressed, bit her lip, unsure how to ease his pain. She forced a smile and stroked his head gently. "I'll tell you a story, Aiken. You'll feel better after you fall asleep, okay?" The little boy closed his eyes and nodded. The little girl began softly, "Once upon a time, there was an oil paper umbrella. It started to rain. And the oil paper umbrella opened. The first chirping of birds at dawn startled Chen Yin awake. "You're awake." A gentle voice spoke beside her. Chen Yin was sipping tea. Chen Yin realized she had fallen asleep, her head resting on his shoulder. "You." "Hey, don't accuse me of anything." Chen Yin said innocently. "You were the one who leaned on me. I didn't do anything. And seeing you sleeping so lightly, I didn't dare move all night. My body is stiff." Chen Yin's expression flickered, then she turned her head away, hiding her embarrassment. Chen Yin sighed dramatically. "I didn't know you were such a restless sleeper." "What did you see?" Chen Yin asked warily. "Nothing much. Just some sleep-talking and drooling. He glanced at his damp shoulder. Chen Ying's face burned with shame. I. She finally reached out, her head turned away, and said, "Give me your robe. I'll wash it for you." "Okay." As Chen Yin started to take off his robe, Chen Ying quickly said, "Not in front of me." Afraid of waking Luo Luo, who was still asleep, Chen Ying's hushed and flustered tone was strangely endearing. Chen Yin chuckled softly, then teased, "It'll take you forever to wash it. After Luo Luo wakes up, I'll change and we'll enter the secret realm." It was still early, the first light of dawn barely visible. They sat in silence. Chen Yin couldn't help but steal glances at him, then finally asked softly. "What did I say in my sleep last night? I forgot." Chen Yin blinked innocently. "Why, are you still hiding things from me? Wouldn't you be embarrassed if I told you?" Chen Yin bit her lip, her heart filled with anxiety, wondering what she might have said in her sleep. "Fine, don't tell me then." "Humph." She snorted softly. "It's not a big deal." Chen Yin sipped his tea leisurely. She had just been crying in her sleep. The dampness on his shoulder wasn't drool. It was her tears. She still hadn't come to terms with her brother's death. Chen Yin didn't say anything. It was her own personal matter. He was just there to guide her. Chen Yin bit her lip, then stood up to leave. Before stepping out, she reminded him. "Don't tell anyone about last night." "What if I can't help myself?" Chen Yin asked with a playful smile. "Then you'll never see me in that ridiculous outfit again." Chen Yin glared at him, then left the room. As the sun rose high in the sky, Luo Luo finally woke up, letting out a soft gasp. "Ah! Did Luo Luo oversleep? It's so late already," she said with a hint of annoyance. "Sister Chen Ying must be waiting. Let her wait." Chen Yin smiled and ruffled Luo Luo's head. "There's no rush. It's more important for you to get a good night's sleep." Luo Luo blushed and mumbled softly, "You spoil Luo Luo too much, young master. You could have just woken me up." "What? You don't like me spoiling you?" "I do." She lowered her head shyly, her cheeks flushed, a giggle escaping her lips. Chen Yin pinched her cheek gently and gave her a lollipop, then went to call Chen Ying. After a quick breakfast, the three of them headed towards the entrance of the Azure Cicada ancient domain. The entrance was crowded with cultivators, all waiting to enter the secret realm. "So many people." Luo Luo exclaimed, her hand in Chen Yin's, her eyes wide with curiosity. "The innkeeper said there have been many auspicious signs in the Azure Cicada ancient domain lately, indicating that many opportunities have appeared." Chen Yin also looked around, impressed. "There are disciples from every sect here. The world is driven by profit." He wondered what motivated these people to risk their lives seeking opportunities. As he scanned the crowd, Chen Yin suddenly paused. Not far away, a woman in white stood before the entrance of the secret realm, her brow furrowed in thought. He never expected to see her here. Nan Xiaoxiang. Nan Xiaoxiang was in a bad mood. As a mortal, she had traveled thousands of miles to the eastern region, finally arriving at the entrance of the Azure Cicada ancient domain. She thought she could finally enter. But she was stopped at the last step. There were two ways to enter the Azure Cicada ancient domain. First, as a cultivator. Cultivators, with their spiritual power, could envelop themselves and pass through the secret realm's barrier. Second, for mortals without spiritual power, there was only one way to enter. The Mystic Immortal Token, a treasure found within the Azure Cicada ancient domain. This token was like a pass, granting free access to and from the secret realm. It could even bring others inside. This was the item Nan Xiaoxiang had obtained from Zhu Xiaohe. But upon arriving here, she realized that the legends weren't entirely accurate. If you were a mortal, you needed a cultivator to activate the token with their spiritual energy and carry you into the secret realm. This was the only way for a mortal to enter. Ultimately, she still needed a cultivator's help. Although she was surrounded by cultivators from various sects, Nan Xiaoxiang was still a mortal, and the mystic immortal token was a valuable treasure. She was afraid of attracting unwanted attention if she openly sought help, so she was at a loss for what to do. As she stood there, holding the token and contemplating her options, a familiar, playful voice came from behind her. "Yo, what a coincidence. I never thought I'd see you here." Nan Xiaoxiang froze, then turned around, her expression complex. "Why, young Master Chen?" Chen Yin greeted her with a smile. "Long time no see, Miss Nan. But this place is thousands of miles away from Yanxia province. Why would a mortal like you come to a secret realm meant for cultivators?" Nan Xiaoxiang averted her gaze for a moment, her voice slightly unnatural. I was just curious." Chen Yin continued to smile at her, his eyes twinkling. Seeing that she couldn't hide it any longer, Nan Xiaoxiang sighed softly, her eyes flickering. "All right. I'm looking for something inside the secret realm. That's why I have to go in." "What are you looking for?" "It's a personal matter." Chen Yin nodded with a knowing smile. "Oh, I see. So that's why you went through all the trouble of drugging Zhu Xiaohe." He glanced at the token in her hand. Nan Xiaoxiang didn't bother hiding it anymore and simply looked at him. "But Miss Nan, the Azure Cicada ancient domain is a dangerous place. It's quite reckless for a mortal like you to seek treasures inside." "Don't worry about me," Nan Xiaoxiang said calmly. "That's my problem." Seeing her attitude, Chen Yin simply shrugged. "Then I wish you good luck, Miss Nan." He turned to leave. "Wait." Nan Xiaoxiang bit her lip and called out to him hesitantly. "Are you also entering the Azure Cicada ancient domain?" "Yes." Chen Yin blinked. "Then, can you?" Nan Xiaoxiang hesitated for a long time, then softened her voice. "Would you be willing to take me with you, young Master Chen? It won't be too much trouble. You just need to bring me inside the secret realm." She looked at him with a hopeful expression. Compared to the other unfamiliar cultivators, this annoying Chen Yin was at least not someone who would take advantage of her. Their encounter in Yanxia province should be enough to warrant a favor. But to her surprise, Chen Yin didn't seem surprised by her request. He simply grinned mischievously. "Beg me." Nan Xiaoxiang froze, then a blush of anger crept onto her cheeks. "There's no need to humiliate me, young Master Chen. It's just a small favor. I only asked you because we're acquainted. Thank you for that perfectly timed setup." Chen Yin glanced at her sideways. "Still trying to fool me? If you could enter, you would have done so already. Why would you wait here for so long? That mystic immortal token requires spiritual energy to activate. You can't enter without a cultivator's help." He stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Don't tell me you naively thought that a mortal could enter the Azure Cicada ancient domain just by holding the token. Is that why you went through all that trouble to get it from Zhu Xiaohe?" Nan Xiaoxiang's face flushed red, then paled. She bit her lip, unable to refute his words. Finally, she relented and said softly. "Young Master Chen, please take me with you." "Hey, that doesn't sound like you're begging." Chen Yin leaned closer excitedly. "Let me teach you. You should say, 'Brother Chen please, pretty please, I'll even act cute for you, just take me inside.'" Nan Xiaoxiang felt a surge of anger, almost fainting from frustration. "Young Master Chen, please behave yourself." She gritted her teeth. "Fine, if you don't want to beg, then find someone else." With that, Chen Yin turned and walked away without a second glance. But he hadn't taken 2 steps when a soft hand gently grasped his. The delicate touch made Chen Yin raise an eyebrow. "Be Brother Chen." Nan Xiaoxiang, as if she had made a great effort, held his finger gently, her eyes watery and pleading. "Please take me inside, pretty please." Chen Yin shuddered, a chill running down his spine as he looked at her pitiful expression. "Holy crap, I was just joking. You're actually doing it. And why does she sound so fake? Is she really putting on an act?" Worse, her sudden change in demeanor attracted the attention of the surrounding cultivators, who were now staring at them with strange expressions. Chen Yin coughed lightly and said, "It's not impossible for me to take you inside. But are you sure you just want me to take you inside? The Azure Cicada ancient domain is a dangerous place, even for cultivators. One wrong step, and you could die. For a mortal like you, it's practically a death sentence. Nan Xiaoxiang's long, beautiful eyelashes lowered as she murmured, as if to herself. It doesn't matter. Since I'm already here, I'm prepared for the consequences. Her words made Chen Yin look at her with renewed interest. Although her voice was soft, her eyes were filled with an unwavering determination. What was so important that she was willing to risk her life to enter the Azure Cicada ancient domain? But Chen Yin didn't pry. It was her personal matter, and they weren't that close. All right then. I'll take you inside. Chen Yin turned to her and said, a word of advice, don't go towards the center or the right side once we're inside. Those paths are incredibly dangerous, even for cultivators. Nan Xiaoxiang blinked her clear eyes and bowed gracefully. Thank you for the warning, young Master Chen. But, how do you know which areas are dangerous? Well, duh. He said casually, because I've been there before. A flicker of hesitation crossed Nan Xiaoxiang's eyes. She opened her mouth slightly, then closed it again. As if she had something to say but swallowed her words. Chen Yin simply glanced at her, not pressing the issue, and turned to leave. Let's go. Luo Luo and Qingying are waiting. After returning to Luo Luo and Qingying, Luo Luo's eyes lit up when she saw Nan Xiaoxiang. She rushed over and greeted her cheerfully. Sister Nan. What are you doing here? Luo Luo, dear. I have some personal business here. Nan Xiaoxiang patted her ear affectionately. But, the Azure Cicada ancient domain is very dangerous. It's too risky for you to go alone, Sister Nan. Luo Luo's ears drooped, and she tugged at Chen Yin's hand. Young master, let's take Sister Nan with us. Hey, you little traitor, why are you siding with her? Don't think every beautiful woman is a good person. This woman is full of lies, something's definitely not right. Of course, he didn't say that out loud. It's not that I don't want to take her with us. Chen Yin said innocently, spreading his hands. She's the one who doesn't want me to follow her. She's probably afraid we'll try to steal her treasure after we get inside. Qingying, surprisingly, didn't contradict him but scoffed in agreement. Nan Xiaoxiang ignored their sarcasm and said softly to Luo Luo. Don't worry. I'm not as helpless as you think. Since it's a secret realm, everyone relies on their own luck. I can't stop your young master from seeking his own opportunities. Luo Luo nodded, a hint of disappointment in her eyes, her ears drooping sadly. After making their preparations, Nan Xiaoxiang turned to Chen Yin and handed him the token. Thank you for your assistance, young Master Chen. Chen Yin took the token and infused it with his spiritual energy. A faint blue light emanated from the token, condensing into a wisp of smoke that drifted towards the barrier of the Azure Cicada ancient domain. Let's go. Chen Yin stepped through the barrier. Luo Luo and Qingying followed closely behind. Nan Xiaoxiang hesitated for a moment, then also stepped into the secret realm. Less than half an hour after they entered, a man carrying a strange-looking sword arrived at the entrance, scanning the area. They're not here. Yi Huang's eyes flickered, and he sighed softly. It seems I was too late. In that case, I'll have to enter the secret realm and try my luck. Honestly, once Chen Yin and the others entered the secret realm, it would be extremely difficult to track them down. He might even get lost himself if he wasn't careful. But he had no other choice. He had to take the risk. With that, he also stepped through the barrier, his sword in hand. Within the barrier lay a different world. As they stepped through the boundary, the picturesque scenery was replaced by a dark and oppressive landscape. Above them, an endless expanse of black stretched out, devoid of any sky. The only sources of light were flickering ghost fires, casting eerie shadows on the narrow passages that snaked through the darkness. This is the Azure Cicada ancient domain. Luo Luo shivered and hugged herself tightly. It's so creepy. I don't like this place. It's all right. Chen Yin pulled her closer, his arm protectively around her. The Azure Cicada Ancient Domain is one of the most famous secret realms. This is just the tip of the iceberg. It might seem eerie now, but the real dangers lie deeper within. He suddenly noticed Nan Xiaoxiang's pale face. She had instinctively taken a step back, her body trembling slightly. "Miss Nan, are you all right? Are you feeling unwell?" "And no." Nan Xiaoxiang shook her head quickly. "I just feel a little uncomfortable with all this eerie energy." "Oh." Chen Yin looked at her with a knowing smile. "Ah, I forgot to mention." He said with a dramatic sigh, "Countless cultivators have perished in the Azure Cicada Ancient Domain over the years, seeking opportunities and treasures. Their souls, filled with lingering regrets, transform into vengeful spirits that haunt this place." Nan Xiaoxiang's face paled instantly. "Although they're not particularly dangerous, they can be quite unsettling." Chen Yin stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Are you telling the truth?" she asked, her voice trembling, her eyes filled with fear. "What's wrong?" Chen Yin grinned mischievously. "Are you afraid of ghosts, Miss Nan?" Nan Xiaoxiang's face flushed crimson. "Oh dear, what are we going to do?" Chen Yin continued to tease her. "If you're afraid of ghosts, how are you going to survive in this place? How about this, you stay here and don't move. We'll come back for you when we're done, how about that?" "Thank you for your kindness, young Master Chen." Nan Xiaoxiang suppressed her fear, took a deep breath, and said with a forced composure, "But I don't want to trouble you any further. We'll part ways here." With that, she walked towards the left passage, trying to appear calm. Chen Yin waved at her playfully. "Take care, Miss Nan, watch out for ghosts in those caves." Nan Xiaoxiang stumbled slightly but didn't turn back. After she disappeared into the passage, Luo Luo said worriedly, "Young master, are you sure Sister Nan will be all right? I'm worried about her being alone in such a dangerous place." "Don't worry." Chen Yin's playful expression faded, and he gently stroked Luo Luo's ear. "She'll be fine." "Why?" Qing Ying asked. "Because I've been down that path before." Chen Yin said calmly, "It's a dead end. And there's an illusion formation at the end. It's not dangerous, but knowing how afraid of ghosts Miss Nan is, she'll probably be trapped there for a while. Let's keep her there until we're done with our business." Qing Ying's curiosity grew. "You seem to know this place very well." "Not really." Chen Yin shook his head. "I've just been here many times." Qing Ying didn't ask any further questions. "Which way should we go?" "Right." Chen Yin's gaze was fixed on the narrowest and most treacherous-looking path. To the very end. The Azure Cicada Ancient Domain was far more dangerous than they had imagined. Along the way, they encountered countless treacherous formations, ferocious beasts, hidden traps, and hostile cultivators. But Chen Yin navigated through them all with ease, as if he knew the secret realm like the back of his hand. He avoided the traps, effortlessly disabled the formations, and knew the weaknesses of every beast they encountered. He even seemed to know where ambushes were likely to occur and had prepared countermeasures in advance. Under his guidance, they progressed smoothly. Qing Ying was increasingly surprised by Chen Yin's calm and composed demeanor, her belief in his words growing stronger with every obstacle they overcame. He must have spent a considerable amount of time in the Azure Cicada Ancient Domain. Initially, Chen Yin had joked and chatted with Qing Ying and Luo Luo, keeping the atmosphere lighthearted. But as they went deeper, he became increasingly silent. His eyes were like a perpetual mist, his gaze distant and unreadable. As they ventured further into the depths, they encountered fewer and fewer cultivators. Most couldn't make it past the treacherous traps and formations. Those who reached this far were all powerful cultivators. Many of them were dressed in tattered clothes, their appearances unkempt, their eyes filled with a manic glint, driven by an unknown obsession, whether it was the pursuit of opportunities or something else entirely. Several times, male cultivators, their eyes crazed, lunged at Qing Ying and Luo Luo, only to be swiftly dispatched by Chen Yin's sword. There were also female cultivators who, in a state of frenzy, threw themselves at Chen Yin, tearing at their clothes, only to meet the same fate. The increasingly dark and eerie environment made even Luo Luo cling to Chen Yin fearfully. These people. Chen Yin couldn't help but comment. Spend more than 6 months here, and you'll become like them. Chen Yin's tone remained calm, as if he were used to seeing such sights. Chen Yin fell silent. She was increasingly afraid of where Chen Yin was taking her. Because they hadn't reached the end of this path yet. As if it stretched on forever. Later, Chen Yin couldn't even remember how long they had been walking. In the pitch-black darkness, with no way to tell the passage of time, she felt like they had been there for days, maybe months. Or even years. When Luo Luo started crying out of fear, Chen Yin carried her on his back, comforting her until she fell asleep. In the endless darkness, it felt like only Chen Yin and Chen Yin remained. Are we not there yet? Chen Yin's voice trembled slightly. She had expected the Azure Cicada ancient domain to be dangerous, but she hadn't imagined the place Chen Yin was taking her to would be so terrifying. There was nothing around them. No cultivators, no traps, no beasts, no formations. Only an all-consuming darkness. Chen Yin couldn't even tell if she was walking. She was terrified of being trapped in this darkness, losing all sense of direction, losing all sense of self. Losing all sense of whether she was even alive. Chen Yin didn't answer. He simply turned to her and said softly, "If you're afraid of the dark, hold my hand." Chen Yin hesitated. She didn't want to hold this annoying man's hand. But in this endless darkness, he was the only thing that reminded her that she was still alive. After a moment of hesitation, she reached out her hand. A large, warm hand grasped hers firmly, the warmth instantly calming her down. As if she could hear his heartbeat and feel his breath through his touch. In the darkness, even the sound of his heart was clear and distinct. Chen Yin finally dared to take a step forward, trusting him to guide her. Chen Yin, however, remained calm and composed, his hand steady and dry. The infinite darkness didn't seem to faze him in the slightest. Chen Yin couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you afraid?" Afraid of what? Afraid of the darkness, of the unknown. Chen Yin thought for a moment, then said seriously, "If you had asked me if I was afraid the last time I was here, then yes, I was terrified. But I was alone back then. Unlike today. If she was afraid, there was someone to hold her hand, to talk to her. To remind her that she was still alive." Chen Ying's eyes flickered, and she tightened her grip on his hand. "You can, tease me if you want, like you usually do." "What? Having withdrawal symptoms from my teasing?" "No." Chen Yin said, annoyed. "Talking helps in this kind of situation, doesn't it? Staying silent will only make things worse, right? Even your usual vulgar jokes are fine. Just this once, I won't mind." Chen Yin chuckled. What are you laughing about?" "I'm laughing because all girls act the same when they're scared." "I'm not scared. There's nothing to be ashamed of being afraid in this place." Chen Yin bit his hand lightly, as if venting her frustration. But it was a gentle bite, leaving no mark. Only a faint, sweet fragrance lingered. "I'm not making fun of you," Chen Yin said calmly. "Just consider it me praising you for being so cute when you're scared." Chen Yin turned her head away, her cheeks flushed. "That's not a compliment." She was curious. This man, usually so carefree and playful, was unusually quiet and reserved here. As if he was deliberately avoiding speaking. But she suppressed her curiosity and didn't ask. Because, for the first time, she saw a faint light in the distance. Chen Ying's eyes widened. It was a gem, emitting a soft amber glow, floating in the air. The only source of light in the endless darkness. Even though the light was faint, it was enough to make her heart soar with hope. Just seeing that gem made Chen Ying's breath quicken. "We're here. Is this, the place you were talking about?" Chen Ying's eyes widened as she stared at the gem. Chen Yin nodded. "This is the end of the line. And technically, the deepest part of the Azure Cicada ancient domain. Although the ancient domain was vast, and its other paths held countless dangers and opportunities, they paled in comparison to this place. This was the most dangerous part of the entire Azure Cicada ancient domain. The long and endless darkness leading to this point was enough to deter almost all cultivators. Not to mention the place they were about to enter. Luo Luo, wake up. Luo Luo, who had been sleeping soundly on Chen Yin's back, stirred and slowly opened her eyes. Young master, are we there yet? Yes. Chen Yin gently set her down and handed her a small, glowing orb. Chen Yin and I need to enter this secret realm. Take this light and wait for us here. Luo Luo blinked, a hint of sadness in her eyes. Can't Luo Luo come with you? I don't want you to see what's inside. Chen Yin's gaze lowered, as if he were talking to himself. Seeing his unusual expression, Luo Luo leaned closer and kissed him gently on the cheek, rubbing her furry ear against him. Okay. Luo Luo will wait here for young master. Chen Yin's gaze softened as he stroked her head. He took out a large amount of snacks, drinks, and even a few novels. If you get bored, hide in the void and take a nap. We'll be back. Chen Yin frowned. How long will you be inside? I don't know. Chen Yin said honestly. Maybe a few hours, maybe a month or two. We won't know until we get inside. Although she was dissatisfied with his vague answer, Chen Yin had no choice but to trust him. After settling Luo Luo down, Chen Yin placed his hand on the gem and extended his other hand towards Chen Yin. Chen Yin hesitated for a moment, then took his hand. A soft, gentle light enveloped them. One last question before we go in. As the light surrounded them, Chen Yin asked again, did Aiken also walk through that terrifying darkness alone to get here? Chen Yin didn't answer. He simply closed his eyes. You'll see. With a flash of light, they disappeared. Chen Yin opened her eyes and froze. Lush green mountains, clear streams, towering pines and cypresses, the melodious chirping of birds. She found herself in a picturesque mountain valley. The air was fresh and crisp, filled with a dense and invigorating spiritual energy. This place wasn't a perilous domain, but a beautiful and tranquil immortal mountain. A place capable of supporting a powerful cultivation sect. Her first thought was that she had entered an illusion. She calmed her mind and quickly asked the system, are we inside the secret realm? Yes, but... The system sounded confused. This place isn't an illusion or a formation. It's a real place. Chen Yin was stunned. To have such a beautiful immortal mountain hidden within the secret realm. And its spiritual energy was so perfectly preserved. What kind of power could achieve this? Not only is there no mention of this place in the plot records, but I can't even sense the system's shop here. The system's voice turned serious. Be careful. This place is strange. I might not be able to help you if anything happens. Chen Yin nodded, her eyes wary. The surroundings were deserted. She seemed to be the only person on this immortal mountain. Occasionally, she would spot a spirit beast, from monkeys to squirrels, all seemingly intelligent, watching her from a distance. Waterfalls cascaded down cliffs, and lush green trees clung to the rocky slopes. The natural beauty of the place was breathtaking. The abundance of spiritual energy was so intense that Chen Yin wondered if she had ascended to the true immortal realm. Even the most spiritually rich areas of the Mist Spirit sect couldn't compare to this place. For a cultivator, this was a true treasure trove. Unsure where to go, Chen Yin followed a mountain path, heading towards the peak. Although the environment was perfect for cultivation, the sense of isolation and loneliness made her feel uneasy. After walking for about half an hour, she finally reached the summit. In the distance, she saw a cave dwelling nestled among the peaks. Beside it was a large platform on the edge of the cliff. As Chen Yin reached the summit, she was surprised to see that the platform was filled with people. Hundreds of them, men and women, young and old, all sitting cross-legged in meditation, their eyes closed. Chen Yin's eyes scanned their faces. Suddenly, her expression changed, and she cried out, Aiken. Among the crowd, a young man with a boyish face, dressed in a clean Taoist robe, sat in meditation. He wore a jade token of the Mist Spirit sect at his waist. As Chen Yin rushed towards Chen, a hand grabbed her arm, and a calm voice spoke. Don't bother. She turned to see Chen Yin, his expression impassive, his eyes deep and unreadable. They're just illusions. Everyone here is an illusion. Impossible. Chen Yin's voice trembled. Aiken. He's right there. He's not dead. She pulled away from Chen Yin's grasp and ran towards her brother. She reached out to embrace him, but her arms passed right through him, as if he were made of mist. She collapsed to the ground, looking up at his face with a bewildered expression. Aiken. I told you, Chen Yin said, walking up beside her. They're just illusions. Chen Yin was silent for a long time, then finally asked, what's going on here? You'll find out soon. Chen Yin led her to the side and sat down cross-legged. As they sat there in silence, the sun rose high in the sky. Suddenly, the air filled with an ethereal mist, and the sound of crane cries echoed through the mountains. A Taoist, his hair and beard white, a whisk in his hand, descended from the sky on a crane. Fellow Taoists, welcome to Ephemeral Mountain. From today onwards, I will be lecturing on the Tao scripture. If you can comprehend its true meaning, you will inherit the legacy of Ephemeral Mountain and be able to leave this place. There's no time limit. You can cultivate here in peace. The Taoist smiled faintly. The countless illusory figures stood up and bowed respectfully. Chen Yin frowned. She found the Taoist's words cryptic and suspicious, like those of a charlatan. She didn't want to bow. But the Taoist's narrowed eyes seemed to pierce through the crowd, fixing their gaze on her. Chen Yin felt a sudden unease and, after a moment of hesitation, stood up and bowed. However, she noticed from the corner of her eye that Chen Yin hadn't bowed. He simply looked at the Taoist calmly. And the Taoist, as if he hadn't noticed Chen Yin, continued speaking. Very well. Fellow Taoists, I will lecture on the Tao scripture once every day. At the end of each lecture, if you have gained any insights, you may share them with me. If you haven't gained any insights or if your understanding is incorrect, it doesn't matter. You can try again tomorrow. With that, the Taoist cleared his throat and began his lecture. The Tao Scripture, Chapter 1, Heaven is the Tao, a gentleman is not a tool. That which is above form is called the Tao, that which is below form is called a tool. His voice was clear and melodious, like the melting snow on a mountain peak, calming and soothing to the soul. Everyone present sat down cross-legged and listened intently. Chen Yin tried her best to listen, but the scripture was too abstract and difficult to comprehend. After only a short while, she frowned in frustration. Chen Yin also didn't seem to be listening. He simply stared at the Taoist in the sky, as if lost in thought. Hey! Chen Yin nudged him gently. Are we just going to sit here and listen to him all day? Didn't you hear him? Chen Yin gestured towards the Taoist. We can only leave this place if we comprehend the true meaning of the Tao scripture. Otherwise, we'll be stuck here, listening to him day after day. Then have you comprehended the true meaning of the Tao scripture? Chen Yin didn't answer. Chen Yin was annoyed by his cryptic silence. She glanced towards where Qin Chen was sitting. He was listening intently to the Taoist's lecture, his youthful face reflecting a mix of contemplation, confusion, frustration, and occasional delight. Chen Yin couldn't help but stare at him, lost in thought. Ever since they were young, her brother had always been smarter and more perceptive than her. When they were still homeless, he was always the one with the most ideas, the leader of their little group of street urchins. Even after becoming a prospective disciple of the Mist Spirit Sect's secret division, he had quickly excelled, his cultivation progressing rapidly, even surpassing her own, despite her system. He loved reading those complex and esoteric scriptures and would often excitedly share his newfound knowledge with her. Chen Yin wasn't interested in such things, but she always indulged his childish enthusiasm, patiently listening to his explanations. This place might actually be a paradise for Aiken. He would definitely love it here. Chen Yin thought to herself. And then, another thought crossed her mind. What about Chen Yin? What was the reason for his strange behavior? She didn't know why she suddenly thought of that annoying man. She glanced at him discreetly and saw his calm and indifferent profile. Chen Yin suddenly realized that he wasn't so annoying when he was quiet. After the first day, the Taoist finished his lecture on the Tao scripture. Everyone, today's lecture is over. Have any of you gained any insights? Step forward and share them with me. The Taoist looked at the crowd with a smile. Soon, people began to stand up and approach the Taoist, offering their interpretations of the scripture. The hall became filled with a cacophony of voices, like a bustling marketplace. The Taoist, however, remained unfazed by the noise, his smile unwavering, as if he were responding to each person individually. Gradually, those who had answered incorrectly returned to their seats, their heads lowered in disappointment, and the crowd thinned. Chen Yin's gaze remained fixed on her brother, Chen, who hadn't moved from his spot. He sat there cross-legged, his brow furrowed in thought. Soon, only a handful of people remained on the platform. Chen Yin turned to Chen Yin and asked, "Do you know the answer?" As she spoke, the Taoist's gaze seemed to fall upon Chen Yin. Chen Yin simply lowered his head and, after a long silence, bowed slightly. "I'll try again tomorrow." "Very well." The Taoist nodded, then turned and flew away on his crane. Chen, still sitting cross-legged, seemed to have given up as well. He let out a sigh, stood up, and stretched. "Forget it. I'll think about it again tomorrow." He walked towards the cave dwellings on the mountain. Chen Yin looked at Chen Yin anxiously. He nodded calmly. "Follow him." They followed Chen towards the other side of the mountain. Chen Yin's eyes widened in surprise as they entered the cave dwellings. From the outside, it looked like an ordinary immortal's cave, not large enough to accommodate many people. But inside, it was like a different world altogether. A vast and endless square stretched before them, lined with rows of identical houses. Chen Yin noticed that the people from the platform had all entered the houses. It seemed this was where the cultivators stayed while comprehending the Tao. As Chen Yin looked around curiously, Chen suddenly bowed deeply before him. Chen, disciple of the Mist Spirit sect, the 569th cultivator to enter Ephemeral Mountain seeking enlightenment. Greetings, newcomer. With that, he walked towards his house. Chen Yin stared at his retreating figure for a long time, then turned to Chen Yin. "What's going on? Haven't you figured it out yet?" Chen Yin looked ahead calmly. "All these people are cultivators who have come to this place throughout the ages. Once you enter, everything about you is recorded as an illusion. You can see those who came before you, and your image will be seen by those who come after you." It was as if countless cultivators, transcending the limitations of time, were all gathered here, seeking enlightenment together. "Your brother was the 569th. He said seriously. "We are the 570th and 571st. Chen Yin was silent for a long time, then asked with a bitter smile. "So? I can't actually meet Aiken, can I? You can see what your brother was like here through these illusions." Chen Yin didn't answer her question directly. He simply turned his head. "Just watch, and you'll understand." Chen Yin didn't say anything more and quietly followed her brother. Chen reached his house, bowed politely towards his neighbor, and then went inside. Chen Yin tried to follow him, but an invisible barrier blocked her path. Once a house recognizes its owner, only the owner can enter. Chen Yin walked towards the house next to Chen's. "You'll be staying here. What about you?" "I'll be next door." Chen Yin hesitated for a moment, then nodded slowly. After claiming her house, Chen Yin entered and found it to be more spacious than she had expected. It was furnished with antique furniture, tea sets, kitchen utensils, a bed, pillows, everything. And these items seemed to replenish themselves. Whether it was food or furniture, once consumed or damaged, a new, pristine replacement would appear in its place. There was nothing to worry about, only the pursuit of enlightenment. Lying on the bed, Chen Ying's mind raced, everything about this place feeling strange and unsettling. "System," she couldn't help but ask, "what is this place?" "I'm also curious." The system also sounded puzzled. "It seems like a place created by a powerful human cultivator to select and train talented individuals, passing down their legacy. But, something feels off." Indeed. Chen Ying also felt something was wrong, but she couldn't pinpoint what it was. But seeing her brother, Chen, had fulfilled a long-held desire. Unable to sleep, Chen Yin left her house, intending to take a walk. As soon as she stepped out, she saw Chen Yin standing motionless before a nearby house, his gaze fixed on it, lost in thought. "What are you looking at?" Chen Yin asked curiously, walking up beside him. Chen Yin's gaze was distant and calm as he pointed at the house. "That house belongs to a pair of Taoist companions. They were both good people. Even though they knew they were just illusions, they still left behind records for those who came after them, teaching them how to cook delicious meals and talking about how much they missed their child waiting for them at home." He then pointed to another house. That one belonged to a young girl. She was only 14 when she entered this place, clearly a prodigy of her time. But she wasn't arrogant at all. She introduced herself to newcomers with a gentle smile, her voice soft and sweet. She seemed like a shy little girl. Chen Yin didn't understand why Chen Yin was suddenly telling her about these people, so she just listened quietly. "And then there's your brother," Chen Yin said softly. "I remember him well. Not just because he was the one who entered before me, but also because he was so polite and kind to everyone. He would share his daily experiences with newcomers before returning to his house, and he would always bow respectfully when passing by the dwellings of his seniors. Even though he knew they were just illusions. Those people couldn't see him, and he had no obligation to help or guide those who came after him. But he did it anyway. Every time Chen Yin passed by his house, he would see him standing there, a pure and innocent smile on his youthful face, speaking earnestly to the empty air. "Greetings, newcomer. These are my insights from today. They might not be helpful to you, but I offer them as a token of goodwill." Hearing Chen Yin's words, Chen Yin felt a pang of sadness and lowered her eyes. Aiken, he was always such a kind and gentle soul. She bit her lip. He suffered a lot because of his kind nature. But he couldn't change. Always seeing the best in people, always treating everyone with kindness and compassion. She didn't understand how someone like him could have been chosen by the secret division. "There are over 500 people here," Chen Yin said slowly. "There's no one else like your brother." Chen Yin looked away, her eyes distant, and asked, "Did Aiken ever leave this place? If he had, you wouldn't be here looking for him." Seeing Chen Yin's expression, Chen Yin realized she had asked a stupid question. She chuckled wryly. "You mean, Aiken is trapped here forever?" To her surprise, Chen Yin shook his head. "He wasn't trapped here for long. Only 2 months." Chen Yin was puzzled. "Don't ask me. Seeing is believing." Chen Yin turned and walked towards his own house. Before entering, he said, "You can see for yourself what happened to your brother. I'm just here to guide you." Seeing his reluctance to speak, Chen Yin's curiosity grew. "System, what's with this Chen Yin? How would I know? Probably just having a late-night emo moment." Back in his house, Chen Yin sat at the table, poured himself a cup of tea, and sipped it slowly. In his previous life, when he was trapped here, drinking tea had been his favorite pastime. He didn't know what kind of tea it was, but even at the Mist Spirit sect, he had never tasted anything so delicious. Every day, he would follow the same routine as the other 500 cultivators, wake up early, have a simple breakfast, meditate for a while, then go to the platform to listen to the Taoists lecture. He would return to his house in the evening, have dinner, and then go to sleep. When he felt restless, he would go outside and observe the illusions of those who had come before him. The Taoist couple would bring their food outside and share their cooking secrets while enjoying their meal. The talented young girl would recite poetry to herself. There was also a martial monk practicing his skills, an old man playing chess against himself, a painter capturing the beauty of the mountains and rivers, and a sinister and reclusive dwarf. Chen Yin enjoyed watching them. It was much more interesting than listening to the incomprehensible Tao scripture. In his previous life, he had spent countless hours observing their lives, their actions, their habits. Although they had never truly met, he felt like he knew each of them like old friends. And Chen. He would also come outside occasionally and share his experiences with the empty air. Chen Yin enjoyed listening to this young boy's stories. He was always so polite, bowing respectfully before speaking. "Greetings, newcomer. If you can see me." His smile was as pure and innocent as a clear lake, filled with youthful energy and a strange infectious optimism. It had even influenced Chen Yin, who had started greeting him back politely, as if he were a real person. "Greetings, fellow Taoist Qingchen. I am Chen Yin, of the Mist Spirit sect." The next day, on the platform, the Taoist continued his lecture on the Tao scripture, the content identical to yesterday's. Chen Yin felt that no matter how many times she listened, she wouldn't be able to understand the abstract and profound concepts. She sat beside Chen Yin, mostly lost in thought, occasionally glancing at her brother to see if he had made any progress. Chen Yin, like yesterday, sat quietly, saying nothing. The Tao is infinite. Today's lecture is over. Have any of you gained any insights? Following the Taoist's gentle voice, several people stepped forward, offering their interpretations. Some spoke eloquently, while others carefully chose their words, their faces reflecting deep contemplation. This time, Qingchen also went forward. But judging from the disappointed expression on his face, he still hadn't found the correct answer. After a round of questioning, the crowd dispersed. "How many times do we have to watch this repeat?" Chen Yin couldn't help but ask. Chen Yin shook his head. "It won't be long." At least, that's what he had thought initially. He had thought that if he couldn't comprehend the Tao, he would be trapped here forever, listening to the same lecture day after day, year after year. But he hadn't expected everything to crumble so quickly. It was like an avalanche. At first, there was only a faint rumble. But once it started, the collapse was swift and devastating. Back at their dwellings, Qingchen still bowed respectfully to the empty air. "Greetings, newcomer. Today, my understanding is." Chen Yin listened silently, watching him return to his house after sharing his insights. Another day had ended. 7 days passed. The same scene played out 7 times. Waking up, eating, listening to the Taoist's lecture, failing to answer, returning home to rest. During these 7 days, Chen Yin had become somewhat familiar with the 500 or so cultivators trapped here. Every evening, she and Chen Yin would stroll around, observing the lives of these illusory figures. Some were reclusive, unwilling to interact with those who came after them, even though they knew their actions were being recorded. But most, after accepting their fate, would leave behind some words or advice. Because this place was simply too boring. Everyone else was an illusion. There were no other living beings. Besides talking to yourself to maintain a semblance of sanity, all you could do was cultivate in this desolate and isolated world. Loneliness was truly the most terrifying thing. Among the illusions, there were also those who had entered together, like the Taoist couple. They were kind, warm, and always talked about their child. "Our little one is so adorable. In a few years, they'll definitely be a prodigy." The male cultivator, Huang Manlu, embraced his wife, Yumanli, and said with a smile, "Newcomer, maybe in your time, Huang Qingqing has already become an immortal." Chen Yin blinked, looking at their happy faces. They have such a loving relationship. Chen Yin didn't answer. A few houses away from the couple lived a 14-year-old girl named Su Xiu. Although exceptionally talented, she was incredibly shy and soft-spoken. "Newcomer, did you also walk through that darkness to get here?" Su Xiu smiled, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons. "You're amazing for making it this far." Chen Yin couldn't help but feel a sense of warmth towards this slightly chubby girl. How did such a young girl endure that terrifying darkness? Chen Yin still didn't answer. And then there was Qingchen. His life here was incredibly regular. He woke up at sunrise and slept at sunset, leaving his insights and reflections at his doorstep every day. "Greetings, newcomer. These are my insights from today." At first, Chen Yin would always feel a pang of sadness whenever she saw her brother. But over the past 7 days, she had gradually calmed down. She realized that her brother was actually doing quite well here. No more killing and scheming as a member of the secret division, no more life-or-death battles. He could finally focus on what he loved most, comprehending the Tao. Seeing his happy expression as he listened to the Taoist's lectures every day brought her a sense of peace. In the evening, after watching Aiken return to his house, Chen Yin leaned against a tree by her door, her arms crossed. If Aiken is truly trapped here, maybe it's a blessing in disguise. She whispered, "Thank you. I'm content." Chen Yin glanced at her, a hint of sadness in his eyes. His gaze made Chen Yin uneasy. What's wrong? You haven't seen everything yet. He looked away. If he was simply trapped here like this, perhaps it would indeed be a blessing. Access to the profound Tao scripture, absolute peace and quiet, and an endless supply of spiritual energy for cultivation. This was a paradise for any cultivator. Chen Yin frowned. What do you mean? It's almost time. Chen Yin turned to leave. You'll understand tomorrow. Seeing his reluctance to explain, Chen Yin called out, "Wait. There's something I've been wanting to ask you." She looked at him intently. You said Aiken was the 569th person, and we're the 570th and 571st. But you said you've been here before. What do you mean? Shouldn't there be one person missing? Chen Yin stopped. After a long silence, he turned to her and said softly, "No one's missing. Just consider it a lie." Then he entered his house. Chen Yin frowned deeply. System, what is Chen Yin hiding from us? Why do you care so much? The system grumbled. Powerful people always have secrets. Why do you have to pry? Don't anger him, or he might abandon you here. Then let's see who will save you. You useless system, always siding with him. Chen Yin said angrily. Hey, I'm just a small system, barely even a blip on the radar. The system said nonchalantly, years of experience have taught me that the key to survival in this world is to cling to a powerful thigh. And you have a perfectly good thigh right in front of you, but you insist on antagonizing him and giving him the cold shoulder. Sigh. It sighed dramatically, like a nagging mother. You're so troublesome. Useless. Chen Yin pouted. What thigh? That lecherous and vulgar man. What's so good about him? After Aiken's matter is resolved, she'll stay far away from that bastard. She never wanted to see him again. On the 8th day. From the moment she woke up, Chen Yin felt that something was off. Everyone seemed unusually quiet and reserved. The atmosphere was heavy with a strange tension. Even Chen, who was usually cheerful and friendly, only offered a brief, polite greeting that morning. Greetings, newcomer. I wish you good luck today. Chen Yin could sense a forced politeness in his smile. What was going on? On the platform, the Taoist continued his lecture, his voice as gentle as ever. The profound mysteries of the Tao are not found in heaven and earth, nor in the primordial chaos, but within the human heart. Chen Yin sat beside Chen Yin, her mind wandering, occasionally glancing at her brother. She noticed that everyone's expressions were different today. Their faces were etched with a deeper sense of confusion and contemplation, each of them more immersed in their pursuit of enlightenment than before. Every word spoken by the Taoist seemed to weigh heavily on their minds, and the silence on the platform was almost eerie. Even Chen's brow was furrowed in thought, as if he had encountered a bottleneck in his understanding. Why does everyone seem so strange today? Chen Yin couldn't help but ask, turning to Chen Yin. Chen Yin, however, remained calm and composed, as always. He shook his head slowly. There's nothing strange about it. If you had listened attentively to the Tao scripture these past few days, you would feel the same. Chen Yin didn't understand. The Taoist's lecture was exactly the same every day. As the sun began to set, the Taoist concluded his lecture and asked calmly. Fellow Taoists, have you gained any insights today? Chen Yin noticed that fewer people stepped forward to answer this time. And still, no one had given the correct answer. It seems you haven't fully grasped the Tao yet. The Taoist smiled faintly. It's all right. You can try again tomorrow. Even though the Tao is infinite, as long as you continue to seek, you will eventually find it. As the Taoist flew away on his crane, the cultivators began to disperse, returning to their dwellings. Chen Yin and Chen Yin followed Chen back to the cave. But this time, Chen Yin slowed her pace. All the returning figures were unusually quiet. After entering their houses, they fell silent. They passed by the house of the Taoist couple, Huang Manlu and Yu Manli. Usually, they would be sitting outside, enjoying a delicious meal they had prepared, sharing their cooking tips with newcomers. But today, they simply bowed slightly with an apologetic expression. "Greetings, newcomer. Forgive us, but we're feeling a bit tired today and won't be cooking." They passed by the young girl Su Xiu's house. She was also standing there silently, her head lowered in thought. Qin Ying felt that everyone had become strange. As they reached Qingqin's house, he bowed slightly. "Greetings, newcomer. I apologize. Today, I have no insights to share." Qin Ying and Chen Yin exchanged a look. "After studying the Tao scripture these past few days, I feel the Tao is even more vast and elusive, it's terrifying. I was just reading it superficially before, without truly understanding its depths. The more I understand, the more confused and lost I become." His youthful face was filled with disappointment, but he still managed a weak smile. "But it's okay. The Taoist is right. Even though the Tao is infinite, as long as we continue to seek, we will eventually find it. One day, I will fully comprehend it." With that, he bowed again and entered his house. "Aiken." Qin Ying instinctively reached out to him, then withdrew her hand, her eyes filled with worry. "Are you worried about him?" "Aiken." Qin Ying said softly, "He's always been stubborn. He never talks about his problems, always trying to bear everything on his own. I have a bad feeling about this. If he continues like this dash. But you can't help him." Chen Yin interrupted her. "Everything here has already happened." He looked at Qingqin's house silently. "Once you've reached this point, there's no turning back." Qin Yin bit her lip, her arms crossed. "I'm scared." Chen Yin glanced at her and saw the sadness in her eyes. She said softly. "Can you stay with me outside for a while?" "What? Don't you find me annoying anymore?" "Just for tonight." Qin Ying turned her head slightly. Chen Yin didn't tease her. He went back to his house, brought out 2 stools, and sat down under a tree. Qin Ying sat beside him silently, gazing at the shimmering light of the barrier. "Have you really been here before?" "Of course." Chen Yin nodded calmly. "Otherwise, how would I know where to find your brother?" "Then why isn't there an illusion of you here?" Qin Ying asked curiously. Chen Yin looked into her eyes. "I can choose not to tell you." Qin Ying pouted, then asked, "When you were here before, were you like them?" Her question made Chen Yin fall silent. Qin Ying rarely saw him so quiet and reserved. His dark eyes were filled with an unreadable emotion, as if he was lost in memories. After a long while, he finally spoke. "Perhaps. I was a little different. In his previous life, in the Azure Cicada ancient domain, Chen Yin had been forced onto the most dangerous path by a group of cultivators who preyed on weaker disciples. Without thinking, he had run towards the deepest part of the domain, determined not to perish in such a place. He still wanted to return to Mount Yu, to his master and junior sister. He couldn't remember how he had managed to survive that journey. When he finally saw the gem at the end of the path, he had been overwhelmed with relief. He had arrived at Ephemeral Mountain, becoming one of the countless cultivators seeking enlightenment. But from the very beginning, he hadn't believed he could comprehend the Tao. He couldn't understand the abstract and profound words of the scripture, he couldn't even bring himself to think about them. He didn't want to comprehend the Tao. He just wanted to go home. So every day, he had been like a student daydreaming in class. While everyone else focused on the lecture, his mind wandered, more interested in the illusory figures of those who had come before him. He had met the kind and gentle couple, Huang Manlu and Yu Manli. He had met the adorable and soft-spoken Su Xiu. And he had met Qingqin, the boy with the pure and innocent smile. He had met almost everyone here. 569 people, each with their own unique face, appearance, and voice. He remembered every single one of them. Day 9. Day 10. Half a month had passed since they entered Ephemeral Mountain. Chen Yin watched as everyone around them, initially filled with ambition and optimism, gradually became silent and lifeless. Now, they were like puppets, waking up, eating, then flocking to the platform like a tide to listen to the Taoist's lecture, before returning to their houses in unison. From beginning to end, not a single word was spoken. A heavy and oppressive silence hung over the mountain, making Chen Yin uncomfortable. It felt like everyone here was slowly losing their humanity. The couple, Huang Manlu and Yumonli, no longer shared their cooking secrets with newcomers. Su Xiu no longer confided her worries and anxieties. Even Qingchen had grown tired of sharing his insights, now only offering a silent bow before returning to his house. Ephemeral Mountain became increasingly quiet. As quiet as the path that had led them here. Day 18. Day 20. Their daily routine had become a rigid and mechanical cycle of eating, sleeping, and listening to the lecture. No one interacted with each other anymore, as if every second was too precious to waste on anything else. But still, no one had comprehended the Tao. Chen Yin felt a weight on her chest, as if a mountain was pressing down on her. If it weren't for Chen Yin, she wouldn't have been able to endure this oppressive atmosphere. This is so strange, she frowned. This place is like a prison. Perhaps you're right. Chen Yin looked at the cultivators and said casually, for them, this is a prison. As long as they can't comprehend the Tao, they'll never be free. Chen Yin's eyes dimmed, and she remained silent. The first month passed. At the end of the lecture that day, someone finally stood up and asked the Taoist. What exactly is the Tao? The Taoist simply smiled gently. That is for you to discover. The cultivator's face contorted in pain, then he sat back down silently. Chen Yin heard the soft murmurs of the other cultivators around her. Yes, what is the Tao? What is the Tao? Does the Tao even exist? At first, it was just a few whispers. But then, like the buzzing of cicadas, the murmurs grew louder and louder, filling the air. She watched as the people around her, as if possessed, repeated those meaningless words over and over again. Their eyes were dull and lifeless, devoid of any spark. Chen Yin suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. She instinctively took a step back, then felt a large, warm hand on her shoulder. Don't worry. This time, his voice wasn't annoying. You won't become like them. Chen Yin looked up and saw Chen Yin gazing at the cultivators, his eyes distant and filled with an unknown emotion. She wanted to speak, but she didn't know what to say. Chen Yin simply shook his head. They're almost lost. As night fell, the mechanical crowd returned to their dwellings. This time, Chen Yin noticed that Huang Manlu, one of the Taoist couple, didn't enter his house. He stood at the doorway. He took a deep breath and bowed slowly. Greetings, newcomer. This might be the last time I speak to you. Although I suspect that by the time you see this, you'll be like us. But I still want to ask. What is the Tao? Chen Yin looked at his sad and empty eyes and bit her lip. This question has been plaguing us for a month. Every second of every day, it haunts us. We think about it while we eat, while we sleep, even while making love with our wives. We haven't made love in half a month. He glanced back at his house, as if lost in thought. Through the window, she could vaguely see his wife, Yumonli, sitting on the bed, her face pale, her hair disheveled, her eyes dull and lifeless, as if she had been through a serious illness. Monli is already lost. I'm next. Huang Manlu lowered his eyes sadly. Newcomer, I don't know if you'll be able to comprehend the Tao and escape this place. If you do, please look after our child. Her name is Huang Qingqing. Whether she's alive or dead, it would bring us peace. With that, he bowed deeply and returned to his house. Chen Yin stared at his door for a long time, lost in thought. Chen Yin's voice came from behind her. Huang Qingqing, an elder of the Shanha sect's merit hall 400 years ago. Her cultivation reached the supreme clarity realm. She passed away peacefully 300 years ago. He walked to the door and bowed slightly. Rest in peace, fellow Taoist Wang. You looked into it? Chen Yin couldn't help but ask. Chen Yin's eyes were calm. It was their last request. I don't understand. He knew that continuing to seek the Tao might lead to his downfall. Why didn't he stop? Because it was too late. Chen Yin turned to her. Once you start studying the Tao scripture, there's no turning back. Either you comprehend the Tao, or you lose yourself. He had a good heart. He managed to maintain a sliver of his sanity until the very end. But his wife is already lost. He said softly. There's no point in him staying sane anymore. Chen Yin heard the deep sadness in Chen Yin's voice. She finally understood. Last time, Chen Yin had also witnessed these people losing themselves one by one. And he had been powerless to stop it. Is it truly impossible to stop once you start studying the Tao scripture? Is there no way to save them? Chen Yin asked, her voice filled with a desperate hope. Chen Yin knew what she was thinking. She was still hoping that her brother, Chen, had somehow escaped this fate, that he hadn't become like the others. But in the end, he could only say calmly. I'm sorry. I don't know. I'm not confident that I would have been able to stay sane if I had studied the Tao scripture seriously from the beginning. Besides, everything here has already happened. He murmured, as if talking to himself, I can't save anyone. Chen Yin stared at him for a long time, then lowered her head. I understand. Thank you. Chen Yin shook his head. You don't have to thank me. Even if you hadn't asked, I would have brought you here. It has nothing to do with you. I made a promise to your brother, just like I did to fellow Taoist Wang. Chen Yin's eyes flickered. When did Aiken lose himself? He was strong. Chen Yin looked into her eyes. He was the last one. Okay. Then I'll stay with Aiken until the end. Chen Yin nodded silently. What is being lost? Losing your way, your direction, your sense of self. That is being lost. 1 month seemed to be the turning point. After that, the silence, the oppression, the frustration, the despair. All gradually transformed into madness. It started on the platform where the Taoist gave his lectures. Amidst the Taoist's calm and steady voice, the cultivators sat there like robots with their power switched off, their eyes dull and lifeless, their heads lowered. Suddenly, one of them stood up and rushed towards the Taoist, his movements frantic. Stop talking. I don't understand. Just tell me, what is the Tao? What is the Tao? He swung his sword wildly at the Taoist, but the blade passed right through him, as if he were made of mist. The Taoist, as if he hadn't even noticed, continued his lecture, his voice gentle, a serene smile on his face, not even pausing for a moment. The man stared at his sword in disbelief, then reached out and tried to touch the Taoist, his hand passing through him. After a moment, a strange and chilling wail escaped his lips. No, it's not real. It's all fake. It's all fake. There is no Tao. Chen Yin stared at him in shock, but Chen Yin gently covered her eyes with his hand. Don't look. His voice was as calm as a still pond. Chen Yin turned to him, curious, but before she could decipher the silent sadness in his eyes, a heart-wrenching laughter erupted from the platform. Ha, ha 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 ha. He, ha ha ha. And then, a strange, unsettling sound, like the scraping of tiny teeth against wood. She desperately wanted to know what was happening, but Chen Yin's hand remained firmly over her eyes. She could only snuggle closer to him, her body trembling slightly. From the corner of her eye, she saw a spray of blood on the ground before the Taoist. At first, it was just a few drops, then it gradually flowed into a small, crimson stream. Chen Yin suddenly didn't want to look anymore. What was even more terrifying was the silence on the platform. No one reacted to the madman's outburst. They all remained seated, their heads lowered, their eyes dull and lifeless. The Taoist's gentle lecture and the madman's crazed laughter mingled in the air, a grotesque and unsettling harmony. A suffocating sense of dread filled the air. After a while, the laughter gradually weakened, becoming fainter and fainter, until it finally faded into silence. Chen Yin slowly removed his hand and said casually. Just a quick glimpse. It'll be gone soon. Chen Yin did as he said and looked towards the Daoist's feet. She had seen many gruesome things as a member of the secret division, witnessed the most brutal and inhumane tortures. But nothing could compare to the horrific sight before her. What lay on the ground was no longer human. Like a dissected animal, its flesh was torn open, the bones seemingly possessing a life of their own, having crawled out of the skin. The mangled remains were a bloody mess, bits of flesh still clinging to the bones. Chen Yin realized what had happened. A wave of nausea washed over her, and she turned away, retching violently. After she had emptied her stomach, a pale hand offered her a water pouch. Chen Yin looked up, her face pale. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. Chen Yin turned to her. You'll be seeing this kind of thing for many days to come. Chen Yin's eyes widened in horror. If you can't handle it, you can close your eyes. How will I know when to close my eyes? I'll warn you. Chen Yin's voice was calm. But his words sounded unbelievable to Chen Yin. You remember when everyone loses their mind? She stopped mid-sentence, regretting her words. She glanced at Chen Yin cautiously. He wasn't angry. He simply fell silent, his expression unreadable. After a long while, he shook his head slowly. I don't want to remember. But once you've seen this kind of thing, it will haunt you for the rest of your life. Just like now, Chen Yin could talk about it calmly, as if it were an ordinary event. But in his previous life, the first time he had seen a cultivator's bones crawl out of their skin and devour their own flesh. He had vomited violently, just like Chen Yin, then retreated to the edge of the platform in terror. Because what was truly terrifying wasn't just the madman, but the indifference of everyone else on the platform. Chen Yin didn't know who would be next. He didn't know if he would be next. That fear was far greater than the fear of death, far greater than the fear of the endless darkness. It was truly horrifying. Chen Yin looked at Chen Yin's dark eyes and finally understood why he had become so quiet and withdrawn after entering the Azure Cicada ancient domain. If it were her, she would never want to return to this place. Even the mere thought of it would send shivers down her spine. But this was only the first. She had only witnessed the first descent into madness. If Chen Yin was telling the truth, then everyone here would eventually suffer the same fate. Chen Yin suddenly didn't want to watch anymore. Let's go. She tugged at Chen Yin's sleeve, her voice filled with fear. But Chen Yin shook his head. He's gone. Chen Yin looked up in surprise and saw that the gruesome scene had vanished. As if it had never happened. This. She turned to Chen Yin, who simply shook his head silently. Don't look at the others. Just focus on your brother. Next time someone loses their mind, I'll warn you to cover your ears and close your eyes. Chen Yin hesitated, then asked cautiously. Will it be more horrifying than that? Chen Yin didn't answer. He just looked at her with a sad expression. Chen Yin understood. She took a deep breath and followed him. Chen Yin noticed that her hand was gripping his tightly. You're actually holding my hand. You must be really scared. It's just holding hands. Chen Yin said softly. Don't get any ideas. Chen Yin didn't tease her further. He just ruffled her hair gently and said softly, let's go. Chen Yin didn't like people touching her hair. It made her feel like a child. And she was tall, being patted on the head felt strange. But this time, she didn't feel any annoyance at his touch. Only a sense of warmth and comfort. The next few days were like a living hell for Chen Yin. At any time, in any place, someone could suddenly lose their mind. Sometimes, it would be during breakfast, a crazed scream echoing from outside. As she reached for the window to see what was happening, Chen Yin would already be there, blocking her view with his body. It's not over yet. Don't look. Sometimes, it would be during their morning walk. A cultivator, his eyes dull and lifeless, would suddenly start convulsing, stripping naked and performing obscene acts in public. Before Chen Yin could even turn her head, Chen Yin would cover her eyes from behind, his voice gentle. Cover your ears. It happened on the platform, in the middle of the night, everywhere. Sometimes it was a single person, sometimes several at once. Chen Yin felt constantly on edge, her nerves frayed, afraid that the seemingly lifeless figures around her would suddenly snap. These days were incredibly exhausting. But Chen Yin had protected her well. Besides knowing that someone had lost their mind, she hadn't seen any of the horrific scenes. Sometimes, Chen Yin wondered. How had Chen Yin endured this alone last time? She quickly dismissed the thought, afraid to delve deeper. If it were her, she probably would have gone mad by now, even without reading the Tao scripture. Every day in this place was torture. Compared to this, the seemingly cruel and inhumane tortures of the secret division seemed almost kind. And throughout it all, Chen Yin remained by her side, silent and supportive. Whenever someone lost their mind, he would always be there to shield her from the sight, his presence a source of comfort and reassurance. As an old man collapsed to the ground, mumbling incoherently, Chen Yin once again covered her eyes. Chen Yin hesitated, then mumbled softly. You're not that annoying when you're not being a pervert. That doesn't sound like a compliment. Chen Yin slowly removed his hand. I wasn't complimenting you. I was saying, can't you just stop doing that? Chen Yin stomped her foot in frustration. Stop doing what? Chen Yin suddenly turned to her, his eyes intense. If I change, will I become the type of person you like? Will you finally be able to like me without any reservations? Chen Yin's face burned with embarrassment, and she quickly turned away. I never said anything like that. Don't overthink it. Then why should I change? His gaze softened, and he said casually, I'm not your boyfriend. I don't need to be the type of person you like. If you want me to change, wait until you become my girlfriend. Chen Ying's face flushed red, then paled. She didn't know how to retort. She suddenly envied Nan Xiaoxiang. If she had her eloquence, she wouldn't be so easily flustered by this man's teasing. Unfortunately, she was clumsy with words. And clumsy in general. He always seemed to have the upper hand. Frustrated, she turned and bit his shoulder hard. What was that for? Chen Yin frowned slightly. A girl's prerogative. She raised her chin defiantly. After that, more and more people lost their minds. At first, it was only 1 or 2 a day. Occasionally, a small group would succumb together. Then, 7 or 8, then a dozen. Then dozens at once. Madness was everywhere. She saw the dwarf weeping on the ground. She saw the monk, eyes glazed with lust, performing obscene acts towards the illusory female cultivators. She saw the painter laughing and crying, using his own blood as ink, painting grotesque images on the scroll. She saw the swordsman carving open his own stomach with his blade, eating his own flesh. It was a living hell. Chen Yin knew that without Chen Yin's initial protection, she wouldn't have lasted this long. His jokes and teasing had kept her sane amidst the growing despair. But as the madness spread, she became numb to it, no longer needing his constant shielding. Her only comfort was that her brother, Chen, still maintained his daily routine. He hadn't gone mad, only grown quieter, withdrawing into himself. He no longer shared his insights or greeted others, just mechanically repeating his daily routine. But at least he wasn't mad. Yet. Chen Ying's greatest fear was seeing her brother lose his mind. She was terrified he would become like the others. Fortunately, Chen Yin had told her Chen would be the last to fall, so she held on to that hope. During the final week, everyone lost their minds. The platform became a madhouse. A naked old man running wildly, a female cultivator mutilating herself with a smile, people setting themselves on fire, others weeping uncontrollably. Huang Manlu and Yumanli sat facing each other, catatonic. A pair of illusory shoes appeared before them. Tao. Tao. Shoes are the Tao, shoes are the Tao. Huang Manlu mumbled, his eyes empty. Suddenly, their eyes lit up with manic glee. Shoes are the Tao. It's mine. Don't take it. Mine. Mine. They fought over the illusory shoes, then began to tear at each other's scalps. Chen Yin remembered their kind smiles, the love in their eyes when she first saw them. Su Xiu, the young girl, sat hunched over, her face pale and gaunt. She pulled out her hair, stuffing it into her mouth and muttering, "This is my only chance. I can comprehend the Tao. I can, gibberish." Chen Yin looked at her with pity, remembering her gentle smile and bright eyes. She was numb to the madness, but she felt a deep sadness. Only Chen Yin, and Chen remained sane on the platform. The Taoist, oblivious to the chaos, continued his lecture, his voice gentle and his smile serene. It was a surreal scene, like a teacher lecturing to a chaotic classroom. As the sun set, the Taoist asked, "Any insights today?" No one answered. Only the sounds of madness filled the air. No need to be discouraged. Try again tomorrow. The Taoist smiled and left on his crane. Chen Yin watched as her brother stood up and walked towards his dwelling, his steps unsteady. She remembered his cheerful demeanor on their first day. She couldn't reconcile that image with the haggard young man before her. She finally broke down and sobbed. "No. Don't comprehend anymore." Chen Yin watched her silently. When her sobs subsided, he asked softly, "Are you done?" "Yes." "Do you need comfort?" "No." Chen Yin bit her lip, tears streaming down her face. Chen Yin sighed and pulled her up. "Before we came, I asked if you were prepared for your brother's death. You said you were, but I knew you weren't. And now?" He looked away sadly. Chen Yin wiped her tears. "Now. I hope Aiken dies soon. A quick release from this living hell." They had never feared death, but this slow erosion of hope, this unbearable torment, was far more terrifying. She couldn't bear to watch him suffer any longer. "Then you're lucky," Chen Yin said, his voice making her look up. "Because tomorrow is the last day." The next day, Chen Yin woke up early. The moment she stepped out, she noticed the difference. Silence. Yesterday, the air had been filled with the cacophony of madness. But today, Ephemeral Mountain was eerily quiet. Everyone was gone. Only 3 remained. Chen Yin understood. Yesterday had been the final act. The end of madness was silent oblivion. Finally, only Chen was left. When they reached his house, he was already dressed in clean clothes, everything neatly arranged. He stepped out, bowed deeply towards his house, then walked towards the platform in silence. No one spoke. The silence was deafening. They arrived at the platform and sat down. The vast space was empty except for them. The Taoist arrived on his crane. "Fellow Taoists, if you have any insights today." The same opening words, the same lecture. None of the 3 listened. Chen lowered his head, Chen Yin's eyes were red-rimmed, and Chen Yin remained silent. "Newcomer." Chen suddenly spoke, holding a jade pendant. He wasn't speaking to anyone, more like talking to himself. "I don't know if anyone will ever see this. If anyone is lucky enough to not be lost, could you listen to my last words?" Chen Yin watched as the confusion in her brother's eyes faded, replaced by a deep sadness. He took a deep breath and spoke. "I'm sorry. I can no longer walk this path with you. I hope when you see this, there will be others with you. If not." He fell silent, his head lowered. "Let me introduce myself again. I'm Chen, of the Mist Spirit Sect's secret division. I didn't have a name originally. I was an orphan. My sister and I were given our names when we joined the sect. From a starving orphan to a cultivator, even given a chance at enlightenment. I was lucky. I'm content. That's why I still have some sanity left, but that's all. I can't hold on any longer. They say, it is better to hear the Tao in the morning and die in the evening. I still don't know what the Tao is, but I'm already trapped. I don't regret it," he said calmly. "My only concern is my sister. Her name is Chen Yin. She's 5 years older than me, also in the secret division, but even more troublesome than me. He smiled faintly. Chen Yin didn't get angry. She covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Newcomer, although it's unlikely, but if you meet my sister, please take care of her. Tell her not to be so stubborn, not to push herself so hard. Tell her to stay warm and dry. Tell her, if she finds someone she loves, to find me a brother-in-law. Oh, and... Chen chuckled sadly, don't tell her about this place. I don't want her to be sad. Just tell her. Aiken is doing well. Chen Yin sobbed uncontrollably. Chen Yin stood before Chen, watching as the young man, a serene smile on his face, raised his dagger. He closed his eyes and bowed deeply. Fellow Taoist Chen. I am Chen Yin. I promise. Dust to dust. Ashes to ashes. Finally, Chen's figure, his head bowed, slowly dissipated into nothingness. Only the Taoist's gentle lecture and Chen Yin's soft sobs remained on the silent mountain. Chen Yin stood behind her, saying nothing. After a while, when Chen Yin's cries had subsided, he finally spoke. I fulfilled your brother's last request. I've kept my promise. Chen Yin looked up at him, her eyes red and swollen, her voice choked with tears. Is that why you didn't kill me? Indeed. Chen Yin's expression was impassive. If it were anyone else who tried to kill me, I wouldn't have shown such mercy. But after learning your identity, I decided to spare your life. Because I made a promise to your brother. In his previous life, he and Chen had been the last two remaining on Ephemeral Mountain. Chen had spoken, and Chen Yin had listened. He had watched as the young man, with a mixture of wry amusement and resignation, had ended his own life. Chen Yin had stood there for a long time, staring at the spot where Chen had vanished. Finally, he had bowed deeply. Fellow Taoist Chen. I, Chen Yin, am not a hero. But if I ever make it out of this place, I will keep my promise, for as long as I live. He hadn't done anything extraordinary. He had simply kept his word. And he had succeeded. As the sun began to set, Chen Yin finally calmed down. She knelt on the ground, her eyes red and swollen, staring at the spot where her brother had vanished, as if he was still there, smiling at her. Chen Yin didn't disturb her, just silently accompanied her. After a long while, he heard her hoarse voice. Chen Yin. Yes. Do you think Aiken was smiling when he died? Chen Yin thought for a moment, then said. Unlike the others, Chen maintained his clarity and sanity until the very end. Even in death, he didn't want to become like them. Besides you, he had no regrets. Chen Yin didn't reply. Her eyes, as dark as the night sky, were filled with a deep sadness. After a while, she took a deep breath and stood up slowly. Thank you. Aiken and I have no regrets now. She said softly. Chen Yin was silent for a moment, then reached out and patted her head gently. Chen Yin looked up at him, her eyes still red-rimmed. But she didn't resist his touch. What are you doing? Trying to comfort me? I'm not that shallow. You said it yourself, this would make you feel better. Consider it a bonus service for your brother. He said softly. Chen Ying's lips moved slightly, then she lowered her head and mumbled, I'm not that fragile. But you're not that strong either. It's okay to be vulnerable sometimes. Isn't it? Chen Yin looked at her, surprised by her almost childish tone, unsure what to say. Chen Yin seemed to realize that she sounded like a spoiled little girl and quickly turned her head away, her cheeks flushing slightly. All right. Now that you've fulfilled your promise to my brother. We're even, right? Chen Yin nodded and gently touched her forehead. Chen Yin blushed and couldn't help but ask, what are you doing? You forgot. I still have something inside you. Chen Yin realized that the sword energy that had been lingering in her dantian was now gone. The sudden lightness in her body made her feel strangely empty. She mumbled softly, thank you. You're welcome. This time, Chen Yin didn't tease her. His polite tone made her feel uncomfortable. A strange sense of anxiety and unease washed over her. It seemed that after they left this place, they would truly part ways, their paths never crossing again. She couldn't help but frown. Chen Yin, however, didn't seem to notice her subtle change in mood. He said, "One last thing to take care of." With that, he turned and looked at the Taoist in the sky. The Taoist, with his ethereal aura and handsome features, looked like an immortal. He stood there, his eyes half closed, lecturing on the Tao scripture to the empty platform. No one was listening. The only two people present, Chen Yin and Chen Yin, stood before him silently. "We're the only ones left. You don't have to continue." The Taoist's voice trailed off, then he smiled gently. "In that case, fellow Taoist, have you gained any insights?" He was looking at Chen Yin. Chen Yin also turned to him, curious to see what he would do. Had he truly comprehended the Tao? "Fellow Taoist, tell me." The Taoist asked with a smile, "What is the Tao?" Chen Yin looked at him, his eyes deep and lonely. After a long silence, he shook his head slowly. "I don't know." A look of disappointment flashed across Chen Yin's face. The Taoist also chuckled softly. "It's all right. The Tao is not easily attained. Failure is common. In that case, we'll continue Tomo Dash. There's no need for tomorrow. No one will ever comprehend the Tao from your lectures." Chen Yin said calmly, his gaze unwavering. "Why?" For the first time in 2 months, the Taoist asked a question. "Because from the very beginning, your Tao scripture was fake. It wasn't the Tao at all. And this wasn't a place for enlightenment and cultivation. Ephemeral Mountain was an execution ground. Everyone who entered was a lamb waiting to be slaughtered." Chen Yin's voice was calm, but his words were sharp and piercing. His words brought a sudden silence to the platform. Chen Yin's eyes widened in shock and anger, while the Taoist's expression remained unchanged, his smile still serene. "What makes you say that, fellow Taoist?" "I've been suspicious from the very beginning." Chen Yin said slowly, "Cultivators seek the Tao and immortality. They spend their entire lives pursuing it. But I've never heard of any Tao that could drive someone to madness in just a month. They didn't lose their minds because of the Tao. It's because what you're teaching isn't the Tao scripture at all, but a wicked and corrupted technique. It doesn't lead to enlightenment, only madness." The Taoist's expression shifted subtly, but he still asked, "How can you be so sure? Perhaps they truly are lost on the path to enlightenment." Chen Yin shook his head. "No one has ever said that failing to comprehend the Tao will lead to madness. We simply assume that the Tao is something abstract and profound. But if failing to understand it leads to madness, then is it truly the Tao? What if it's just a wicked and corrupted path disguised as the Tao?" He looked at the Taoist calmly, but his eyes held a hint of suppressed anger and coldness. The Taoist fell silent for the first time. After a long while, he suddenly burst into laughter. "Interesting. Your insight, fellow Taoist, is enough to pass this trial. Indeed, this is not a place of enlightenment, but a trap created by my master to slaughter prodigies." "Slaughter, prodigies?" Chen Yin was stunned. "Why? Who would do such a thing? What's the point of killing prodigies?" "I apologize, but I'm just a spirit bound to this formation. I can't reveal that information." The Taoist said with a smile, "But judging by your expression, fellow Taoist, I assume you already have an idea." "I didn't know before. But now, I think I'm starting to understand." Chen Yin said softly. Chen Yin looked at them with a confused expression, as if she were listening to a foreign language. "Since you've passed my master's trial, my task is complete." The Taoist chuckled. "Originally, my master left a reward for those who succeeded. But, strangely, I can't seem to find it. Do you perhaps know the reason, fellow Taoist?" He looked at Chen Yin with a mysterious smile. Chen Yin was even more confused. How could a spirit bound to a formation lose the reward left by its master? Only Chen Yin seemed to have realized something. He frowned slightly. "But I can't let you leave empty-handed. Instead, I can answer 3 of your questions. The Taoist said slowly. Chen Yin had many questions for him. He thought for a moment, then asked, first question. Is your master the ancient immortal? Yes. The Taoist replied calmly. Second question, what is the heavenly Tao fragment? The Taoist raised an eyebrow, his smile widening. The heavenly Tao fragment is the proof of a chosen one. His words made Chen Ying's heart skip a beat. Chen Yin closed his eyes and sighed. As expected. This explained everything, even Xiang'er's situation. Chen Yin, how dash. Before Chen Yin could finish her question, Chen Yin opened his eyes, his gaze intense. Last question. The ancient immortal created this formation not to slaughter prodigies, but to specifically eliminate chosen ones. Isn't that right? His eyes narrowed as he looked at the Taoist. The Taoist was silent for a long time. Finally, he sighed softly. I'm starting to regret this now. It seems among all these people, you're the one who should have gone mad and died. Chen Yin didn't speak. He waited for the Taoist's answer. After a while, the Taoist looked at him with a strange smile. Congratulations. You're correct. After saying this, the Taoist vanished. A pathway, shimmering with light, appeared in the center of the platform the way out. But neither Chen Yin nor Chen Ying moved. Chen Ying stared at Chen Yin with a confused expression, while he lowered his head in thought. He had gained much from this experience. Many of the questions that had plagued him had finally been answered. First, the heavenly Tao fragment was a system. This had finally been confirmed. Chen Yin had always been curious. What was so valuable about this heavenly Tao fragment that the Mist Spirit sect was willing to risk everything, even committing a massacre, to obtain it? Now, it made sense if it was a system. And the reason why Yin Changli and his wife had refused to reveal its location, even in death, was also clear. They had given it to Xiang'er. It was not only an act of defiance, but also a way to ensure her survival. Only the power of a system could shield its host from the scrutiny of cultivators, protecting them from harm. With this, the truth behind the Changli Palace incident was finally revealed. But Chen Yin still had some lingering questions. Was the heavenly Tao fragment truly that important to them? The elders of the Mist Spirit sect were already Grand Clarity Realm experts. With or without a system, they were among the most powerful figures in the cultivation world. What was the value of a heavenly Tao fragment to them? Could it be related to ascending to a higher realm? Another question was the scroll. As expected, there wasn't a second copy here. In his previous life, he had obtained the mysterious scroll after passing the trial here, learning the 3 earth-shattering sword techniques. This time, he had also hoped to find another scroll, a treasure of such immense power. But it seemed the scroll was one of a kind. Even with his rebirth, there wouldn't be a second copy. And the Taoist's expression, he seemed to know something about his transmigration. Chen Yin wondered if his rebirth was somehow related to the ancient immortal. He also wasn't sure why the immortal wanted to eliminate chosen ones. He had a hunch. If the immortal truly despised chosen ones, why wasn't Ephemeral Mountain a dead end? Why did he offer a way out for those who saw through the truth? He felt that the immortal might not have wanted to kill all chosen ones. Or perhaps, what he truly wanted to eliminate were the systems themselves. Lost in thought, Chen Ying's voice suddenly brought him back to reality. Chen Yin, how do you know about chosen ones? Chen Yin couldn't help but ask, you're not a chosen one, are you dash? I'm indeed not a chosen one. Chen Yin looked up slowly. But you are. Aren't you? Chen Ying's heart skipped a beat. The system's voice shrieked in her mind, holy shit, how did he know? I thought this guy was a golden thigh, is he actually the protagonist? But he doesn't have a protagonist system. It couldn't figure out Chen Yin's background. There's nothing to be surprised about. Chen Yin didn't bother explaining. He simply said, since you're a chosen one, you must have a system, right? Is it sentient? Can I talk to it? Chen Ying shook her head slowly. No. It can't communicate with non-chosen ones. It seems to be forbidden. Then ask it for me. Chen Yin's eyes narrowed. What exactly are you systems? Chen Ying felt the system fall silent. After a long while, it sighed softly. Honestly, we don't know. Perhaps we're just created beings, like that formation spirit. Or maybe we're not even beings, just machines, tools. From the moment we gained consciousness, our only purpose has been to ensure the completion of the plot records. It seems that's our reason for existence. I'm sorry. Its voice sounded weary. I can't answer his question. Chen Ying relayed the system's words to Chen Yin, who pondered for a moment, then decided not to press further. Fine. I don't care about your system's purpose. Just don't interfere with the people I care about. He said softly. Other than that, do whatever you want. It's none of my business. With that, Chen Yin turned around, but not towards the exit of the formation. What are you doing? Chen Yin called out. Setting up tombstones. Chen Yin said calmly. This was the last thing Chen Yin did on Ephemeral Mountain. He cut down trees and carved them into tombstones, placing them neatly on the platform. Each tombstone bore an inscription, either a name or a Taoist title. 569 tombstones in total. Chen Yin watched from a distance, her arms crossed, as he completed his task. Chen Yin worked in silence, his gaze fixed on the tombstones, his expression unreadable. After setting up all the tombstones, he stood there for a long time, then began to read the inscriptions, starting from the first one. Fellow Taoist Chang Yangzi. Fellow Taoist Feng Sun. Fellow Taoist Huang Li. Fellow Taoist Sun Kai. One after another, the names echoed through the empty mountain. He read the names of Huang Manlu and Yumanli. He read Su Xiu's name. He read the names of everyone he remembered. Finally, he stood before Qingchen's tombstone. Fellow Taoist Qingchen, he murmured softly. A gentle breeze swept through the mountain, carrying the names away. Rest in peace. He bowed deeply towards the 569 tombstones. In the darkness. Luo Luo had been trapped in this lightless space for 2 days. If it weren't for the book and the night pearl Chen Yin had left her, and the faint glow from the gem, she wouldn't have been able to endure it for even a minute. As she continued to read the storybook, the gem suddenly flickered, its light intensifying slightly. Luo Luo's ears perked up, and a look of joy appeared on her face. Young master. Sister Chen Yin. You're finally back. Chen Yin gently embraced the little fox who had leaped into his arms and kissed her forehead softly. Did you wait long? Not really, just 2 days. Luo Luo's cheeks flushed slightly, and she blinked. I thought you and Sister Chen Yin would be gone for 10 days or half a month. Just 2 days. Chen Yin frowned, puzzled. They had been inside for 2 months. Chen Yin, however, wasn't surprised. He simply smiled. I'll tell you about our adventures later. Chen Yin looked up at his gentle smile, then lowered her gaze. He wouldn't tell Luo Luo what had really happened there. He would probably make up a fun and exciting story to entertain her. She suddenly wondered what kind of character her brother would be in his story. Would he still be that pure and innocent boy with a bright smile? She thought it might not be so bad that way. Chen Yin turned to Chen Yin, who was staring at the ground with a distant expression. What's wrong? Nothing. Chen Yin pursed her lips. Luo Luo, nestled in his arms, blinked. She felt that Sister Chen Yin, usually so cold and aloof, had changed after their return from the secret realm. Are we leaving now? Yes. Chen Yin nodded slowly. You're finally free from this annoying guy. Congratulations. Oh. Chen Ying's long eyelashes lowered. Chen Yin looked at her, puzzled. I thought you would be happy. What? Oh, of course I'm happy. Chen Yin pouted. I'm so happy I could die. Just the thought of never seeing your annoying face again makes me ecstatic. Let's get out of here, and once we leave the Azure Cicada ancient domain, we'll part ways. She glared at him fiercely. Chen Yin exchanged a look with Luo Luo and shook his head helplessly. As Chen Yin walked ahead, fuming, the system in her mind spoke. I'm telling you. Don't talk to me. No, seriously, let's be realistic. What do you know? Even if I don't understand humans, I can tell you're just throwing a tantrum. Chen Ying's eyes widened in anger. When did I throw a tantrum? Then tell me, where are you going after we leave? Chen Ying's voice trailed off. A flicker of confusion appeared in her cold eyes. Right. Now that Aiken was gone. And she had nowhere to return to in the secret division. She was truly homeless. This feeling wasn't unfamiliar. As a child, wandering the streets, she would often wake up in the middle of the night, her heart aching with loneliness. She bit her lip, her eyelashes trembling slightly. I have nowhere to go. The system, once again acting as a mediator, said, why not stay with that guy? What's so bad about it? Chen Ying immediately gritted her teeth. No way. Why not? Just no. He only knows how to tease and humiliate me. She said angrily, I don't want to stay with that annoying bastard. But her voice lacked conviction, as if she couldn't even convince herself. The system sighed. Sigh. Suffering for the sake of pride. You humans are so strange. The return journey through the darkness was much easier than the arduous trek inward. Luo Luo closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, they were back at the entrance of the secret realm. We're finally out. Chen Yin gently nudged Luo Luo awake, then turned to Chen Yin. What are your plans now, Miss Chen Yin? Chen Yin lowered her head, and after a long silence, she mumbled, I'll go wherever I want. It's none of your business. Her voice was filled with resentment. Chen Yin shrugged, as if he hadn't noticed. In that case, farewell, Miss Chen Yin. May our paths cross again. He took Luo Luo's hand and turned to leave. W8. Chen Yin turned around. Chen Yin bit her lip, as if struggling to speak, then finally whispered, You're just leaving like this? What else should I do? Didn't you want to get away from me as soon as possible? Chen Yin asked with a playful smile. Chen Yin was speechless. She stared at him, her eyes clear and bright, then finally said softly after a long silence. I have nowhere to go. So. If you don't want me, I'll leave. Her voice was calm, but her eyes were red-rimmed. Chen Yin stared at her silently. The atmosphere grew awkward. Seeing this, Chen Ying's system couldn't help but sigh. Oh, you uncommunicative humans. Luo Luo also tugged at Chen Yin's sleeve. Young master, don't bully Sister Chen Ying. Chen Yin pinched her ear playfully and said with a hint of reproach, You little rascal. Then, he cleared his throat and said. Ahem, if you have nowhere to go, Miss Chen Ying, I do have a job offer. The world is a dangerous place, and a weak cloud-ascending realm cultivator like myself is vulnerable when traveling alone. I'd like to hire you as my bodyguard. What do you say? Chen Ying thought for a moment, then asked, room and board included? Naturally. All right. She walked over to Chen Yin and bowed slightly. I'll go with you. Her voice was calm and indifferent, betraying no emotion. But Luo Luo exchanged a knowing smile with Chen Yin and took Chen Ying's hand. That's great. We can travel together again, Sister Chen Ying. Chen Yin said with a mischievous grin, just a warning. Being my bodyguard isn't easy. Don't quit after just a few complaints. A faint blush appeared on Chen Ying's cold face, and she turned her head slightly. As long as you're not too unreasonable. Her voice was barely a whisper. Chen Yin was surprised. Do you have some kind of strange fetish? Do you enjoy being bullied? He asked cautiously. The next moment, a long, slender leg swung towards him. And then he found himself lying on the ground, his face bruised and swollen. Luo Luo stuck her tongue out. Sister Chen Ying is so mean. He deserved it. Chen Ying snorted, but a faint smile played on her lips. As they were about to leave the secret realm, Chen Yin suddenly paused. Wait, are we forgetting something? He thought for a long time, then suddenly slapped his forehead. Oh, right. He turned and walked towards the left passage. Seeing him turn, Chen Yin and Luo also remembered what they had forgotten. Someone was waiting for them at the end of the left path. The left passage led to a dark cave. Although it wasn't dangerous, it was still unsettling. Chen Yin seemed very familiar with the path. He held Luo's hand and walked briskly for about half an hour, finally arriving at a deep pit at the end of the passage. A faint, shimmering barrier covered the pit. Inside, a woman in white was huddled in a corner, motionless. Her face was pale and bloodless, her hair disheveled, her eyes wide with terror. Her pristine white dress was covered in dust. She looked utterly miserable. Chen Yin coughed lightly and struck a hidden point on the edge of the pit with his sword. The barrier slowly dissipated, and the fear in the woman's eyes faded, replaced by confusion. Ahem. Miss Nan, what a coincidence. Nan Xiaoxiang looked up and saw Chen Yin standing at the edge of the pit, a smile on his face. Chen Yin. Am I, still alive? Was it all, an illusion? Her lips trembled as she gasped for air, her heart pounding. Chen Yin squatted down and looked down at her. What's wrong, Miss Nan? You look terrified. Did you see a ghost? Nan Xiaoxiang gradually regained her composure. Although her face was still pale, her eyes were clear. You tricked me. She raised an eyebrow, forcing her voice to remain calm. Chen Yin immediately protested, Hey, don't accuse me of lying. When have I ever lied to you? You said the left path was safe. It is safe. If it was dangerous, do you think you would still be alive? Chen Yin spread his hands, feigning innocence. Nan Xiaoxiang took a deep breath and closed her eyes. She knew that Chen Yin had deliberately sent her down this path, knowing she was afraid of ghosts. But she had no recourse. And he was right. If he had sent her down a more dangerous path, she would probably be dead. After calming herself down, Nan Xiaoxiang said softly, Young Master Chen, since we've met again, I have a small request. Would you be willing to listen? Chen Yin grinned. No. Nan Xiaoxiang's words died in her throat. Since you know it's an unreasonable request, why even bother asking? He smiled mischievously. Since you're so determined to brave this secret realm alone, you must have prepared for the worst, right? Then I wish you good luck. With that, Chen Yin turned to leave with Luo and Chen Yin. Wait. Nan Xiaoxiang frowned, then said softly after a long hesitation. Young Master Chen, please help me. Give me a reason. Chen Yin narrowed his eyes, unmoved by her pitiful expression. Nan Xiaoxiang bit her lip, her inner conflict evident. Finally, she said softly, her voice strained, What do you want in return, young Master Chen? I haven't decided yet. Chen Yin grinned. You owe me one. If she had a choice, Nan Xiaoxiang would never want to owe Chen Yin a favor. Because who knew what kind of outrageous demands this unpredictable scoundrel would come up with. But she really didn't want to waste her only trump card on this harmless illusion. So, she nodded with a forced smile. All right, as you wish, young Master Chen. Chen Yin grinned and jumped into the pit, landing beside her. So, what happened, Miss Nan? Nan Xiaoxiang's cheeks flushed slightly, but she maintained a calm demeanor. I twisted my ankle in the formation. And I seem to have lost my medicine pouch. Do you have any medicine for injuries, young Master Chen? Chen Yin nodded understandingly and rummaged through his pockets. Then, he produced a bottle of Yunnan Baiyao. Traditional Chinese medicine used for wound healing, as a pain reliever, and to stop bleeding. Nan Xiaoxiang. Well, you know, the medicine we cultivators use is too potent for your delicate constitution. But this is a local specialty from my hometown. It's guaranteed to work. He said with a grin. Of course, the truth was that he didn't want to waste money on expensive medicine. Although he now had the system shop, his frugal nature, cultivated from a young age, was hard to shake. He might consider using it if the system shop offered free immortal pills. Besides, he wasn't obligated to treat Nan Xiaoxiang like a princess. Chen Yin leaned closer and gently held her ankle. A soft moan escaped Nan Xiaoxiang's lips, her face flushing crimson. Chen Yin ignored her reaction and even squeezed her ankle playfully. Not bad. It felt quite nice. Her leg was slender and toned, her skin as smooth and white as milk, a pleasant tingling sensation spreading through his fingers as he caressed it. Chen Yin pretended to examine her injury, taking the opportunity to cop a feel. Young Master Chen. Nan Xiaoxiang gritted her teeth. Enjoying yourself? It's alright. Chen Yin stroked his chin thoughtfully. It feels like pork. And you're still touching it? Nan Xiaoxiang was fuming, but she maintained a forced smile. Could you please apply the medicine, young Master Chen? What's the rush? Let me see where it's swollen. Chen Yin gently lifted her leg and removed her shoe, revealing her small and delicate foot. He didn't have a foot fetish, but he couldn't help but admire her exquisite jade-like foot, so unlike that of an ordinary mortal. It would be perfect with stockings. The slight brush of her foot against his hand sent a shiver down his spine. Chen Yin blushed, surprised by his own reaction, and coughed lightly. Ahem. It seems you've twisted it quite badly, Miss Nan. Your ankle is swollen. Then can you please apply the medicine? Nan Xiaoxiang said through gritted teeth. Having teased her enough, Chen Yin finally applied the medicine. Soon, the pain subsided, and the swelling reduced slightly. Nan Xiaoxiang couldn't help but ask curiously, it's quite effective. But I've never seen this medicine before. What is it? Want some? Chen Yin grinned. I can sell you a couple of bottles. I'll even give you a discount. 1 spirit stone per bottle, how about that? You might as well just rob me. Nan Xiaoxiang didn't ask any further questions. She supported herself against the wall and stood up with difficulty. The pain in her ankle was still evident, her face pale, and her forehead covered in sweat. Need some help? Chen Yin asked, squatting down beside her with a playful grin. What kind of help? I can carry you. Nan Xiaoxiang hesitated. She knew this scoundrel was up to no good, judging by his mischievous grin. But her twisted ankle made it difficult to walk. She took a deep breath and said softly, then. I'll have to trouble you, young Master Chen. Chen Yin eagerly helped her onto his back. Nan Xiaoxiang had braced herself for him to take advantage of her. But to her surprise, he was unusually well behaved, his hands steady and his movements gentle. They emerged from the pit, where Luo and Qingying were waiting. Done with your lovey-dovey moment? Qingying glanced at Nan Xiaoxiang with a cold smirk. Chen Yin coughed lightly. Just helping someone in need. Don't get any ideas. Luo rushed over with concern. Sister Nan, does your foot hurt? It's alright, nothing serious. I'll be fine after some rest. Only when she saw Luo's sweet and caring face did Nan Xiaoxiang's expression soften. If it hurts too much, I can give you a massage. Luo blinked, her innocent eyes shining like a little angel's. Nan Xiaoxiang's heart melted. She was about to thank her when a mischievous voice interrupted. I can give you a massage too, Sister Nan. Nan Xiaoxiang's face contorted in disgust. No need to trouble yourself, young Master Chen. Chen Yin shrugged nonchalantly, and they started their journey back. But after taking a few steps, Chen Yin stopped and turned around with a sigh. It seems I can't stay any longer. Nan Xiaoxiang frowned and saw that a thick fog had begun to fill the passage ahead. What's that? Nether spirit wind. It can appear anywhere in the Azure Cicada ancient domain. Chen Yin explained. It's easy to get lost in the fog. We have to stay put and wait for it to dissipate. How long will it take? Nan Xiaoxiang asked with concern. I don't know. Chen Yin casually helped her sit down. Since you can't walk anyway, why not take this opportunity to rest? Nan Xiaoxiang nodded. The fog quickly enveloped them, reducing visibility to almost zero. Luo Luo rushed into Chen Yin's arms, clinging to him tightly. Chen Yin hesitated for a moment, then also moved closer to him, her hand lightly grasping his robe to avoid getting lost. Nan Xiaoxiang, however, was too proud to ask for help and could only subtly inch closer to him. As they waited, Chen Yin, bored, asked casually, "By the way, Miss Nan, what exactly are you looking for in the ancient domain? It's quite a risk for a mortal like you." Nan Xiaoxiang hadn't planned on telling him. But now that she was effectively immobile, she thought for a moment and finally said softly. "It's a fragment." Chen Yin and Chen Ying both froze. "No. Chen Yin asked hesitantly, "You're not talking about the heavenly Tao fragment, are you?" Nan Xiaoxiang raised her eyebrows in surprise. "Why, you've heard of it?" Chen Yin exchanged a look with Chen Ying. So it was true. What was so special about this thing that everyone wanted it? "Do you know what the heavenly Tao fragment is?" "I've never actually seen it." Nan Xiaoxiang frowned and lowered her voice. "But legend says it has the power to bring the dead back to life and regenerate flesh and bone. It can heal any injury or illness, no matter how severe. I read about it in an ancient text passed down in my family. It said that the heavenly Tao fragment could be found in the Azure Cicada ancient domain, so I wanted to try my luck. Do you know where it is, young Master Chen?" Chen Yin thought for a moment, then asked, "What do you need it for?" "To save someone." Nan Xiaoxiang simply lowered her eyes. "I'm a physician. No physician could resist something that can cure all illnesses. I thought you physicians didn't believe in such miraculous cures." Chen Yin teased. "The world is vast and full of wonders. The path of medicine is long and profound. Perhaps it truly exists." Nan Xiaoxiang's eyes dimmed as she spoke, lost in thought. Seeing her reluctance to elaborate, Chen Yin shrugged. "Give up. There's no heavenly Tao fragment in the Azure Cicada ancient domain. And it's not as miraculous as you think. Curing all illnesses. That's just a lie." Nan Xiaoxiang persisted. "How can you be so sure?" "Because I said so. Believe it or not." He said calmly, "If you want to waste your life searching for something that doesn't exist, suit yourself." She bit her lip, her eyes flickering with a stubborn glint. "If you know something about the heavenly Tao fragment, young Master Chen, please tell me. I will repay your kindness in the future." "How will you repay me?" "With your body." Nan Xiaoxiang fell silent. Chen Yin scoffed and waved his hand dismissively. "Don't even think about it. I don't know anything, and I won't tell you even if I did. I advise you to leave and return to your clinic." Although Nan Xiaoxiang remained silent, her eyes still flickered with a stubborn determination. She hadn't given up. Chen Yin noticed but didn't say anything. If she was determined to throw her life away, he couldn't stop her. He would just escort her to the entrance and consider his duty fulfilled. After a while, the fog thickened. The temperature dropped slightly, and Luo Luo snuggled closer to Chen Yin, her small hand clutching his robe. Chen Yin gently stroked her head and whispered in her ear, "Don't be afraid." She mumbled softly, nuzzling against him. Chen Ying stood silently behind them. The fog grew denser, obscuring everything until even Chen Yin was just a blurry silhouette. She took a step closer, her hand gripping his robe tightly. Only Nan Xiaoxiang sat alone in a corner, the fog swirling around her, her vision turning gray, until she could no longer see anything. She was scared. But she forced herself to remain calm, her head lowered in silence. Soon, even Chen Yin and the others were just blurry figures in the fog. She couldn't help but call out softly. "Why, young Master Chen?" No one answered. Nan Xiaoxiang's heart pounded with alarm. She stood up, her hand reaching out to where Chen Yin had been standing. But there was nothing there. She was alone in the fog. Panic surged through her. This wasn't an illusion. The nether spirit wind could truly sweep her away to an unknown place. If she got separated from Chen Yin and the others, she would be in trouble. And with her injured ankle, she was completely helpless, adrift in a sea of fog. Young Master Chen. Luo Luo. Miss Chen Yin. She called out, her voice echoing in the fog, but there was no response. She didn't dare move, just crouched down and waited, her heart pounding. She prayed for the fog to dissipate quickly. Suddenly, she heard faint footsteps approaching. They were very soft, but in the silence of the fog, they were incredibly clear and distinct, bringing a surge of hope. Chen Dash. Before she could finish his name, a figure emerged from the fog. It wasn't Chen Yin. It was a middle-aged swordsman, carrying a strange-looking sword. Nan Xiaoxiang had never seen him before and froze. Who are you? Do you know Chen Yin? The swordsman asked, his voice deep and magnetic. Nan Xiaoxiang looked at him cautiously. I've heard of him. Why are you looking for him? She didn't know if this man was a friend or foe. It was better to be safe. The swordsman smiled faintly. I have some personal business with him. But I got lost in this fog and can't seem to find my way. Would you be willing to lead me to him, miss? I'm sorry, I don't know where he is in this fog. Although her voice was polite and gentle, her eyes were wary. I see. The swordsman shook his head regretfully. That's a pity. A pity. My orders were to eliminate all his companions. Without exception. Nan Xiaoxiang's eyes widened, and countless tiny, almost invisible black dots swarmed out from her sleeves. But the swordsman simply narrowed his eyes, and an invisible wave of sword energy erupted around him, obliterating the black dots. That was an interesting trick. I almost fell for it. He walked towards her slowly and sighed. My apologies. Seeing him raise his sword, Nan Xiaoxiang felt a surge of fear, a chilling premonition of death. She bit her lip, ready to use her last resort. But before the swordsman could strike, a bright sword light pierced through the fog. It hurtled towards the swordsman, who, his eyes flashing with a cold light, retreated swiftly. The sword light dispelled a small section of the fog, revealing Chen Yin and the others. Chen Yin stood before Nan Xiaoxiang, his eternal light sword in hand, shielding her protectively. It's you. Chen Yin looked at the man with surprise. Chen Yin also recognized him as the one who had been chasing her. She frowned. You followed us here. Yi Huang gripped his sword tightly, his eyes fixed on Chen Yin. Seeing Chen Yin's arrival, Nan Xiaoxiang's legs gave way, and she sank to the ground, her body trembling. Another one of your enemies. She whispered weakly. I apologize, Miss Nan. Chen Yin's eyes turned cold. Consider this me repaying your favor. I spared your life once, and you still dare to come after me. Yi Huang didn't answer, just raised his eyelids slightly, as if he were still half asleep. Not talking. Playing dead, huh? Chen Yin's gaze hardened. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. This time, he wasn't going to spare him. The eternal light sword blazed with light, its clear, high-pitched ringing echoing through the air. The fog dissipated instantly as the immense sword light hurtled towards Yi Huang. Yi Huang's eyes narrowed slightly, then he raised his hand, and a wisp of black energy, almost invisible, silently flew towards Chen Yin. The sword light and the black energy collided, passing through each other harmlessly. In the blink of an eye, the black energy entered Chen Yin's body, making him frown. What was that? Yi Huang, facing the incoming sword light, knew he couldn't block it. As he turned his head, he suddenly noticed something that looked like a formation core, revealed by the dissipating fog. A formation? Heaven hasn't abandoned me. Without hesitation, he channeled his spiritual energy into it. The formation core lit up, bathing the area in a bright light. A teleportation force enveloped them. Chen Yin's eyes widened, and he shouted, Luo Luo. Hide in the void. Luo Luo, startled, reached for Chen Yin's robe, but the master-servant contract compelled her to dive into the void. Young master. Wait for me, I'll be back soon. Before the light completely engulfed them, Chen Yin sent a comforting message to Luo Luo through their contract. The next moment, they vanished, leaving behind only a massive sword scar that had cleaved through the passage. The collapsing rocks blocked the path, the dust taking a long time to settle. A few minutes later, Luo cautiously peeked out from the void. Seeing the unfamiliar and dark surroundings, her ears drooped sadly. "Young master," she murmured worriedly. Unsure where the nether spirit wind had taken her, Luo didn't dare wander around or disrupt the formation. She knew that young master, Sister Nan, and Sister Chen Yin were all inside. If she accidentally damaged the formation, they would be in danger. And with such a loud commotion, other treasure-seeking cultivators might be drawn to the area. She had to protect the formation until young master returned. With that thought, she took a deep breath, and her body began to transform. Her skin was covered in soft, white fur, her body growing larger, her features becoming more delicate and fox-like. She quickly returned to her true form. A large white fox with blue eyes settled down, her powerful aura, amplified by her awakened bloodline, radiating outwards. A clear warning to anyone who dared to approach. "Young master." Luo curled up beside the formation. "Please come back soon." When Chen Yin opened his eyes, he was surrounded by a pure, infinite white. The sky was white, the ground was white, everything was white. He brushed the snow off his clothes and turned to see Qingying and Nan Xiaoxiang lying unconscious in the snow. "Hey, are you alright?" He helped them up. Qingying was the first to wake up, her eyes filled with confusion for a moment before regaining their usual coldness and clarity. "Where are we? Did we get caught in some kind of formation?" "It seems so." Chen Yin looked around. "The nether spirit wind must have brought us to some corner of the Azure Cicada ancient domain, and that man accidentally triggered a formation." "What about that man? Is he here too?" "I don't know." Chen Yin said honestly. He was most likely also trapped somewhere within the formation. Chen Yin kept his sword in hand, his senses alert. But he didn't see Yi Huang anywhere. They probably hadn't been transported to the same place. He then helped Nan Xiaoxiang up. She winced in pain, biting her lip. "This place. I've never been in this formation before, but just stay close to us." Chen Yin said softly. Nan Xiaoxiang didn't say anything more and stood up, despite the pain in her ankle. They were in a vast, snow-covered plain, an endless expanse of white stretching out before them, with only the faint outlines of distant mountains visible in the distance. After walking for a while, Qingying said softly, "Chen Yin. I noticed it too." Chen Yin's eyes narrowed slightly. Something was wrong with the snow. It didn't feel particularly cold to the touch, but a chilling energy seeped into their bodies, slowly freezing their spiritual energy. Within 15 minutes, both Chen Yin and Qingying could feel their spiritual energy stagnating. "At this rate, we won't be able to use our spiritual power soon," Qingying said, her voice laced with anxiety. Chen Yin didn't speak. He just frowned slightly, his head lowered. There was more to it than that. During his fight with Yi Huang, that strange black energy had entered his body. It had surged through his meridians, wreaking havoc and trying to destroy him from within. His forgotten everlasting heart sutra had immediately activated, working tirelessly to repair the damage. His body was like a battlefield, his own cultivation technique fighting against the invasive black energy, a constant struggle for dominance. Although his face was slightly pale, his expression remained calm, betraying no sign of his internal struggle. For now, the forgotten everlasting heart sutra was able to keep the black energy at bay. More importantly, the scroll in his chest had finally reacted. The moment the black energy entered his body, the scroll had emanated a powerful and ancient aura, surging through his meridians and confronting the invasive energy, preventing it from reaching his vital points. The black energy, weakened and contained, should dissipate eventually. But Chen Yin had tried. While the scroll was active, he couldn't access its space or the system shop. Which meant he had to rely on himself to escape this formation. He looked around, assessing their surroundings. And, most importantly, that man, Yi Huang, was probably also trapped within the formation. Although his spiritual energy would likely be frozen as well, there were no guarantees. It was best to be cautious. If necessary, he would have to ask Chen Yin's system for help. This place is desolate. There's nothing here, Chen Yin said after exploring the area. Chen Yin turned to Nan Xiaoxiang, who was shivering in her thin clothes, and said softly, "Let's find a place to rest." The snow-covered plain seemed to stretch endlessly. They walked for a long time, but there was no end in sight. With Nan Xiaoxiang's injured ankle, Chen Yin couldn't carry her at full speed. And they didn't even know which direction to go. Surrounded by an endless expanse of white, it felt like they would be lost forever if they continued walking. "How long are we going to keep walking like this?" Chen Ying's voice was filled with anxiety. She could feel her spiritual energy fading. It was completely frozen within her meridians, unable to flow. Chen Yin's face also grew paler, the internal struggle within his body intensifying, a constant, stinging pain. But his expression remained calm and indifferent. However, Nan Xiaoxiang, on his back, sensed his discomfort. "Young Master Chen, there's no end to this path," she said softly. "Why don't you put me down? Let's rest for a while and think about what to do." Chen Yin hesitated for a moment, then nodded. They found a sheltered spot on a snowy slope and rested. Seeing Chen Yin's closed eyes and slightly erratic breathing, Nan Xiaoxiang couldn't help but ask softly, "Young Master Chen, are you feeling unwell?" Chen Yin didn't speak, just shook his head slightly. Nan Xiaoxiang gently touched his forehead with the back of her hand. A chilling coldness emanated from him, making her gasp. "This." Chen Ying also noticed his unusual state and rushed over. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Chen Yin took a deep breath. "I'm fine." "You don't look fine at all," she said with a hint of anger. "Don't try to act tough. If you're injured, you need to tell us." Chen Yin glanced at her sideways. "Since when did you care so much about me?" Chen Ying was speechless, then she said angrily, "If you die, we won't be able to get out of here, and we can't defeat that man on our own. So stop trying to act tough and tell us what's wrong." Chen Yin looked at her curiously. Although she was glaring at him, her eyes were filled with worry. She didn't seem truly angry. He smiled faintly and closed his eyes, shaking his head. "Don't worry. I know what I'm doing." Nan Xiaoxiang also looked at him with concern. "Young Master Chen, let me check your pulse." "Thank you for your kindness, Miss Nan, but I know my own body." Chen Yin politely refused. He didn't want Nan Xiaoxiang to know about his condition. He still didn't fully trust her. Nan Xiaoxiang, being a clever woman, didn't press further. But a glint of curiosity flashed in her eyes. Chen Ying was still worried. She was about to reach out and check his meridians when he suddenly grabbed her hand and pulled her towards him. She lost her balance and fell into his arms. "You!" She was about to protest when Chen Yin gently placed a finger on her lips, silencing her. Her face flushed crimson. "Shoo! Don't let Nan Xiaoxiang notice anything," he whispered through voice transmission. Chen Ying squirmed uncomfortably in his arms, then nodded slightly. She finally managed to gather a sliver of spiritual energy and checked his meridians. She almost gasped at what she found. "You!" Fortunately, Chen Yin stopped her with a look. "How did this happen?" She frowned and asked through voice transmission. "Did that man injure you this badly?" "It wasn't him." Chen Yin's gaze was calm, his expression betraying no surprise. He should have known, considering that man's confidence in coming after them. It was that mysterious divine son. After their last encounter, he hadn't intended to let Chen Yin live. This black energy was clearly the divine son's trump card against him. But Chen Yin had underestimated this mysterious power. And underestimated the divine son's killing intent. "It seems I'll have to take them seriously after we leave the Azure Cicada ancient domain," he thought to himself. Chen Ying, still worried about his condition, asked softly, "Are you all right? Does it hurt?" Chen Yin looked into her eyes, his gaze intense. Chen Ying, uncomfortable with his stare, blushed slightly. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Because I've never heard you speak like this before. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. You know, you can be quite womanly sometimes. Chen Yin pinched his waist hard, her cheeks burning. Seeing that he still had the energy to tease her, she assumed his injuries weren't that serious and felt slightly relieved. Enough. Focus on getting us out of here. She said angrily. Chen Yin fell silent. Normally, a formation would have a core and a root. Destroying either one would disable the formation. But this formation was clearly a trapping formation, designed to slowly freeze a cultivator's spiritual energy, rendering them as helpless as mortals. Eventually, they would freeze to death in this icy wasteland. And this formation was massive, almost as large as Ephemeral Mountain itself. Although not as intricate or malicious as the one on Ephemeral Mountain, its sheer scale was still terrifying. Looking at the endless snow-covered plain, Chen Yin fell into deep thought. His spiritual energy was frozen, and he couldn't use the scroll. It was unlikely they could force their way out. The best option was to wait, at least until the black energy's effects wore off. With the help of the scroll and the system shop, he might be able to find a way out. And he found it strange that such a large formation was simply used as a trap. The Azure Cicada Ancient Domain was a place of opportunity left behind by an ancient immortal. Although it was filled with dangers, opportunities often came hand in hand with risks. Even the sinister and deadly formation on Ephemeral Mountain had offered a way out. Similarly, this formation couldn't have been designed solely as a trap. He wondered what secrets it held. The wind and snow seemed to intensify. The increasing cold made all three of them uneasy. Strange, there's really nothing here. Chen Yin said anxiously, is this formation really just a trap meant to kill cultivators? Chen Yin was also deep in thought. He still had no idea how vast this place was. He hadn't seen any sign of the swordsman, Yi Huang, who had been transported here with them. They were completely trapped. Nan Xiaoxiang, as a mortal, was more vulnerable to the cold than the cultivators. Her face was pale, and her body trembled uncontrollably. Chen Yin took off his robe. Here, take this. Nan Xiaoxiang didn't refuse and gratefully wrapped herself in his warm robe. It did help a little. The icy wind seemed to target cultivators specifically. As a mortal, she only felt a normal chill. It's dangerous to stay here like this. Chen Yin said, turning to Chen Yin with a worried expression. Chen Yin pondered for a moment, his head lowered. Then, he leaned down and pressed his ear against the ice. What are you doing? Chen Yin asked, moving closer. If this icy plain is endless, perhaps the key to the formation is beneath the ice. He brushed away the snow and examined the surface of the ice, then pressed his ear against it again. The ice here feels different. And there's a faint cracking sound, as if. Before Chen Yin could finish his thought, Chen Ying's urgent voice rang out. Look out! Chen Yin finally realized what the sound was. Oh. It was the sound of cracking ice. Crap. But it was too late. A massive crack, stretching across the icy plain, suddenly appeared beneath their feet. With a scream, both Chen Yin and Chen Yin plummeted into the darkness. Chen Yin, realizing he couldn't dodge in time, instinctively thrust his eternal light sword into the ice, using it as a handhold. He caught Chen Yin as she fell, his arm wrapping around her waist, pulling her close. The crack stopped spreading, about 1 person wide. Chen Yin held onto his sword, the ice pressing against them on both sides, trapping them in the narrow crevice. Phew, that was close. He looked down at the bottomless darkness below and breathed a sigh of relief. With our spiritual energy frozen, if we had fallen, we would have been in serious trouble. Nan Xiaoxiang's voice came from above. Young Master Chen. Miss Chen Yin. Are you alright? We're fine, Chen Yin replied casually. Then, he turned to look at Chen Yin, who was pressed against him. Their eyes met. After a long moment, Chen Yin blushed and coughed awkwardly. Well. I did just save your life. Even if you don't want to thank me, you don't have to glare at me like that. Chen Yin couldn't speak. The narrow crevice trapped them tightly together, her body pressed against his. She was tall and slender, and with Chen Yin's arm around her waist, her soft body was flush against his, her breast slightly squished. To make matters worse, he was subtly shifting his weight, pressing even closer. "Hey, don't push it. I'm not doing anything," Chen Yin said innocently. "I'm just trying to find a way out." Then don't press so close. "Sister, we're stuck here. If I had any room to move, I wouldn't be squishing you." Besides, Chen Yin's gaze lingered on her chest, and he teased, "If there's 99% chance it's my fault, isn't there a 1% chance it's because your breasts are too big?" Chen Yin glared at him. "Stop looking." I'll look. Chen Yin tried to push him away, but the crevice was too narrow. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't move. Finally, she bit her lip in frustration. Fine. She would let this bastard take advantage of her this time. "So how do we get out of here?" Chen Yin examined the ice that trapped them and said thoughtfully, "This doesn't seem like naturally formed ice, but rather created by the formation. It should melt quickly. If we warm it up a bit, we should be able to climb out." "You're suggesting we melt the ice with our body heat?" Chen Yin frowned. "That's ridiculous." "Then what do you suggest?" Chen Yin shrugged. "Why don't you ask your system if it has anything that can generate heat?" Chen Yin quickly consulted the system, which said, "Let me see. There are so many things in the system shop, I'm not sure which one will work. I'll search for items with heat or warmth in their descriptions." Chen Yin nodded eagerly. She couldn't endure being pressed against Chen Yin like this for another second. Anything would be better than this. She just wanted to get out. "Try this." A book appeared in Chen Ying's hand. Chen Yin. "The description says, reading this will make your body warm." The system said, "Try it and see if it works." "No, next." Chen Yin tossed the pornographic novel into the abyss without a second glance. The system, ? "Then try this." A small, round orb appeared in her hand. "This one says, inserting this into a woman's dash." Crack. Chen Yin crushed the orb before the system could finish its sentence. "Next," she said through gritted teeth. The system? "But you asked for something that generates heat. You humans are so confusing." Chen Yin ignored it and glared at Chen Yin, who was struggling to contain his laughter. "Ahem, not my fault." Chen Yin quickly looked away. "If you don't forget what you just saw, I'll castrate you." "I didn't see anything." After a few more tries, a seemingly normal small orb appeared in Chen Ying's hand. "This one should work, right?" The system said proudly. "The description says it contains immense heat and can melt anything. This has to work." Chen Yin nodded slowly. The orb's shape was strange and unfamiliar, unlike anything she had seen in this world. Chen Yin hadn't seen it either. "How do we use it?" "Press that button." Chen Yin pressed the button, and a clear, cheerful voice came from the orb. "Hengyu particle bomb activated. Detonation in 10 seconds. Chen Yin. Chen Yin, what the hell?" "I don't know. But I suggest you throw it away. Now." Chen Yin said seriously. Chen Yin quickly tossed the orb into the abyss. Nan Xiaoxiang sat at the edge of the crevice, pondering how to rescue them. Suddenly, she heard the sound of cracking ice again. Nan Xiaoxiang. This time, the ice beneath her feet, for almost a mile around, shattered completely. Chen Yin opened his eyes to a deep, dark abyss. He honestly hadn't expected to wake up at all. Who knew what that unreliable system of Chen Ying's had conjured up? He only remembered a deafening roar, a faint scream, and then oblivion. He had expected to be either blown to bits or dashed against the ice below. But there was a third possibility. He woke up at the bottom of a deep, dark sea. The water was all around him, eerily silent, yet he could feel its presence against his skin. Strangely, breathing and speaking were unaffected. He recognized this as a watertight formation. Chen Yin and Nan Xiaoxiang were nearby, unconscious. After checking their pulses and ensuring they were unharmed, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He looked around. They were in an underwater palace, the depths illuminated by glowing orbs embedded in the floor, like luminous pearls. The palace was magnificent, almost as large as the Mist Spirit Sex Mountain Gate. A plaque above the entrance bore the inscription, Water Palace. As Chen Yin stared at the plaque, he heard the faint stirrings of Chen Yin and Nan Xiaoxiang behind him. Ugh, we're not dead. Just lucky, I guess. Chen Yin replied calmly, without turning around. It seems this is the true form of the formation. Chen Yin shook her head groggily, then exclaimed in surprise, huh. My spiritual energy is back. And my ankle is healed. Nan Xiaoxiang also moved her foot experimentally. Chen Yin didn't speak, but like them, he could also access his spiritual energy again. The black energy that had been wreaking havoc within him was now as weak as a newborn, barely able to put up a fight. It seemed this formation had completely healed their injuries. What kind of formation is this? It's so powerful. Nan Xiaoxiang's eyes were filled with wonder. For a physician like her, this formation was incredibly intriguing. Chen Yin and Chen Yin, having experienced Ephemeral Mountain, weren't as surprised. They exchanged a look and slowly entered the palace. With a creak, the palace doors swung open. Schools of fish scattered as they entered the dimly lit hall. The glowing orbs provided just enough light to see their surroundings. No one's here, Chen Yin said, looking around. Chen Yin frowned slightly. The moment he entered the palace, he felt the scroll in his chest grow warm. He had only felt this sensation once before, in the mysterious bamboo forest within the Heavenly Path Perilous Domain. A faint whisper echoed from the depths of the palace. Oh. Someone actually survived Ephemeral Mountain. The sudden voice made Chen Yin tense. She drew her dagger and glared towards the source of the sound. Who's there? Show yourself. A moment later, a woman in a flowing black dress, adorned with countless shimmering stars, emerged from the darkness. Her eyes were half closed, her face unusually pale, and she floated in the air, like a ghost, her feet not touching the ground. The sight of her made Nan Xiaoxiang freeze in terror, a scream caught in her throat. A ghost dash. Don't be ridiculous. Would a ghost greet you so politely? Chen Yin rolled his eyes at Nan Xiaoxiang and looked at the woman calmly. She was also looking at him, her gaze not lingering on Chen Yin or Nan Xiaoxiang. A knowing smile played on her lips. So you're the one who inherited the Master's Scroll. What do you know? Chen Yin countered. I know everything. But without the Master's permission, I can't tell you anything. The woman bowed gracefully. I am Fuyu, the spirit of the Water Palace formation. Welcome. This is a place of opportunity left behind by the ancient immortal for Grand Clarity Realm cultivators. It's not meant for cultivators of your level. However, since one of you has passed the trial of Ephemeral Mountain, I'll make an exception and allow you to participate in the trial of the Water Palace. Hearing the words, Ephemeral Mountain, Chen Yin tensed, and Chen Yin frowned. There's no need to be nervous. Fuyu chuckled. The trial here isn't as dangerous as the one on Ephemeral Mountain. Even if you fail, you'll simply be sent back. Your lives aren't in danger. Chen Yin and Chen Yin exchanged a look. Do you believe her? I don't. Indeed, after witnessing the horrors of Ephemeral Mountain, no one would trust the words of the ancient immortal so easily. Nan Xiaoxiang, however, asked eagerly, Senior, is the reward for passing the trial the Heavenly Tao Fragment? Fuyu glanced at her with an unreadable expression. But she replied calmly, I can't reveal that information. But it is an opportunity of that level. Of course, you have to pass the trial first. Nan Xiaoxiang was about to step forward and accept the trial when Chen Yin pulled her back and flicked her forehead lightly. Idiot. Do you believe everything you hear? Nan Xiaoxiang didn't get angry this time. She said seriously, whether it's true or not, I have to try. I came here for this opportunity. Chen Yin frowned. Is it more important than your life? Much more important. Seeing her determination, Chen Yin didn't try to stop her. He turned to Chen Yin. Are you participating as well? Not really interested, but if what she said is true, and there's no risk of death, then I might as well try. Faced with their stubbornness, Chen Yin sighed and turned to Fuyu. Can you tell us about the trial? You jest, young master. Fuyu smiled, saying nothing. Seeing that he couldn't get any information out of her, Chen Yin nodded. Very well. He would do it for the sake of unraveling the mystery of the scroll. We accept the trial. Please step forward. A crystal orb appeared in Fuyu's hand. Place your hand on this orb, and the trial will begin. Chen Yin, Chen Yin, and Nan Xiaoxiang exchanged glances, then placed their hands on the orb. A gentle light enveloped them. Chen Yin felt his consciousness fading. He opened his eyes to a dimly lit ceiling. After a long moment, he sat up abruptly. He looked around, then suddenly covered his face with his hand, taking a deep breath, his body trembling slightly. A dark, familiar bedroom. The lingering smell of stale instant noodles. The faint glow of a second-hand computer screen. This was his home from his previous life. Everything here was so familiar. Yet, it also felt foreign. Chen Yin got out of bed and gently traced his finger across the dusty surface of his computer desk. He looked around the small, cramped apartment. The date on the computer was from years ago. He had just opened the door when a large, furry body barreled into him, knocking him to the floor. A wet, warm tongue licked his face. Chen Yin didn't even open his eyes. He simply wrapped his arms around the furry creature and smiled. Wutong, stop it. Wutong was his golden retriever. And his only family in this world. It had been a while since he had given it a bath. It smelled a bit, and its fur was shedding everywhere. But Chen Yin still held it close. Wutong wagged its tail excitedly for a while, then settled down on top of him. I know this isn't real. But it's good to see you again. Chen Yin gently patted its head. Wutong didn't understand what he was saying. Its eyes, like black pearls, were bright and clear. Let's go. I'm a little hungry. Let's get something to eat. As he stood up, Chen Yin noticed a notification on his computer screen. He clicked on it. It was a message from his author's page on sashyu.com. Someone had commented on his novel. Author, your story is so good. Please don't drop it, keep writing. Chen Yin stared at the username, then chuckled softly after a long silence. Haha. So it's you. This was one of his few loyal readers. He had thought she was just an ordinary reader. But later, he learned what a kind and resilient girl she was. At this moment, she was probably sitting behind her screen, eagerly awaiting his reply. Chen Yin started typing, I will, but his fingers froze midair. After a long pause, he deleted the words. Never mind. He knew he wouldn't be able to finish this novel. He thought for a moment, then replied to the comment, thank you for reading my story. Can I add you as a friend and chat about it? The wait for her reply felt longer than usual. Wutong lay at his feet, its large head resting on the floor, looking peaceful and content. Finally, the screen lit up. She had replied with a QQ number. Chen Yin could almost picture her sitting there, her face flushed, her fingers fumbling as she typed, her mind racing with anticipation. He couldn't help but smile. After adding her on QQ, she sent a tentative message, hello. Hello, Shen Shuang Shuang. A long silence followed his reply. Chen Yin waited patiently. Finally, she replied timidly, Brother Chen Yin, do you still remember me? Of course I do. Chen Yin smiled and typed, are you on summer break? Want to grab a bite? My treat. Another long silence, then a simple, okay. Chen Yin sent her the address of a restaurant, then started cleaning his apartment. It was a mess. But this time, he wasn't in a hurry. He meticulously cleaned every corner, every surface. He took out the trash, made his bed, and tidied up his desk. He gave Wutong a bath and cleaned its bed. Then, he took the dog and left the apartment. The early autumn air was crisp and cool. Chen Yin wore a light jacket, but it wasn't too cold. They had agreed to meet at a restaurant in the city center. When Chen Yin arrived, he saw a cute girl sitting by the window. Shen Shuangshuang was still in high school. She had long hair with bangs, and she was wearing a white Japanese-style school uniform with a pleated skirt and leggings that hugged her shapely legs. She held a cup of coffee in her hands, her eyes fixed on the street outside, her expression filled with a nervous anticipation. Wu Tong, seeing her, rushed over and nudged her leg with its nose, wagging its tail excitedly. As Shen Shuangshuang looked down in surprise, Chen Yin sat down opposite her. "Long time no see, senior, I mean, Shuangshuang." Shen Shuangshuang stared at him for a long moment, her face gradually turning crimson. She lowered her head shyly. "Be brother Chen Yin. You've grown into a beautiful young lady." Chen Yin looked at her with a smile, his eyes filled with warmth and affection. Shen Shuangshuang nodded silently, her body tense. Chen Yin wasn't in a hurry. He started a conversation, and at first, she was a little shy and reserved. But as he gently guided the conversation, she gradually opened up, excitedly sharing stories about her life, her youthful innocence and charm shining through. "Brother Chen Yin, what's your dog's name?" "Wu Tong." "Why that name?" "Because life is bitter, so I named him No Sugar." Shen Shuangshuang tilted her head, her eyes blinking. "I haven't seen you since you moved away, brother Chen Yin. How have you been?" Chen Yin hesitated, unsure how to answer. He didn't want to tell her that he hadn't been doing well. He didn't want to tell her that he couldn't make a living from writing. He didn't want to tell her that he was barely holding on. He didn't want to tell her that in a month, he would simply disappear. He had kept all his struggles and pain bottled up inside, unable to share them with anyone. So, in the end, he simply shook his head. "I'm working on a new novel. If it does well, things should get better." "Really? What's it about?" Shen Shuangshuang's eyes lit up. "Well." Chen Yin thought for a moment, then chuckled. "It's about a struggling novelist who transmigrates to another world." It was cliché and unoriginal. Even now, it still felt surreal. He even had a nagging feeling that it had all been a dream. But he knew that if he truly believed it was a dream, he would never be able to go back. Shen Shuangshuang listened intently as he told her about the Mist Yu flowers on Mount Yu, about his eccentric lowly master and his sweet and shy junior sister. About his quiet and gentle senior sister. And about his playful and adorable fox demon servant. After listening to his stories for a long time, she sighed softly. "That sounds wonderful. It's like a whole different world." Chen Yin smiled at her, saying nothing. Time passed slowly as they chatted, from afternoon to evening. After dinner, they left the restaurant and strolled along the bustling street, Wu Tong trotting happily beside them. Shen Shuangshuang walked slowly, her head lowered, her hands clasped behind her back, stealing glances at Chen Yin from time to time. Chen Yin looked at the familiar yet foreign city, a melancholic expression in his eyes. "Did you run away from home, brother Chen Yin?" "Yeah, you could say that." "Do you want to contact your family?" Chen Yin paused. Although he knew this was just an illusion, he still couldn't bring himself to see his family. He wasn't the same impulsive 16-year-old who had run away from home with nothing but a backpack. He didn't hate his parents as much anymore. Many of the emotions he had struggled with had faded with time. But he was still afraid to see them. Perhaps he was afraid he wouldn't be able to leave. If he became attached to this place, it would be difficult to go back. "I don't think so. But your parents must be worried." Shen Shuangshuang said sadly, pouting slightly. "Maybe." Chen Yin didn't answer, his gaze fixed on the passing cars. He was surrounded by people, but he didn't belong here. The person who belonged here wasn't him. Chen Yin was already dead. Shen Shuangshuang suddenly stopped, her eyes glistening with tears, her lips trembling. "Are you leaving?" "Yes." Chen Yin nodded. "Where are you going?" "Home. To where I belong." He shook his head slowly. "I don't have a home here anymore." Shen Shuangshuang didn't speak, just lowered her head and kicked a pebble on the sidewalk. She felt a pang of sadness. She had finally met the person she had admired for so long, but their brief encounter was already coming to an end. She couldn't bear for it to end so soon. She gathered her courage and looked up at him. "Brother Chen Yin, I have something to tell you. I've always dash." Her eyes widened slightly. Chen Yin gently placed a hand on her shoulder and kissed her forehead softly. His other hand gently covered her lips. "Don't say it." He looked at her with a gentle smile. But his eyes were filled with sadness. "I'll take it seriously. You should always carry an umbrella when it rains. But when the rain has stopped, there's no need to open the umbrella anymore." Shen Shuangshuang stared at his profile, her heart aching. "If you can, please take care of Wutong for me, okay?" He said softly, "You don't have to buy expensive dog food. Even leftovers are fine, he's not picky. Give him a bath once or twice a week. You can do it yourself, he's very well behaved. And..." Chen Yin's gaze lowered. "Don't let him eat chocolate. Not even if someone else offers it to him." Shen Shuangshuang nodded blankly. "And you?" Chen Yin turned to her and ruffled her hair gently. "If you can, I hope you'll live a good life. A life without me. Even if you don't transmigrate to that world. Even if we never meet again. I hope you can live like a normal girl. From school uniform to wedding dress. Find someone you love, and who loves you back. Live a peaceful and happy life." Chen Yin had thought he could say those words naturally. But his lips moved silently, and he swallowed them back. "Ha! I've lost everything in this world. But now that I'm leaving..." He glanced at Wutong, wagging its tail at his feet. He looked at Shen Shuangshuang, her eyes red-rimmed and glistening with tears. "I'm a little reluctant to leave." The next moment, he opened his eyes. He looked at the dimly lit underwater palace before him, his expression calm. He looked at the woman in the flowing black dress, Fuyu, who was watching him with a smile. "Congratulations. You have passed the trial." Chen Yin slowly opened his eyes. His gaze, as if returning from a distant memory, settled on Fuyu. He sighed softly and chuckled wryly. "Your master truly has a twisted sense of humor. Are you dissatisfied with the trial, young master?" Fuyu asked, a playful smile on her lips. "Not exactly dissatisfied. But using one's deepest memories as a trial is a bit unsettling." Chen Yin didn't dwell on it and asked, "Where are the others? Still undergoing their trials?" Fuyu held out her hand, the crystal orb in her palm shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. Through the orb, Chen Yin could vaguely see Qingying and a younger version of Qingchen, dressed in tattered clothes, wandering the streets. Nan Xiaoxiang's trial, however, was strange. She seemed to be trapped in a dark, endless cave, tears streaming down her face. What could Nan Xiaoxiang's inner demons be? Chen Yin was curious. "Can I see what their trials are like?" "Of course not." Fuyu looked at him with a smile. "Of course not." Chen Yin pouted. But then he noticed another faint glow beside the two orbs. "Huh." He leaned closer and saw an unexpected figure. The middle-aged swordsman, Yi Huang. He was lying beside a small hut by a lake, a young girl with her hair in buns sitting beside him, her head resting on his lap. His gaze was gentle as he stroked the little girl's hair. "He's here too." Chen Yin was surprised. "That man, Yi Huang, arrived before you. He began his trial half a day ago." Fuyu said slowly, "But it seems his trial will take a while longer." "Did I finish too quickly?" Chen Yin asked. "Although there's no precedent, I'd say you were quite fast, young master." Chen Yin smiled faintly, not out of pride, but simply turned his gaze back to the crystal orb. Everyone had things they clung to. Among countless memories, some were so captivating that they could trap you, making you unwilling to wake up. But once you chose to dwell in the past, you would lose sight of the future. It was a simple truth, but when you were trapped in a dream so vivid and real, escaping its grasp was incredibly difficult. Chen Yin had been able to break free because he had no lingering attachments to his past self. He thought Chen Yin had a good chance of passing the trial. After witnessing the tragedy on Ephemeral Mountain, she should have come to terms with her brother's death. But he wasn't sure about Nan Xiaoxiang. She had never revealed anything about her past. The only thing he was certain of was that the swordsman. He wouldn't pass the trial. From the moment he saw the look in his eyes, Chen Yin had known. He was the type who would gladly lose himself in the past, never wanting to wake up. Of course, it was none of his business. Chen Yin didn't care if he passed or failed. He just turned to Fuyu and asked, a slightly unrelated question. If they fail the trial, will they be released safely? Naturally. Fuyu chuckled. This formation isn't meant to kill. If they can't comprehend the opportunity within the allotted time, they'll be sent back. However. She hesitated, her lips pressed together. I knew it. Chen Yin sighed. What's the catch? I won't stop them from leaving, but I won't help them either. Fuyu's red lips parted slightly. It's up to them to figure out how to escape the icy plains outside. That's not helpful at all. Chen Yin was almost amused. The icy plains outside were a desolate wasteland, its freezing winds capable of nullifying spiritual energy. Leaving the formation would be a death sentence. Fuyu's eyes twinkled. If you want me to make an exception and send them out, young master, it's not impossible. But you have to answer a question for me. If your answer is satisfactory, you can do whatever you want with this formation. Such a generous offer. Chen Yin stroked his chin. Tell me more. Young master, do you know, what is the Tao? Upon hearing that question, Chen Yin almost had a PTSD-induced heart attack. Seriously? He suppressed a twitch in his lips. I'm sick of that question after Ephemeral Mountain. Why are you asking me the same thing? Can't your master come up with a more original question? Why are you all so obsessed with the Tao? A cultivator's life is a pursuit of the Tao and immortality. Fuyu said with a smile, only by transcending the mundane can one achieve true freedom. Chen Yin pondered the question. Can I just give a random answer and see if it works? He asked tentatively. Of course. Any answer is acceptable. Then, Chen Yin said seriously, I think everyone who seeks the Tao is putting the cart before the horse. Some believe that comprehending the Tao and achieving immortality requires abandoning all emotions and desires. I think that's bullshit. The heavenly Tao is the human Tao. I shouldn't be seeking the Tao at all. He looked at Fuyu and said, if I am truly transcendent, then I am the Tao. Fuyu's eyes lit up. She stared at him for a long time, then nodded slowly with a smile. The heavenly Tao is the human Tao. That is a satisfactory answer. Perhaps, you are the kind of person my master was looking for. She bowed gracefully. As promised, this formation is now yours to control. Chen Yin was stunned. That was it? He had just given a random answer, and this formation spirit actually believed him. He took the crystal orb, examined it, then turned to Fuyu and asked, so can I see what their trials are like now? Unfortunately, no. Fuyu said slowly, I've given you control over the formation, but my master forbade anyone from observing the trial subject's inner demons. Not even I, the formation spirit, can do it, and neither can you. Then what's the point of giving me control of the formation if I can't even use it? Chen Yin pouted. However, you can release your companions from their trials at any time, and I can send you all back to the outside world. Then let's do that. Chen Yin glanced at Chen Yin, whose eyes were now red-rimmed, tears mixing with a faint smile. It seemed she was almost ready to break free. As for Nan Xiaoxiang and that Yi Huang, they probably wouldn't be able to escape even if their time ran out. Chen Yin didn't want to waste any more time. He released Chen Yin and Nan Xiaoxiang from their trials. Back in reality, Chen Yin opened her eyes, her long eyelashes still damp with tears. But her expression was calm, only a hint of sadness lingering in her eyes. You're awake. Chen Yin looked at her with a smile. Chen Yin lowered her gaze and nodded slowly. Not bad. It seems you've come to terms with your brother's death. After all, I watched him leave. She looked away, her voice soft. There's nothing left to hold on to. Chen Yin didn't say anything more, just gently smoothed her hair. Chen Yin didn't resist, allowing his intimate gesture. Then, Chen Yin turned to Nan Xiaoxiang. She was huddled in a corner, her body trembling, her eyes filled with pain and conflict. She was still lost in thought, trapped in her inner demons. All right, snap out of it. Chen Yin walked over and patted her head, his voice firm. It was just a dream. Don't take it seriously. Nan Xiaoxiang slowly came to her senses. As she realized it had all been an illusion, a deep sadness washed over her, and she buried her face in her hands. Seeing her dejected demeanor, Chen Yin couldn't help but be curious. What did you see, Miss Nan? You seemed so captivated by it. Nan Xiaoxiang bit her lip tightly, then shook her head weakly. Thank you for waking me, young Master Chen. It seems this opportunity wasn't meant for me. She whispered sadly, hugging her knees. Chen Yin noticed her tightly clenched fists but didn't pry into her personal matters. All right. Finally. Chen Yin turned to the crystal orb, where the last figure remained. Should we release this Yi Huang fellow? Yi Huang was sitting by a bed, his eyes filled with tenderness as he coaxed a little girl to sleep. Qin Ying looked at the blurry image of Yi Huang in the orb and asked, is he trapped in the formation too? Fu Yu, Chen Yin turned to the formation spirit, if I use my authority to extend the trial indefinitely, can I trap him here forever? Fu Yu nodded. Yes. Do you want to keep him here forever? Qin Ying asked softly. Chen Yin thought it wasn't a bad idea. Although he respected Yi Huang's swordsmanship, they were on different paths. He had repeatedly tried to kill him, so there was no reason for him to show mercy. But leaving him here to wither away seemed like a waste. After a moment of contemplation, he said, release him. I still want to try and get some information from him about the person who sent him after us. Fu Yu bowed respectfully and waved her hand over the orb. Yi Huang's figure appeared, his eyes closed, a peaceful and gentle smile on his face. As if he was having a sweet dream he didn't want to wake up from. Yi Huang felt like he had been having a long dream. A dream so vivid and real that he had almost forgotten he was dreaming. The scent of his wife's hair lingered on his fingertips. The warmth of his daughter's hand still radiated in his palm. Everything felt so close, so real. But when he opened his eyes, his smile froze. It slowly morphed into shock, then disappointment, and finally, a deep despair. He suddenly cried out, as if he had gone mad. No, it's not real. That wasn't an illusion. It wasn't a dream. Aixing is waiting for me, and Linger too. Let me go back, let me go back. He tried to stand up frantically, but Chen Yin kicked him back down. Wake up. He stepped on Yi Huang's shoulder, his voice cold. Those people aren't here. Stop dreaming. Answer my questions, or you'll be trapped here forever. Yi Huang stared at him blankly, his eyes bulging grotesquely. After a long silence, he finally spoke, his voice hoarse. You're not dead. Thanks to your blessing. Chen Yin sneered. I don't know what kind of weapon your divine son gave you to use against me. But luckily, I survived. He wasted his efforts. But I believe in returning the favor. Chen Yin's voice turned cold. He gave me such a wonderful gift, it would be rude not to reciprocate. Tell me. Where is this divine son? I'm going to beat him to a pulp. He cracked his knuckles menacingly. Yi Huang didn't answer. He just stared at the ground, his eyes dull and lifeless, as if he hadn't fully emerged from the illusion. After a long silence, he shook his head weakly. It's better if you don't know. Defying him will only lead to a fate worse than death. Oh. Chen Yin chuckled, amused. I'd like to see who could possibly give me a fate worse than death. There are only so many Grand Clarity Realm experts in the cultivation world. Which one is your divine son? Why won't you tell me his name? Yi Huang looked at him silently, a hint of pity in his eyes. It's not about strength. He possesses a power that transcends cultivation. A power far more terrifying than anything you can imagine. Hearing his words, Chen Yin froze, her eyes widening in shock. Chen Yin's eyes narrowed slightly. Are you talking about the heavenly Tao fragment? Yi Huang's eyes widened in surprise. He looked up abruptly. You know about the heavenly Tao fragment? Are you a chosen one too? It seems your divine son only uses you as a tool and doesn't tell you anything. Chen Yin shrugged. I'm not a chosen one. But I killed the chosen one you were protecting. Impossible. Yi Huang shook his head vehemently. With the protection of the heavenly Tao fragment, a chosen one can survive even the most deadly attacks. They're almost impossible to kill. No matter how skilled your swordsmanship is, you couldn't have dash. Believe what you want. Chen Yin didn't bother explaining. He said bluntly, I'll give you some time to think. Either tell me where the divine son is, or you'll be trapped here forever. I'm not very patient. You better hurry up. Yi Huang lowered his gaze, lost in thought. Qing Ying stopped Chen Yin. He has a point. The system does have life-saving measures, although the cost is high. It can at least guarantee the chosen one's survival once. Hearing this, Yi Huang looked up abruptly, his eyes fixed on Qing Ying. Why you're a chosen one? What's it to you? Chen Yin's eyes narrowed dangerously. Yi Huang's lips moved slightly, then he suddenly collapsed to the ground, kowtowing frantically. My lord! Please! If you're a chosen one, you must have something called the life-returning herb. I'm willing to give you my life, but please, give me some more of the life-returning herb, I beg you. He banged his head against the ground repeatedly, the sound echoing through the chamber. Soon, a pool of blood formed beneath his forehead. But he didn't stop, his desperation evident. Qing Ying was startled by his frantic actions and instinctively took a step back, looking at Chen Yin for help. Chen Yin watched him silently, until his forehead was a bloody mess, then finally said. Enough. Don't hide anything. Tell us everything you know. We might consider helping you. Yi Huang's body swayed slightly, his consciousness fading, but he still managed to look up. Really? I don't like lying. Chen Yin looked at him seriously. But I also don't like being lied to. Yi Huang seemed to hesitate. His weathered face was filled with a silent struggle, then he finally nodded. All right. I'll tell you. But think carefully. You'll be facing the most terrifying group of people on this continent. Once you know about them, there's no turning back. You'll never be able to escape them. Even if I didn't know, I doubt that divine son would let me live. Chen Yin snorted disdainfully. I'll face whatever comes my way. Let them come. I'll see if they can handle me. Qing Ying also said to Chen Yin in a low voice, I asked the system, and it did find something called the life-returning herb in the shop. Chen Yin pondered for a moment, then turned to Fuyu. Could you please send that young lady out of the Azure Cicada ancient domain? Fuyu nodded and waved her hand. Nan Xiaoxiang, who had just started to say, wait dash, vanished in a flash of light. After she was gone, Chen Yin sat down and said casually, all right. Now, it's story time, right? Yi Huang lowered his head silently. After a long pause, he finally spoke. If I have to start from the beginning. I guess I should start with the day I left my sect. Kunlun, in the northern region, was a land of snow-capped mountains. Compared to the other regions of the continent, Kunlun was sparsely populated, its climate harsh and unforgiving, with few suitable locations for cultivation. Both mortals and cultivators were scarce. It was second only to Xianyun province in terms of its barrenness. But there was one sect in Kunlun, occupying the only place in the vast mountain range with a concentrated source of spiritual energy Fuyo Peak. This sect was called the Kunpeng sect. Although the Kunpeng sect didn't have many disciples, their overall quality was exceptional. Most disciples who reached the age of 30 or 40 would achieve the entering gate realm or even the boundless realm. Having avoided conflict for over 100 years, the Kunpeng sect had accumulated considerable strength, eventually becoming a major force in the cultivation world. And their most famous member was a prodigy who had emerged over a decade ago. His name was Yi Huang. At the age of 36, he had reached the Supreme Clarity Realm, gaining renown throughout the cultivation world and hailed as a future Grand Clarity Realm expert. His talent in swordsmanship was exceptional. He had defeated all his fellow disciples and even impressed renowned Grand Clarity Realm sword cultivators with his skills. The Kunpeng sect, with its small population, naturally cherished this rare prodigy, carefully nurturing his talent. Only after he reached the Supreme Clarity Realm did they finally allow him to leave the mountain and travel the world, honing his skills and seeking further enlightenment. Yi Huang wasn't in a hurry. Cultivating strength was easy, but improving one's realm required time and insight. So, after leaving the mountain, he didn't seek out opponents to spar with. Instead, he traveled the mortal world incognito, seeking enlightenment in the ordinary. He met Xing in a small mountain town. It wasn't a particularly romantic encounter. He had simply been passing through the town, seeking water to quench his thirst, when he happened upon a young girl washing clothes by the river. Yi Huang had met countless beauties. In his younger years, many female cultivators had pursued him, attracted by his talent and good looks. But the moment he saw this girl, he felt something different. Like a hidden stream deep within the mountains, pure, clear, and flowing gently. Xing was that kind of girl. Her eyes held a clarity and innocence unlike that of ordinary mortal women, yet she wasn't as detached and ethereal as a cultivator. She had a vibrant, down-to-earth aura. Yi Huang was instantly captivated by her. He loved watching her wash clothes by the river in the early morning, her slender hands moving gracefully in the water. He loved watching her walk barefoot on the soft mud, her toes sinking into the earth. He loved seeing her show off her local jewelry, the intricate earrings and anklets. He loved her bright smile, her white teeth, and the crescent moons of her eyes. He loved watching her sleep, her nose twitching softly, like a peaceful nightingale. 6 months later, they were married, settling down in that small mountain town. He stopped wandering, his quest for the Tao and immortality put on hold. He knew he had found something more precious than the Tao. A year later, Yi Linger was born. She was a bright and lively child, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons like her mother's, her nose straight and proud like her father's. After Linger was born, Yi Huang made a decision. He declined his sect's invitation to return and settle down in the town permanently. He would protect his wife and his beloved daughter, watching her grow up. Watching her become a beautiful young girl. He had thought these peaceful days would last forever. But he never imagined that this secluded mountain town, untouched by conflict, would be destroyed overnight. Happy birthday. Happy 9th birthday, Linger. Inside the small wooden hut, Yi Huang dramatically unveiled the table. Jade spirit cakes. Nutty candy. Yi Linger, her hair styled in 2 buns, her face still carrying a hint of baby fat, gasped in delight at the sight of the treats. How about that? Yi Huang grinned proudly. I went all the way down the mountain to buy these for you. Father is the best. She threw her arms around his neck and kissed his scruffy cheek. Yi Huang beamed, his heart melting. All right, you two, settle down. A gentle woman emerged from the kitchen, carrying a steaming bowl of noodles. She placed it on the table and glanced at Yi Huang with playful reproach. Yi Huang, really, she's still losing her baby teeth. And you're buying her candy. It's fine, it's fine. Yi Huang brushed off his wife's scolding with a laugh. The steaming hot longevity noodles, topped with a poached egg, made Yi Linger's mouth water, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. I want to eat this. No. Xing playfully smacked her hand. Haven't I told you the clan rules? Yi Linger pouted and began to recite slowly. When clouds rise over the mountains, all things are at peace. When the heavens are not in harmony with the seasons, there is still good fortune. It was a tradition of Xing's clan. Before eating the longevity noodles on their birthday, they had to recite the ancestral prayer. Yi Linger often struggled to remember the words, and every mistake meant starting over. Her face was soon etched with frustration. Mother, I can't remember. She tugged at Xing's hand, acting spoiled. No, it won't work, even if you act cute. Xing put on a stern expression, maintaining her motherly authority. Yi Ling'er turned to Yi Huang with pleading eyes. He winked at her and, behind A Xing's back, subtly held up a small piece of cloth with the entire prayer written on it. "Oh, I remember now. When the 4 seasons are like a mirror, the essence of things is without emotion, as I come before you, great ancestor, grant us peace. A Xing caught them in the act. The woman's playful scolding and the father and daughter's laughter filled the small wooden hut, their joy illuminating the night, before finally fading into silence. Later that night, after finally coaxing his daughter to sleep, Yi Huang sat by her bedside, watching her peaceful slumber. Yi Ling'er tossed and turned in her sleep, occasionally kicking off the blankets, her lips moving slightly. He gently stroked her cheek and tucked her back in, then left the room. A Xing, dressed in a thin nightgown, was waiting for him by the door. "Yi Huang, stop spoiling Ling'er so much." She pouted playfully, her eyes twinkling. "In a couple of days, she'll be begging for more candy again." "Huh, it's only once a year. It's fine to indulge her a little. You always favor Ling'er." Yi Huang chuckled and pulled her into his arms, his voice gentle. "I don't play favorites. I even brought you some rouge. It's high-quality stuff from the 10,000 Fragrance Pavilion." A Xing's eyes lit up, her gaze filled with love and affection, but she still complained playfully, "You're always wasting money." "Huh, money is just a worldly possession. It's better to enjoy it while we can." He held her close, his cheek resting on her forehead. "I'll return to the sect at the end of the year. After I've handed over my duties as an elder, I can finally settle down here in peace." A Xing snuggled closer to him, her eyes soft. Before they could enjoy their moment of intimacy, Yi Huang suddenly frowned and turned towards the distant mountains. "What's wrong?" "Someone's coming." His eyes narrowed slightly. "Who?" "I don't know. But they're cultivators, more than one, and their cultivation is quite high." "Are they coming for us?" A Xing asked, her voice filled with concern. Yi Huang shook his head. "Not necessarily. They might just be passing through. Take care of Ling'er. I'll go check it out." Deep within the forest, a group of figures dressed in black, their faces hidden behind yin-yang masks, walked silently among the trees. Leading the group was a tall figure in a long, flowing black robe that dragged along the ground. Their face was androgynous, their lips curved into a playful smile, a faint, unknown tune escaping their lips. After a while, they raised a hand, and the figures behind them stopped in unison. "May I ask what brings you to our remote town?" Yi Huang stepped out from behind a tree, his sword in hand, his voice calm. The figure in black whistled playfully, their smile widening. "You're Yi Huang." Yi Huang frowned slightly. It seemed they were here for him. When had he made such enemies? He couldn't recall. The figure chuckled softly. "I've heard of a peerless prodigy from the Kunpeng sect in the northern region, a man who reached the supreme clarity realm at the age of 36, his swordsmanship unmatched. Today, I've come to witness the might of Sword Immortal Yi." "You've mistaken me for someone else." Yi Huang frowned. "Sword Immortal Yi no longer uses a sword." "Is that so?" The figure didn't say anything more, just looked him up and down with narrowed eyes. Their gaze made Yi Huang uncomfortable. It felt like they were peering into his very soul, uncovering all his secrets. "Tsk. What a pity." The figure suddenly sighed regretfully. "He's not a chosen one." "A chosen one?" Yi Huang stared at them intently. "What are you talking about? If you have no business here, please leave." "Heh, what's the rush?" The figure walked behind him, their gaze fixed on the small, brightly lit town nestled in the valley. "This place is quite lovely. Quiet, peaceful, and picturesque." With a snap of their fan, they turned to him and said softly, "Let's make this our new base. Kill everyone in town." Their voice was cold and indifferent, devoid of any emotion. Yi Huang's eyes widened in shock, and he drew his sword, his supreme clarity realm aura erupting outwards. "You're courting death." But his sword didn't even leave its scabbard. The figure simply said, "Fu Zhe." One of the masked figures behind them stepped forward and whispered something about a system. Yi Huang didn't hear clearly. He only knew that his sword, honed over years of tireless practice, suddenly felt light and powerless. His strike didn't even create a ripple in the air. How Yi Huang's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't feel his spiritual energy. His body felt like it had been sealed, his cultivation gone, as if he had been reduced to a mere mortal. The next moment, two figures in black lunged forward and restrained him. "Let me go." "Who are you?" Yi Huang roared, struggling against their grip, but the figure before him just chuckled. "Who are we? You can call us Chen Yin. I am their leader, the Divine Sun." He pressed his fan against Yi Huang's chin, lifting his head. "You seem rather agitated. Is there someone you care about in that town?" Yi Huang struggled desperately, but his sealed meridians rendered him powerless. "Don't worry. I'll find them." The Divine Sun pressed his fan against Yi Huang's head, forcing him to look towards the town. "Look, isn't it beautiful?" Yi Huang's eyes widened in horror. The small town, once twinkling with lights, was now ablaze. The flames spread rapidly, engulfing the entire town. Yi Huang's expression shifted from shock to despair, his voice hoarse with anguish. "No. No. Stop." He thrashed like a wild beast, his strength almost breaking free from his captor's grip. But the Divine Sun simply said, "Don't worry. Are you concerned about them?" Yi Huang's struggle ceased. He looked up and saw Aixing and Linger being dragged towards them, his eyes bulging, the veins on his forehead throbbing. "Yi Huang. Father. No. Let them go. Please, I beg you. Let them go. I'll do anything." Yi Huang pleaded desperately. "Tsk." The Divine Sun's eyes narrowed slightly, his voice turning cold. "How unsightly." He walked towards Yi Linger, squatted down, and looked at her with a gentle smile. "Little girl, how old are you?" Yi Linger looked at him timidly, then at her father. Don't worry. Your father and I are just playing a game." The Divine Sun took out a round candy from his pocket. "Here, have this. It's very delicious." His smile was unsettling. "No." Yi Huang struggled desperately, but Yi Linger, after glancing at her father with a worried expression, hesitantly took the candy. "If I eat this, will you stop hurting my father?" she asked, her eyes pleading. "Of course. I promise." Yi Linger popped the candy into her mouth. Yi Huang watched in horror as the color drained from his daughter's face. A sickly sweet smile slowly appeared on her lips. "Ah. Father." Her eyes glazed over, her voice trembling with a strange delight. "This candy is so delicious." The Divine Sun waved his hand, and the guards released Yi Huang, who scrambled towards his daughter, his voice shaking as he cupped her face in his hands. "Linger. Linger, what's wrong? Don't scare me. You bastard. What did you give my daughter?" he roared, turning to the Divine Sun. "Nothing," the Divine Sun chuckled softly. "Candy is the best gift for a little girl, isn't it? But you better be obedient. Otherwise." His eyes narrowed, his voice turning icy cold. "Your daughter might suffer a fate worse than death." "Later, I became their dog." Yi Huang's voice was low and weary. "I learned that they called themselves Shenli, and that Divine Sun was their leader. Their main goal is to find chosen ones all over the world and invite them to join their organization. They possess the power of the heavenly Tao fragment, a terrifying and mysterious power that transcends cultivation and spiritual energy. And the candy they gave my wife and daughter was made from something called the life-returning herb." Yi Huang's body trembled as he mentioned the life-returning herb. Chen Yin, having already learned about its effects from the system, also paled. Chen Yin took a deep breath, his eyes as deep and still as a dark pool when he opened them. "I see." His voice was calm, but his words seemed to be forced through gritted teeth. Life-returning herb. The characters for it literally meant, above life, below pot, forming the character for, poppy. It was clearly a poisonous substance similar to opium. To use such a thing on children. Chen Yin closed his eyes slowly. He had to admit, a surge of murderous intent filled his heart. I took A Xing and Linger to countless physicians and healers. Yi Huang continued, his voice trembling, his posture defeated and slumped, but no one had ever seen or heard of this poison. No one knew how to cure it. I knew it was something they obtained using the heavenly Tao fragment. It didn't exist in this world. It's a potent drug. At first, it brings euphoria and excitement, but once you stop taking it, the withdrawal symptoms are agonizing, a living hell. His voice choked with emotion. He would never forget. His once vibrant and loving wife, withered and emaciated, her hair falling out, her skin clinging to her bones, her eyes bloodshot as she pleaded with him, her voice raspy. Yi Huang, kill me. He would never forget finding his daughter, Linger, curled up in the darkest corner of their house. Her eyes were dull and lifeless, her arms covered in fresh cuts and dried blood. As a husband, as a father. He was powerless. He could only watch as his wife hanged herself and his daughter withered away, like a broken doll. His only reason for living was his daughter. As long as Linger was alive, even if there was only a sliver of hope, he couldn't give up. Chen Yin, her eyes cold with fury, couldn't contain her anger any longer. I thought the Mist Spirit sect's secret division was ruthless. It seems I underestimated the depths of human depravity. Yi Huang knelt down again, his voice trembling. My lord, please. Please, save my daughter. Her addiction is getting worse. The amount they give me is no longer enough. Please, I beg you, give me more dash. I can't give you any more. Yi Huang stared at Chen Yin, who was looking at him with a cold, indifferent expression. It's poison. Giving you more would only prolong her suffering. If you truly want to save your daughter, stop relying on that drug. Yi Huang stammered, but if I don't use it? There are other ways. Chen Yin said firmly, every poison has an antidote. Chen Yin, ask your system. Before Chen Yin could speak, the system said, I just checked the system shop. There's no direct antidote for the life-returning herb. But there are several pills that can alleviate or suppress its effects, enough to save the little girl's life. However, Chen Yin looked at Chen Yin with a troubled expression. What's wrong? I don't have enough points. She lowered her head in shame, like a child who had done something wrong. But Chen Yin didn't scold her. He gently patted her head and said softly, it's all right. Tell me the names of the pills. As Chen Yin, guided by the system, listed the names of the pills, Chen Yin produced them from his pocket one by one. This. Chen Yin and the system exclaimed in disbelief. How did you get these? But you're not a dash. I'll explain later. Chen Yin's gaze was calm as he turned to Yi Huang. These will save your daughter's life. Yi Huang's eyes lit up with a desperate intensity as he stared at the pills in Chen Yin's hand. He said, his voice trembling. What do you want in return? Anything, I'll do anything, just save my daughter dash. Tell me. What do you know about this Shenli organization? Yi Huang hesitated for a moment, then said slowly, not much. Because I'm not a chosen one. I don't have a heavenly Tao fragment. I only know that their numbers are small, but all of their members are chosen ones. Each chosen one possesses a heavenly Tao fragment and unique system abilities, powers that transcend cultivation and spiritual energy. Each of them. Chen Yin glanced at Chen Yin. What? Chen Yin pouted and glared back at him. Of course I have one too. But why should I tell you? It's my secret. You're just embarrassed to tell him because your system ability is assassination, which is useless. The system couldn't help but comment. Shut up. Chen Yin silently cursed. Yi Huang continued, they're incredibly secretive and cautious, with dozens of hidden bases scattered throughout the continent. I've only been to one or two. They seem to be searching for chosen ones everywhere, trying to recruit them into their organization. The Divine Sun offers generous rewards. Once you join, you'll be provided for, and the organization will help you achieve your goals. Like that Yao Zhuang I was protecting. Yi Huang lowered his eyes. He was a true scumbag. Despite being a chosen one, all he cared about was defiling women. So the organization arranged for him to become a minor official, allowing him to abuse his power and prey on mortal women. And they assigned me as his bodyguard. Chen Yin snorted coldly. That scumbag deserves to die. Wait a minute. Chen Yin thought for a moment, then asked, puzzled, the divine son should also be a chosen one, right? Why is he gathering chosen ones? To establish his own sect. Yi Huang hesitated, then said in a low voice, this is just my speculation, but whenever the divine son finds a chosen one, he takes them aside and does something. I heard Yao Zhuang mention that he can absorb the abilities of other chosen ones. And those who have their abilities absorbed can still retain their heavenly Tao fragment and basic system functions. So most of them, like Yao Zhuang, who don't have any grand ambitions, agree to it. Chen Yin nodded in understanding. If that was the case, it explained the miniature heavenly Tao fragment he had obtained from Yao Zhuang. It must have been a discarded remnant after the divine son had absorbed its power. That's all I know. Yi Huang shrugged. Chen Yin pondered for a moment, then asked, do you know where the divine son was last seen? I'm not sure. He took a deep breath. After the members of Shenli discussed their plans against you at their base in Kunlun province, they gave me that black energy and sent me after you. From their tone, they seemed confident that it would kill you. Chen Yin chuckled coldly. Well, thanks to them, that black energy did cause me quite a bit of trouble. Yi Huang lowered his head and, after a long silence, said with a bitter smile, I apologize. I had no choice but to pursue you. If you can save my daughter, I'm willing to die to atone for my sins. Don't bother. Chen Yin waved his hand dismissively. Blaming the weapon instead of the wielder, huh? I'm not that naive. But this Shenli. His eyes narrowed slightly. Now, with Yi Huang's information, the mysterious organization was finally coming into focus. It was an organization of chosen ones. And the divine son was collecting them for some unknown purpose. If this was true, then this organization might be the most powerful and secretive force on the continent. Chen Yin suddenly remembered something. When he had encountered Master after emerging from the Heavenly Path Perilous Domain, she had been severely injured, her recovery taking a long time. He had wondered who could have injured a Grand Clarity Realm expert like Yu Ling so badly. And why she had refused to talk about it. If his suspicions were correct. Then this divine son deserves to die 1,000 deaths. Chen Yin's lips curled into a snarl. Let's go. He stood up. We'll go to your home and find your daughter first. After she's safe, I'll settle the score with these bastards. Fuyu, send Yi Huang out of the Azure Cicada ancient domain. Aren't you leaving as well, young master? Fuyu asked. Chen Yin smiled faintly. There's a silly fox waiting for me at the entrance. I understand. She bowed gracefully, and a gentle stream of water enveloped Chen Yin and Yi Huang. As Chen Yin stepped onto the teleportation formation, he paused. One more thing. Your master, he said casually, went through all that trouble to create Ephemeral Mountain and slaughter chosen ones. Was it to prevent something like this from happening? Fuyu didn't answer. In the last second before the formation activated, Chen Yin saw her faint smile and heard her melodious voice. You're half right. Deep within the Azure Cicada ancient domain, at a fork in the road. Few people ventured this far, even treasure-seeking cultivators were scarce. Those who did pass by would quickly retreat after sensing the powerful aura emanating from the area. It was rumored that a powerful Supreme Clarity Realm fox demon resided there, tearing apart anyone who dared to approach. So, this area had become a forbidden zone for treasure hunters. After an unknown amount of time, a large white fox with bright blue eyes slowly opened its eyes. A soft, girlish voice, strangely out of sync with its massive form, came from its mouth. Young master, why haven't you come back yet? Luo Luo is hungry. The girl's voice was filled with a childish whine. Suddenly, a gentle voice spoke beside her. Hungry? Then young master will make you something delicious, okay? The white fox's eyes snapped open, and its massive form shimmered, slowly transforming into the ethereal image of a young girl. Young master. Luo Luo leaped into Chen Yin's arms, nuzzling against him affectionately. Good girl. Did you wait long? Chen Yin gently stroked her hair and ears. Luo Luo was so worried. She looked up at him timidly. Are you alright, young master? Not really. Big trouble. Chen Yin said dramatically, there was a huge monster inside. I almost got eaten. Hee, you're lying, young master. Luo Luo giggled. You're so powerful, no monster can eat you. Then why are you still worried? Chen Yin chuckled softly. I'm not that easy to kill. Speaking of which. Luo Luo paused and followed his gaze downwards. Her face turned crimson. Ha! Chen Yin coughed awkwardly, pulled a dress from the system shop, and said with a hint of reproach, you silly girl. You didn't even notice, did you? If I hadn't caught you in time, you would have been running around naked. Luo Luo's ears drooped, and she hid her face in Chen Yin's chest, the dress draped over her back, her eyes watery. It's been so long since I transformed, I forgot. She blinked, her voice soft and sweet, her lips pouting invitingly. Young master, can you pretend you didn't see anything? Chen Yin thought about the image of her naked body, so soft and delicate, and coughed again. That's going to be a bit difficult. Ah. Forget it, forget it. It's so embarrassing. Not a chance. I need some compensation for my silence. What does young master want? Luo Luo asked, although she already had a pretty good idea, her head lowered expectantly. Chen Yin looked at her adorable and slightly flustered expression. He leaned down and gently bit her lip. Wow, so much has happened. As they walked towards the exit of the Azure Cicada ancient domain, Luo Luo listened to Chen Yin's account of their experience within the formation, her eyes wide with surprise. That Uncle Yi Huang, he's so pitiful. It's a matter of life and death. Chen Yin said softly. We'll go to his home first and make sure his daughter is safe. After that, I'll settle the score with those bastards. His voice was calm, but Luo Luo, glancing at his face, noticed the coldness in his eyes. She knew that when he had this expression, it meant he was truly angry. She snuggled closer to him, rubbing her soft fur against his arm. Good luck, young master. Chen Yin glanced at her sideways. Why are you being so well-behaved today? Isn't Luo Luo always well-behaved? You're especially well-behaved today. Because Luo Luo is hungry. She grinned, revealing her adorable fangs. Chen Yin chuckled and pinched her cheek, then pulled a bag of chips from the system shop and handed it to her. Luo Luo tore open the bag and began munching happily. So delicious. I'll give you something even more delicious when we get back. Chen Yin said casually. Luo Luo tilted her head and asked in a sweet voice, is it a milk lollipop? Chen Yin almost stumbled. After a moment, he said sternly. Ahem. Kids shouldn't repeat such things. This time, their journey out of the secret realm was quick. Soon, they arrived at the entrance. Not only were Qingying and Yi Huang waiting for them, but Nan Xiaoxiang was also there. You're finally back. Qingying frowned. This is a matter of life and death. His daughter is waiting. Don't worry. Chen Yin was about to leave when Nan Xiaoxiang spoke softly. Young Master Chen, since this is about saving someone's life, may I accompany you? Chen Yin looked at her with surprise. Nan Xiaoxiang's gaze was calm and clear. His daughter's poison has stumped countless physicians and healers. Are you sure you can handle it? I can't make any promises, but another physician might be helpful. Nan Xiaoxiang blinked, her eyes filled with sincerity. But Chen Yin didn't trust her one bit. He looked at her suspiciously, then snorted. Fine. Come with us. She was being so helpful. She must have an ulterior motive. He could guess what it was. She had risked her life entering the Azure Cicada ancient domain, all for the chance to obtain the heavenly Tao fragment. Having failed the trial of the Water Palace, she wouldn't give up so easily. She must have assumed that he had passed the trial and obtained the fragment. And now, she was trying to get it from him. Chen Yin didn't bother exposing her. He would let her tag along and do some free work for him. Since he didn't have the heavenly Tao fragment, she couldn't accuse him of lying later. But wait. Chen Yin suddenly remembered something. Right. He had passed the trial of the Water Palace. Where was his reward? Did Fuyu swallow it? He almost stormed back to confront her but decided against it. Saving Yi Huang's daughter was more important. He would get his reward later. Yi Huang, where is your daughter now? In Kunlun province, Yi Huang said softly. I left her with a farming family at the foot of the Kunpeng Sex mountain. Chen Yin nodded. Then there's no time to waste. Let's go. They left the Azure Cicada ancient domain. But what Chen Yin didn't know was that he had already received his reward. Two faint glows followed them out of the secret realm. And silently attached themselves to the eternal light sword. Northern region, at the foot of Kunpeng Sex mountain. Linger. Linger, Daddy found the medicine. Yi Huang burst through the door of a small wooden hut at the foot of a snowy mountain. But his joyful expression slowly froze. The hut was empty. What's going on? Linger. Linger, where are you? Yi Huang frantically searched the surrounding huts, but his daughter was nowhere to be found. Stop looking, Chen Yin's voice finally called out. Chen Yin was crouching beside a haystack, his fingers gently touching two bodies, their blood still warm. Someone beat us to it. He said slowly, his eyes flickering. How could this be? Luo Luo covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes wide with fear. Qing Ying frowned. Was it Shenli? How did they know we were coming? No. Nan Xiaoxiang leaned down and gently lifted the clothing covering the bodies, revealing the wounds. They were irregular, unlike those made by ordinary weapons. They look like sword wounds, but the shape of the blade is unusual. She said softly. Chen Yin suddenly remembered something and looked at the strange-looking sword in Yi Huang's hand, its jagged blade unlike any he had seen before. Yi Huang's eyes narrowed slightly. 3 acupoints pierced, but the heart meridians untouched. This is the Kunpeng sect's Kunluo sword technique. Only a few of my close friends in the Kunpeng sect knew where I had hidden my daughter. Chen Yin's expression turned cold. It seems your sect isn't as peaceful as you thought. He said with a hint of sarcasm. Yi Huang turned to leave, his eyes blazing with fury. I'm going back to the Kunpeng sect. What do you think the chances are of you rescuing your daughter by barging in like that? Chen Yin's calm voice stopped him in his tracks. The Kunpeng sect is my sect. I have no quarrel with them. They wouldn't harm my daughter. Yi Huang said seriously. Chen Yin countered, then why didn't they inform you? Why did they kill the mortals who were protecting your daughter? Yi Huang didn't know. He couldn't answer. Wake up. Chen Yin said slowly, if your sect is no longer safe, then rushing back there will only alert them. Your daughter might still be safe now, but your actions could put her in danger. Yi Huang's expression flickered, then he suppressed his anxiety and asked in a low voice, what should I do? Chen Yin looked at the bodies of the farming couple lying in the snow, lost in thought. If it was Shenli, then they must have somehow learned of Yi Huang's betrayal. Perhaps it was because the black energy hadn't killed him, alerting the Divine Sun. Of course, it was also possible that it wasn't Shenli, but someone within the Kunpeng sect who had a grudge against Yi Huang. If it was the former, it meant that Shenli had infiltrated the Kunpeng sect. If it was the latter, it was even more dangerous. Because if it was an act of revenge, then Linger's life was truly in danger. But one thing was certain. Chen Yin closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them and said. Here's the plan. We'll split into 3 groups and infiltrate the Kunpeng sect. Northern region, Kunlun Mountains, Fuyo Peak. Fuyo Peak was the highest peak in the Kunlun Mountains, and also the highest point in the entire northern region. Even though spiritual energy was scarce in the northern region, Fuyo Peak was blessed with a rich and abundant source, comparable to any other immortal mountain. But the climate was harsh and unforgiving, and the sect's disciples were few, even the guards at the gate were scarce. Amidst the wind and snow, a rugged-looking man with a scruffy beard, his sword in hand, slowly approached the mountain gate. The guards, initially shocked, quickly bowed respectfully. "Uncle Yi Huang. I want to see the sect master." Yi Huang glared at them coldly. The disciples exchanged uneasy glances. "We'll inform the sect master immediately. No need. I'll go find him myself." With that, Yi Huang strode past them and into the sect. The disciples tried to stop him, but he turned and glared at them, his eyes blazing with fury, and they quickly backed down, their faces pale with fear. Yi Huang walked straight towards the main hall and kicked open the door. Inside, a slightly overweight man with white eyebrows and a cheerful smile greeted him. If it isn't my good disciple, Yi Huang. So you finally decided to visit your old master." Yi Huang, who had been radiating a murderous aura, slightly softened his demeanor and bowed respectfully. "Disciple Yi Huang, greetings, master." This kind-looking, chubby man was the current sect master of the Kunpeng sect, Wang Kurong. Come, it's been a while. Let's have some tea and catch up." Wang Kurong waved his hand, and a disciple immediately stepped forward to pour them tea. Yi Huang didn't refuse, but his voice was still cold. "There's no need for formalities, master. I have some urgent matters to discuss." "Oh. Tell me." "My daughter, Yi Linger, was staying with a farming family at the foot of the mountain." Yi Huang's voice turned sharp. "But when I went to see her today, she was gone. And the farmers were dead, killed by the Kunpeng sect's sword technique. I demand an explanation." "What?" Wang Kurong's brow furrowed deeply. "How could this be? Could it be that some disciple, jealous of your talent, acted on their own? But no one has left the mountain these past few days." Wang Kurong pondered for a moment, then summoned a disciple. "Go and inform Elder Zhangfa immediately. Have him investigate this matter thoroughly." "Yes, sect master." The disciple bowed and quickly left. Wang Kurong turned to Yi Huang, his face filled with righteous indignation. "Don't worry, my disciple. I will bring you justice." Although Yi Huang was still wary, his master's sincere words left him with no reason to doubt him. Recalling Chen Yin's words, he suppressed his anxiety and frustration and sat down to have tea with his master. Meanwhile, the disciple who had been sent to inform Elder Zhangfa didn't go to the Elder's Hall. Instead, he made his way to an inconspicuous disciple's dormitory at the back of the mountain. After checking that no one was around, he entered the room, walked to a cabinet, and pressed a hidden button, revealing a secret passage. Two figures were already waiting there. "Has Yi Huang arrived?" "Yes." "Prepare for relocation immediately." With that, they both entered the passage. But they didn't notice the shadow that silently followed them as the door closed. In the dimly lit secret chamber, a cauldron sat in the center. Beside the cauldron was an iron cage. A small, emaciated girl, about 8 or 9 years old, huddled inside. She wore only a thin, tattered rag, her hair dry and brittle, her cheeks gaunt, her lips pale, her eyes dull and lifeless. Her arms and legs were so thin they looked like they might break. Her wrists were covered in scars, some fresh, some old. The door creaked open, and several Kunpeng sect disciples rushed in, frantically gathering the items in the room. "Hurry! Get rid of everything. Leave no trace." The little girl remained motionless, her head resting against the bars of the cage, her eyes vacant. The disciples quickly destroyed the cauldron and the various bottles and jars, then opened the cage door. A large hand roughly grabbed the girl's thin arm. "Get out!" The grip was so tight that it seemed like her arm might snap. The little girl, lifeless as a doll, was dragged out of the cage. Suddenly, panicked shouts came from behind them. "Who's there?" "You." Then, muffled groans and the sickening sound of bones breaking. The little girl didn't react, as if she hadn't heard anything. She simply collapsed to the ground. A soft, pitying voice spoke beside her. Poor child. Luo Luo looked at the emaciated girl, her eyes welling up with tears. Nan Xiaoxiang immediately checked her pulse, her brow furrowing deeply. Is she, even alive? What kind of poison could do this to a person? We need to hurry, Chen Yin said coldly from the doorway. They'll be here soon. Nan Xiaoxiang nodded and quickly administered acupuncture and some medicinal pills. Meanwhile, Chen Yin swiftly examined the remaining items in the room, her expression turning icy cold. These bastards, they're using her blood to refine pills. That's horrible. Luo Luo covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes wide with horror. Nan Xiaoxiang also frowned as she read through the documents. Pills made from her blood can cause addiction and make cultivators susceptible to manipulation. Is it because her blood contains a high concentration of the life-returning herb? We'll discuss this later. We need to get her to safety. Chen Ying lifted the little girl onto her back, and they headed towards the exit. But as they reached the door, Chen Ying's eyes narrowed. Too late. The doorway was blocked by several Kunpeng sect disciples, their swords drawn, their eyes hostile. 2 or 3 Supreme Clarity Realm elders led the group. They were completely surrounded. What do we do? Nan Xiaoxiang whispered anxiously. Chen Ying shook her head calmly. Don't panic. This is within his expectations. You vile demon. Release my disciple's daughter immediately. A powerful voice boomed from the distance. Wang Kurong and Yi Huang were rushing towards them. Yi Huang reached Chen Ying's side. Linger. Don't worry, we've already given her some medicine. Nan Xiaoxiang said softly, but they've been using her blood to refine pills. Her body is extremely weak. She'll need further treatment. Using her blood to refine pills. Yi Huang turned to Wang Kurong, his eyes blazing with fury. Master. Explain yourself. What? How could this be? Wang Kurong feigned outrage. Young lady, you can't just make baseless accusations and sow discord within our sect. The evidence is right behind us. See for yourself. Chen Ying said coldly, clearly unimpressed by his denial. Seeing the murderous glint in Yi Huang's eyes, Wang Kurong narrowed his eyes, then quickly said, How dare they do such a thing? This is a disgrace. Law Enforcement Elder. Execute all those involved. The law enforcement elder behind him acknowledged the order and led a group of disciples into the secret passage. Wang Kurong continued his righteous act. Don't worry, my disciple. I will personally cleanse the sect of this evil and bring you justice. Yi Huang's anger hadn't subsided, but Chen Ying simply scoffed. Just as he predicted. This sect master was a liar. Nan Xiaoxian whispered, Your daughter's condition is critical. Her safety is our priority. Yi Huang closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and glared at Wang Kurong, his eyes bloodshot. I expect a full explanation, master. With that, he left with his daughter, followed by Chen Yin, Chen Ying, and Nan Xiaoxiang. Wang Kurong watched them leave, his eyes narrowed, then a hesitant voice spoke beside him. Sect master, should we dash? Not yet. There will be other opportunities. Why not just kill Yi Huang? The disciple asked, puzzled. Can't we just take his daughter? Fool. He's the most talented disciple our Kunpeng sect has seen in years. Who will lead the sect after I'm gone? Wang Kurong said angrily, he must never learn the truth. We have to keep him on our side. But Uncle Yi Huang hasn't been interested in cultivation for years. He just wants to live a peaceful life with his wife and daughter. That was before. Now that his wife is dead, and his daughter is dying, he'll soon realize the difference between immortals and mortals. When he returns, heartbroken and disillusioned, and devotes himself to cultivation, we'll use the pills refined from his daughter's blood to secretly expand our power. Wang Kurong stroked his beard. With both overt and covert operations, within a decade or two, the Kunpeng sect will be able to rival even the most powerful sections. Brilliant, sect master. The disciple bowed respectfully. Go now. And make sure to clean up the mess. Leave no evidence for Yi Huang to find. The disciple bowed again and left. But after leaving the main hall, he circled around and, finding an opportunity when no one was looking, made his way down the mountain. He entered an inconspicuous house and knelt respectfully before a figure inside. Divine Messenger, Yi Huang has taken his daughter. Inside the house, a man in a black robe and mask nodded slowly. I see. Continue to stay by the sect master's side and sow discord between him and Yi Huang. Yes, Divine Messenger. After the disciple left, the Divine Messenger also left the house and headed north, traveling for an entire day and night, until he reached a small, unremarkable village nestled among the snowy mountains. He entered a seemingly ordinary house, but inside, it opened into a grand and magnificent palace. In the dimly lit hall, 4 men in black robes and masks sat around a table. At the head of the table sat the Divine Sun, leisurely sipping tea. As you predicted, Yi Huang has betrayed us, the Divine Messenger reported. I see. The Divine Sun's expression remained calm and indifferent. What about the Kunpeng sect? Although Yi Huang rescued his daughter, the rift between him and the sect has deepened. With a little more manipulation, they'll be at each other's throats. Yi Huang, alone and isolated, won't survive for long. We have the Kunpeng sect's sect master to thank for this. Such a fine example of human nature, willing to sacrifice even his own disciple's daughter for the sake of power and ambition. The Divine Sun chuckled softly. Human nature is truly shallow and easy to manipulate. Damn it! Another masked figure cursed. If it weren't for that Yu Ling and the 10,000 fragrance pavilion breathing down our necks, I would have personally dealt with that traitor Yi Huang. Patience is a virtue. The Divine Sun's smile remained calm and serene. It's just the loss of a pawn. A minor setback. We'll deal with him later. Our priority now is dash. He stopped mid-sentence. The other Divine Messengers looked at him curiously. They watched as his expression shifted from calm amusement to a rigid stillness, and then to a cold indifference. I underestimated you. He suddenly closed his eyes and sighed softly. As the Divine Messengers exchanged confused glances, a playful voice came from behind them. Well, I thought you might need a little push. Chen Yin, his hands casually tucked into his sleeves, strolled out from the shadows, a mischievous grin on his face. The Divine Messengers instantly tensed, their eyes filled with hostility. Surprised? Chen Yin chuckled. He had suspected that the Kunpeng sect was involved, but he knew they couldn't have acted alone. Shenli must have been behind it. So, he had split their group into 3. Yi Huang would confront the Kunpeng sect directly, while Chen Yin, along with Luo Luo and Nan Xiaoxiang, would rescue his daughter. And he would wait in the shadows, ready to uproot Shenli. Hiding in the shadows, pulling strings, enjoying the show, Although Chen Yin was smiling, his eyes were cold and filled with a chilling rage. I hate flies. Always buzzing around, annoying you when you're trying to rest or focus, then vanishing the moment you try to swat them. Persistent and irritating. But you won't be enjoying the show from the sidelines this time. Chen Yin walked towards them casually. You can't always avoid getting your hands dirty. With that, the eternal light sword blazed with a cold, brilliant light, its tip pointed at the Divine Sun. The Divine Sun, usually calm and composed, finally fell silent. After a long pause, he finally spoke, his voice low and dangerous. You're good. Thank you for the compliment. Chen Yin grinned. You should be grateful, the Divine Sun sighed, that I'm always cautious. This is just an avatar. If I were here in person, I would have eliminated you myself. A true threat. Yu Ling's disciple, I'll remember you. The Divine Sun looked at him intently, then his figure began to dissipate. If anything happens to my Divine Messengers today, I will make you pay 1,000-fold. As the Divine Sun's figure dissipated, Chen Yin frowned slightly. That wasn't even his true body. He was that cautious. Chen Yin had hoped to eliminate this annoying pest once and for all. But according to Yi Huang, Shen Li's numbers were small. Even if the Divine Sun was just an avatar, these Divine Messengers were real. This should be enough to cripple them for a while. A satisfied smile appeared on Chen Yin's face. The divine messengers exchanged glances and huddled together. Humph, Chen Yin. Don't get cocky. One of them shouted, you dare barge in here alone and challenge us. You underestimate Shen Li. Since you're courting death, don't blame us for being ruthless. He silently activated his system and charged towards Chen Yin, his body enveloped in a sinister black aura. He was confident. Even if this Chen Yin was Yu Ling's disciple, he wasn't a chosen one. And anyone who wasn't a chosen one would be severely injured, if not killed, by his system's sudden attack. But as the faint, invisible ripples of his system's power spread outwards, a finger lightly touched his forehead. Instantly, countless tiny, sharp sword energies surged through his body, shattering his meridians. He screamed in agony, as if his very soul was being torn apart. Aakak. In the blink of an eye, he collapsed to the ground, his eyes bloodshot, his body convulsing in pain. The other three divine messengers froze in terror. Chen Yin looked at him impassively, his heart devoid of pity. What's your name? Ugh. The man couldn't speak, his body racked with pain. Chen Yin kicked off his mask, revealing a thin, gaunt face, his eyes filled with disbelief. Impossible, why doesn't the system affect you? Want to know? Chen Yin suddenly squatted down, a mischievous grin on his face. If you answer my questions, I'll tell you. Tell me, where is your divine son's true body? The man still didn't speak, his eyes bulging from the pain. TSK, Chen Yin frowned. These guys were tougher than he had expected. The other three divine messengers, terrified, turned to flee. But the eternal light sword flashed, and before they could even take a step, they felt their lower bodies disappear. Not so fast. Chen Yin's gaze was cold and calm. It's alright if you don't want to talk. I have plenty of time. He didn't enjoy torturing people for information. But while waiting in the shadows at the Kunpeng sect, he had seen the small, emaciated girl Chen Yin was carrying. She was only 8 or 9 years old, an age of innocence and playfulness. But she was nothing more than skin and bones, her eyes dull and lifeless. He felt that these people deserved to die 10 times over. He walked over to the three men, their lower bodies still gushing blood, and tossed them aside like ragdolls. Don't worry. I'll take my time with you. Chen Yin said softly. He removed their masks one by one. There was an old man, a young woman, a fat man, and a thin man. But he didn't care. He looked at them with the same cold indifference, as if they were nothing more than dead dogs. You'll regret this. The fat man, his eyes filled with hatred, spat out through a mouthful of blood. You have no idea how powerful Shen Li is. You'll die a horrible death. Thank you for your kind wishes. Chen Yin's gaze was cold and distant. I don't know what will happen when I die. But you definitely won't be around to see it. He lowered his eyes slowly. The fat man's eyes bulged in terror, his voice caught in his throat. Chen Yin frowned slightly. He felt an invisible force crush their hearts. It wasn't an external force, but something emanating from within them. The system? He tried to investigate, but they were already dead. Did the system have a self-destruct function? A surge of energy emanated from the scroll in his chest, and 4 small orbs flew into it. Chen Yin entered the scroll's space. 4 more pebble-like fragments had appeared beneath the statue. Like the one he had obtained from Yao Zhuang, these fragments weren't complete systems, but rather inferior, simplified versions. Their plot records only contained the words, "Serve the Divine Sun." He couldn't find any other useful information, so he withdrew his consciousness from the scroll's space and looked at the 4 bodies on the ground, shaking his head regretfully. What a waste. These people were incredibly cautious, choosing death over revealing any information. He hadn't been able to get what he wanted from them. But 4 chosen ones. Including Yao Zhuang, he had already killed 5 members of Shen Li. Chosen ones weren't common, so Shen Li's numbers couldn't be that large. 5 deaths would definitely hurt the Divine Sun. This must be what he meant by a minor setback. Chen Yin chuckled softly. But his smile hid a chilling coldness. This isn't over. Next time, let's see if you're still so lucky. In a small town in Kunlun province, Nan Xiaoxiang sat in an inn room, her slender fingers resting on Yi Linger's wrist. It's no use. After a long while, she shook her head slowly. Her body is weak, but there are no other abnormalities. Her heart and lungs are just incredibly frail. But I can't find the cause of her addiction or those intense hallucinations. It seems this life-returning herb poison has directly affected her mind and spirit. Mortal medicine is ineffective. Fortunately, young Master Chen's pills can clear her mind and suppress the symptoms for a while. Yi Huang breathed a sigh of relief, but his eyes were still filled with worry. Luo Luo and Chen Yin stood beside them, unsure how to comfort him. They remained silent. The door opened, and Chen Yin entered. How is she? Her life is not in danger, but the poison is difficult to cure. Nan Xiaoxiang turned to him and shook her head. This child has been ravaged by the poison. Her body is like that of a dying person. We can only focus on stabilizing her condition for now. Thank you for your efforts. Chen Yin looked at the girl on the bed, his heart aching with a silent sympathy. Although her eyes were sunken, and her face was gaunt, he could still see the traces of a once lively and adorable little girl. Now, she was on the verge of death, her body ravaged by poison. Yi Huang asked softly, how did it go? I didn't catch the divine sun. I just destroyed one of their bases and killed 4 of his messengers. Chen Yin said with a hint of regret, I'm sorry. You've already done so much for me, brother Chen. I don't dare ask for more. Yi Huang said seriously, you saved Linger's life. From now on, my life is yours. What good is your life to me? Chen Yin shrugged helplessly. I just did what I thought was right. There's no need to talk about repayment. Besides, your daughter isn't fully recovered yet. I wonder if there's a way to cure her. He fell into deep thought. Nan Xiaoxiang glanced at him discreetly, a thoughtful expression on her face, then suddenly spoke. Young Master Chen, I might have a solution, but I'm not sure if it will work. Chen Yin looked up at her, his eyes brightening with hope. As a physician, I've heard of the Wu Xian cave in the southern region. They're renowned for their mastery of medicine and gu techniques, especially their knowledge of poisons. Since we have no other options, why not try the Wu Xian cave? Chen Yin looked at her, surprised. Nan Xiaoxiang's expression remained calm as she mentioned the Wu Xian cave, but he still saw a flicker of sadness in her eyes. He had suspected she had some connection to the Wu Xian cave. But Chen Yin didn't pry. It was her personal matter. Saving Yi Linger was more important. And her suggestion made sense. The Wu Xian cave, located deep within the 10,000 mountains of the southern region, was a reclusive yet feared sect known for their expertise in gu techniques and poisons. Perhaps they could cure Yi Linger. Yi Huang's eyes lit up with hope. Thank you for your guidance, Miss Nan. I'll go to the Wu Xian cave immediately. Bring Linger to my clinic. I'll take care of her. Chen Yin nodded at Nan Xiaoxiang. Thank you for your help. Just repaying a favor. Nan Xiaoxiang lowered her eyes slightly, avoiding his gaze. What about Shenli? Chen Yin frowned. They won't let you off the hook after you crippled them like this. I'm hoping they come after me. Chen Yin shrugged. I'm more worried they'll become cowards and hide in the shadows. Hidden enemies were the most dangerous. He preferred a direct confrontation. But he had other plans regarding Shenli. Chen Yin, Luo Luo, I'm entrusting you with escorting Miss Nan and Linger to Yanxia province. Chen Yin's face fell, and Luo Luo blinked, her voice soft. What about you, young master? I'm returning to mount you. He said quietly. He had some questions for his master about Shenli. Luo Luo's eyes dimmed slightly. Be a good girl, Luo Luo. Chen Yin pulled her into his arms and nuzzled her ears and cheeks affectionately. Luo Luo closed her eyes contentedly. I won't be gone long. I'll come back and bring you more delicious treats. He said softly. Okay. Luo Luo looked up at him with a bright smile. Luo Luo will be good. Don't worry, young master. After reassuring Luo Luo, he turned to Chen Yin and whispered, contact me if anything happens. So you finally remember me? Chen Yin snorted and turned her head away. Chen Yin coughed lightly and softened his voice. I trust you the most. It was true. As a former member of the secret division, Chen Yin was the most reliable person he knew. Chen Yin couldn't help but glance at him, a smug look in her eyes. Then she quickly turned away, not wanting him to notice. 3 days later, Mount Yu. Night. Mist Yu flowers swayed gently in the breeze. By a mountain stream, Yu Xiang stood on a large rock, dressed in a black, form-fitting dress. Her lips were painted a dark crimson, her eyes accented with a subtle, alluring green, her fingers long and slender. From afar, she resembled a bewitching black tulip. After a long moment, she opened her eyes, a black light flickering at her fingertips. A dark sword shadow sliced through the waterfall before her. Mist Yu petals danced in the air along with her hair, the waterfall split in two, the water refusing to reunite. My supreme clarity realm cultivation is stable now. Yu Xiang murmured to herself. Since Master had given her the second volume of the Quenching Nether Mantra, she had been immersed in cultivation. And the Quenching Nether Mantra, a top-tier demonic art, had lived up to its reputation. Within just a few months, Yu Xiang's cultivation had soared, allowing her to break through to the supreme clarity realm. But this Quenching Nether Mantra is too ruthless and domineering. She frowned. Every time I cultivate, I feel a coldness creeping into my heart. If I become ugly, will senior brother still like me when he returns? Speaking of senior brother. Chen Yin had been gone for quite a while. For months, Yu Xiang had thought of him every night, longing for his return. Stinky senior brother. She pouted, her eyebrows furrowing in a way that made her look like a villainous sorceress from a drama, thanks to the influence of the Quenching Nether Mantra. When he gets back, I'm going to tie him up and never let him leave. Then I'll leave. Yu Xiang's body stiffened, her eyes widening in shock. She slowly turned around, and under the moonlight, a slender man in white stood there, looking at her with a playful, innocent smile. You're so scary, you know. I think I'll just run away. Before he could finish his sentence, she threw herself into his arms. Xiang'er cupped his face in her hands and kissed him fiercely, her embrace so tight and passionate that Chen Yin could barely breathe. He tasted blood on his lips as her soft breaths tickled his ear. Don't you dare. I wouldn't dare. Chen Yin chuckled, his arms around her waist. My Xiang'er is waiting for me. How could I not come home? Xiang'er buried her face in his chest, her hands gripping his robe tightly. Done gallivanting outside? Finally decided to come home? Ahem. It wasn't like that. Chen Yin coughed lightly and said seriously, I was busy with important matters. You're lying. Yu Xiang suddenly looked up, her eyes red-rimmed. You know I have a good sense of smell. I can smell at least 3 different women on you. Not including Shen Xuanlian. Seriously? Chen Yin was dumbfounded. He had spent 3 days traveling back, without encountering a single soul, and she could still smell other women on him. Was the scent really that strong? He sniffed himself suspiciously. Ahem. It really was important business. Chen Yin said coaxingly, I came back to see you as soon as I had the chance. Are you leaving again? Xiang'er's eyes were filled with a mixture of resentment and sadness, her eyes growing even redder. Chen Yin quickly corrected himself. No, I won't be leaving anytime soon. I'll stay home and spend some time with Xiang'er. Stinky senior brother, I don't believe a word you say anymore. She snorted and turned away, her black dress swirling gracefully in the moonlight. Chen Yin, now an expert in coaxing women, wrapped his arms around her slender waist and whispered in her ear. Did you miss me? Of course not. Why would I miss a philandering scoundrel like you? Xiang'er retorted, turning her head away playfully. Not even a little. Maybe a tiny bit. But just a tiny bit. She lowered her long eyelashes, her lips pouting slightly. I just thought about your face sometimes. I didn't really miss you. She would just stare out the window, lost in thought. Stare at the teapot. Stare at the kitchen. Feeling like something was missing. Don't come back. I don't want to be so upset. She said fiercely. I'm not anyone special to you anyway. You don't have to come back and see me. Chen Yin suddenly released her. Then I'll leave. His action was so sudden and decisive, as if he would disappear in the blink of an eye. Xiang'er's heart ached. I was just kidding. She grabbed his hand, her eyes watery. Don't go, okay? I won't make you angry anymore. I was also kidding. Why would I be angry? Chen Yin chuckled and flicked her forehead lightly. Just tell me if you missed me. I'll always be here for you. Xiang'er lowered her head, her voice filled with a quiet sadness. I would believe you. I was really afraid you would abandon me. Chen Yin took her hand and placed a small, hard object in her palm. What's this? Open it and see. Xiang'er opened the box. Inside was a small, delicate ring, sparkling in the moonlight. Before she could ask, Chen Yin gently took her hand and slipped the ring onto her finger. It's called a diamond ring. Chen Yin said softly, in my world, this is used for proposals. Xiang'er's eyes widened slowly as she realized what he meant. Senior brother. I don't like you calling me senior brother anymore. Chen Yin thought for a moment, then corrected himself, I used to like it. Not anymore. So I don't want you to call me that anymore. Xiang'er's eyes shimmered with tears, and a blush crept onto her cheeks. Huss. She whispered, her voice barely audible, as if she was too shy to speak. Chen Yin looked into her eyes. You don't want to call me that? She bit her lip, then finally said softly. Husband. My wife is such a good girl. Chen Yin nodded with satisfaction. Hearing him call her wife, Xiang'er's heart skipped a beat. She tugged at his sleeve. Say it again. Wife. Chen Yin said seriously. Xiang'er's eyes were red-rimmed, but she couldn't help but smile, her nose tingling. Stinky senior brother. That's so cheesy. Don't you like it? I do. She smiled sweetly, burying her face in his chest. Say it again. Wife. One more time. No matter how many times she asked, Chen Yin repeated it patiently. Yu Xiang leaned against him for a long time, then suddenly lowered her head. Do I look ugly like this? Chen Yin noticed her hand retreating behind her back. It's just makeup. You're still my Xiang'er. He chuckled and flicked her nose gently. Besides, you look quite alluring like this. Like a villainous sorceress who's completely under my control. Xiang'er is not a villainous sorceress. She playfully bit his shoulder. So you admit you're completely under my control? Yu Xiang blushed but didn't protest or deny it. Chen Yin gently kissed her neck, then her collarbone. Her breathing quickened. Senior brother. Although she was struggling slightly, her soft moans were like a kitten's purr, making him want to tease her even more. He lifted her into his arms. You've been working hard on your cultivation lately. This is your reward. He whispered in her ear. Under the cool night sky, they flew back to their little wooden hut at the foot of the mountain. Chen Yin placed her on the bed and blew out the candle. In the darkness, Xiang'er's eyes shimmered like fireflies. Senior brother, I'm a little scared. She whispered. Chen Yin could see how nervous she was. He gently patted her back, soothing her. Her skin was so soft and smooth, her body trembling slightly at his touch. It's all right, Xiang'er. Chen Yin whispered in her ear, give me a minute. Let me get rid of that old pervert who's been peeking. Yu Xiang looked up, just as Chen Yin vanished from the room like a wisp of smoke. A moment later, a shrill, childish scream came from outside. Wah! Help! My disciple is trying to kill me. Yu Xiang sighed helplessly. Seriously, master. Outside, Chen Yin dragged Yu Ling by the collar of her robe, ignoring her struggles and protests. Let go of me. You brat. You're trying to hog Xiang'er all to yourself. Let me see. I want to watch too. Chen Yin dragged her to the pond and, without hesitation, kicked her in. Yu Ling's small body tumbled through the air, then floated above the water, glaring at him resentfully. What are you looking at? Chen Yin glared back at her. Be careful, or you'll get a sty. I'll look. I want to see Xiang'er's beautiful body. Why can't I watch? Yu Ling said defiantly, her hands on her hips. If you want to build your harem, go find your own women. Don't touch my Xiang'er. No. I want Xiang'er. I don't want anyone else. With a flash of light, the eternal light sword appeared, sending Yu Ling scrambling behind a tree. Hey! You brat, you're actually going to attack me? What if you hurt me? Don't worry. Chen Yin's expression was menacing. I know exactly how resilient your forgotten everlasting heart sutra is. If you dare take another step towards the house tonight, don't blame me for being disrespectful. Why you're bullying me? Yu Ling's eyes filled with tears. Shouldn't you share good things with your master? If you want to join us, I don't mind having another warm body in bed tonight. Yu Ling. Die, Lulakan. Then don't disturb me. Chen Yin waved his hand dismissively. We'll talk tomorrow. He returned to the hut, leaving Yu Ling by the pond, sobbing and biting her handkerchief. You unfilial disciple. Master wants to watch too, wah. Yu Xiang didn't sleep all night. She finally drifted off to sleep the next morning, her body sprawled across the tangled sheets, too exhausted to even open her eyes. Chen Yin, however, woke up early and cheerfully made his way to Master's cave. Master was sitting at the table, sulking and sipping tea. Tisk, look at your face. Seeing Chen Yin's expression, Master turned away in disgust. Here to gloat, are you? Well, some people have a vibrant nightlife, while others are stuck outside, seething with jealousy. Chen Yin chuckled, unable to contain his amusement. Master almost crushed her teacup in anger. You little brat, you dare mock me? It seems I haven't spanked you in a while. You've forgotten who's in charge. She rolled up her sleeves, ready to pull down his pants and hang him from a tree. But before she could move, Chen Yin's calm words stopped her in her tracks. You've heard of Shenli, haven't you? He poured himself a cup of tea and sipped it slowly. Master's expression changed slightly. After a long silence, she turned around and sat back down, her small body enveloped in her large robes. You encountered them? Let's just say we're not on good terms. Chen Yin sneered. I accidentally stumbled upon one of their members committing a crime, so I took care of him. Who knew that Divine Sun Bastard would send people after me? In the end, I killed 4 of his dogs and destroyed one of their bases. That's where the trail went cold. Master raised a delicate eyebrow, surprised. 4. That's quite a feat. Is there a reward? Chen Yin's eyes lit up. How about a slap in the face? Then I'll pass. But, Master leaned back on her chaise lounge, a hint of satisfaction in her eyes. Well done. Chen Yin just glanced at her sideways. Indeed, that organization is a thorn in my side as well. I've been chasing them for years, but I can't seem to get rid of them completely. Like turtles hiding in their shells, it's hard to kill them. And I don't have the energy for that anymore. Master's eyes dimmed slightly. Need my help? Chen Yin asked, leaning closer with a playful grin. Master waved him away dismissively. Go away. I don't want to see your face. If I could, I wouldn't want you involved in this. Because I'm not even sure I can handle those people myself. It's best not to push them too hard. We'll deal with them later. Chen Yin blinked. The old lowly granny was being unusually calm. She wasn't even threatening to bash the Divine Sun's head in with a metal rod. It seemed this Divine Sun was someone to be reckoned with. Can't you at least give me some information? Chen Yin pleaded. I've already crossed paths with them, don't you think I deserve to know? What's the rush? Master said calmly, swinging her feet playfully. I'll ask for your help when I need it. Chen Yin snorted and sulked, sipping his tea quietly. The atmosphere in the room grew tense. After a while, Master's voice softened slightly. Be careful. Those people are dangerous. I know. Chen Yin nodded. I didn't want to tell you because once you're involved, there's no turning back. It's better for you and Xiang'er to stay on the mountain and live a peaceful life. A look of weariness, incongruous with her youthful appearance, flashed across her face. Chen Yin was silent for a moment, then asked softly. Just one question. Were those injuries you sustained at the Heavenly Path perilous domain related to them? Master hesitated. After a long pause, she sipped her tea and said quietly, not directly. But they did interfere and almost ruined everything. Chen Yin looked at her intently. After a long silence, he turned away. I understand. Don't do anything reckless and go after them, okay? Master said, her voice filled with concern. Don't worry. Chen Yin nodded. Since you don't want me to make a big fuss, I won't. But you won't interfere if I handle this in my own way, right? Master stared at him for a long time, then suddenly smiled. Do as you please. That was enough. Chen Yin closed his eyes. Her approval was all he needed. With the serious matters out of the way, the atmosphere relaxed. Let's talk about something else. Master suddenly climbed onto the armrest and asked mischievously, how's Xiang'er? Is she soft? Tisk, tisk. Chen Yin grinned at her. I can't say. Damn it, I wish I could have a feel too, he he he. The sight of this beautiful young girl, her face so innocent and childish, yet her expression so lewd and suggestive, made Chen Yin facepalm. Master, please have some self-respect. I can't help it. I'm dying of desire. She complained, while you were gone, I had no wine to drink, and Xiang'er wouldn't let me touch her. I'm going crazy. Hey, you promised to let me drink as much as I wanted when you got back. Master held out her hand. Where's the wine? Chen Yin didn't renege on his promise. He shrugged and casually placed a few bottles of wine on the table. Master's eyes lit up, and drool almost dripped from her lips. He, Johnny Walker, my precious Johnny Walker, he. She had become completely addicted to it after Chen Yin had given her a taste. But it was free from the system shop, so he didn't mind indulging her. Don't drink too much. I don't want to fish you out of the pond again after you get drunk. Chen Yin watched as Master eagerly grabbed a bottle and started gulping it down. He waved his hand and turned to leave. Hey, are you going back to Xiang'er now? Master peeked out from behind the bottle. You tormented her all night, and now you're going back for more. Ahem, Chen Yin coughed, trying to maintain a serious expression. Believe it or not. Xiang'er was the one who initiated everything last night. Indeed, once she had a taste, she couldn't get enough. Chen Yin hadn't expected his usually shy and reserved junior sister to be so passionate and unrestrained. Honestly, if she was tired today, it was entirely her own fault, not his. He was just lucky to have a strong constitution. Otherwise, he might be the one lying in bed right now. Be gentle with her. Don't break my precious Xiang'er. Master said, pouting slightly. Chen Yin thought for a moment, then turned to her and asked, wait a minute, you're a perpetual virgin, what do you know about this? With your flat-chested, undeveloped body, you have no right to worry about Xiang'er. What did you say? Master glared at him, her eyes blazing with anger. I'm saving myself for marriage. I'm not a perpetual virgin. Say that again. Perverted lowly, eternal virgin granny. Chen Yin repeated the words silently in his mind. Don't think I can't hear you just because you're saying it in your head. What the hell? You can hear my thoughts. I guessed. I knew you were cursing me. She lunged at him, her small arms and legs flailing wildly. But he simply blocked her attack with one hand, her tiny fists unable to reach him. I just remembered something, Chen Yin said casually, holding her head back with one hand. The Lord of 10,000 Demons, Qin Main Yang, you know her, right? Master's struggles weakened, and she crossed her arms, snorting. She's just a loser I defeated years ago. What about her? Nothing much. She asked me to tell you to visit her when you have time. Master blinked her large, watery eyes. Why are you involved with that old fox? Chen Yin coughed awkwardly. Her daughter is quite pretty. Master looked at him with disdain. You dare hit on the Lord of 10,000 Demons' daughter? You've got guts. I learned from the best. Chen Yin bowed respectfully. Fine. I'll go see her tomorrow. Master sighed. That old fox has been in seclusion for years. It's surprising she even remembers me. Chen Yin wanted to say, not only does she remember you, but she seems to have a very strong impression of you. But she won't tell me anything. He kept quiet. It would only give the old lowly granny more ammunition to tease him. Well, it's about time. Master suddenly murmured to herself, her voice so soft and indistinct that Chen Yin didn't catch it. What? Nothing. Suddenly, her playful expression vanished, and she turned to him, her voice stern and authoritative. Chen Yin. Chen Yin rarely saw her so serious, and he was momentarily taken aback. 3 things. Prioritize them. First, your cloud ascending realm cultivation is pathetic. 1 year. Reach the Grand Clarity realm. Chen Yin almost choked on his tea. Grand Clarity? Are you kidding me? There were 3 major realms between Cloud Ascending and Grand Clarity. Even protagonists in fantasy novels didn't power up that quickly. I don't care how you do it. Just get it done. I only care about results. Master's expression was calm, her voice still stern. Second, you can be lovey-dovey with Xiang'er, but don't let her neglect her cultivation. She must also reach the Grand Clarity realm within a year. Chen Yin was dumbfounded. What had gotten into this old lowly granny? Third, and most importantly. Seeing her increasingly serious expression, Chen Yin's heart sank. Was she about to give him some dangerous mission? Be gentle tonight. I don't want Xiang'er to be in pain, woo-woo. Early the next morning, Master, clutching a bottle of wine, skipped off to find Qin Main Yang. Judging by her enthusiasm, she probably wouldn't be back any time soon, perhaps not until she had drunk Qin Main Yang dry. After Master left, Chen Yin was left to contemplate his own predicament. Reaching the Grand Clarity realm within a year. Honestly, although his cultivation had plateaued at the Cloud Ascending realm for a while, breaking through to the next stage, the Entering Gate realm, wouldn't be difficult. Even reaching the Supreme Clarity realm with some effort was within his grasp. But Grand Clarity within a year? That was a tall order. Cultivation wasn't just about accumulating spiritual energy and mastering techniques. It also required opportunity, luck, and breakthroughs in one's understanding of the Tao. Chen Yin had none of those. He was used to relying on his swordsmanship, so focusing on cultivation felt like a chore. His current spiritual energy reserves were about average for a Cloud Ascending realm cultivator. It was his comprehension of the Tao, gained through his mastery of the sword, that allowed him to fight opponents far stronger than himself. Without his sword, he was just a durable Cloud Ascending realm cultivator. Like experience points in an RPG, to reach the Grand Clarity realm, Chen Yin first needed to find a way to absorb more spiritual energy. The difference in spiritual energy between the Cloud Ascending realm and the Grand Clarity realm was vast. It wasn't something he could simply cheat his way through. He needed external assistance. So, Chen Yin entered the system shop and started searching for suitable pills. He browsed through countless options, but none of them were satisfactory. There were many high-level pills, even legendary elixirs with impressive names. But his current permission level wasn't high enough to access them. The pills he could take were either too weak to be of much use or belonged to a completely different cultivation system, their potential side effects unknown. And then there were the pills with vague and ominous descriptions. Chen Yin hesitated. Should he really take these? But that disrespectful old hag of a master had rarely asked him for anything seriously. Although he didn't know the reason, it was probably best to obey. So, he started taking the pills, one after another. The weaker pills were free anyway. Perhaps quantity could make up for quality. Soon, the area around his cave was littered with empty bottles. After taking pills for most of the day, pure spiritual energy surged through his meridians, his dantian expanding rapidly. Waves of potent energy crashed against his meridians, threatening to tear them apart. Chen Yin winced. He had taken too many. The forgotten everlasting heart sutra, immediately activated, frantically repairing the damaged meridians. The conflicting sensations of tearing pain and soothing warmth made his face contort in a grimace. It was a painful yet exhilarating experience. This process continued for a long time, Chen Yin completely focused on controlling the flow of energy within his body, oblivious to the passage of time. Finally, he let out a long sigh and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He had finally absorbed all the energy. His dantian was now overflowing with spiritual energy, almost bursting at the seams. He could break through to the next realm at any moment. But he didn't rush. He suddenly noticed a change in the scroll. A faint blue light emanated from it, swirling through his meridians before flowing into his dantian. Like a drop of dye in a clear pool of water, the vast expanse of spiritual energy within him turned a light blue. Chen Yin had never seen anything like this before and curiously observed the changes in his dantian. Finally, the transformation was complete, his dantian filled with a soft, blue glow. He didn't feel any different, neither stronger nor weaker. It seemed like it had just changed color. As he was about to release some of the energy to test it out, he opened his eyes and jumped in surprise. A beautiful face was inches from his own, so close that he could kiss her if he leaned forward slightly. "Xiang'er. What are you doing? You scared me." Xiang'er's expression was strange, a mixture of guilt and worry. She frowned at the empty bottles scattered around them, her eyes red-rimmed. "Senior brother. I am sorry." Chen Yin was confused. "What are you sorry for? Do you think Xiang'er is a promiscuous woman?" She blinked at him timidly. "I'll be more restrained tonight, I won't be so shameless. Please don't take these pills anymore, they're bad for you." Chen Yin almost choked. "Xiang'er, are you being a little too sensitive?" he said, wiping the sweat from his brow. "These are just cultivation pills, not aphrodisiacs. And definitely not Viagra. But who takes so many pills at once?" Xiang'er still looked unconvinced. "One pill is enough for a long cultivation session. Taking so many would cause your body to explode." Chen Yin's lips twitched. "Thanks for the vote of confidence, junior sister. Master gave me a deadline. I have to work hard to meet her expectations." He casually placed his hands behind his head. "With the forgotten everlasting heart sutra, I can be a bit reckless with my cultivation methods. So, these really aren't those kinds of pills?" Yu Xiang still looked doubtful. "Just a thought. Could it be that Xiang'er wants me to take those kinds of pills?" "No way." Xiang'er's eyes filled with tears. "I'm not that shameless. Senior brother, please don't misunderstand." This girl was still so easily flustered. Chen Yin sighed and pulled her into his arms. After a brief yelp of surprise, she snuggled against him contentedly. "Honestly, I'd prefer it if you were a little more forward." "Really?" Xiang'er blinked, her eyes wide. "Of course." Chen Yin nodded seriously. After all, the contrast between her usual shy demeanor and her passionate and unrestrained behavior in bed was incredibly appealing. It was one of her most endearing qualities. Hearing this, Xiang'er said excitedly, "Then, senior brother, I won't hold back anymore." Chen Yin. "Senior brother." She suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck, her face flushed, her fingers fidgeting nervously. Her voice was soft and seductive as she whispered, "Xiang'er wants it. But you were like a puddle of goo this morning. How did you recover so quickly?" Chen Yin was surprised by how much his junior sister had changed after getting a taste. But it wasn't just her. Even senior sister, after overcoming her initial fear of pain, had become quite proactive. Were all women like this? He wasn't sure. He would need more data. But seeing his sweet and innocent junior sister looking at him with such a seductive and alluring expression, Chen Yin felt that no man could refuse. He sighed dramatically. Oh, all right. We can postpone the cultivation. Indeed, women were the bane of his swordsmanship. Chen Yin had underestimated just how clingy this little kitten could be. It wasn't until evening that he finally managed to coax the exhausted Yuxiang to sleep. He went to the kitchen to prepare some food. He hadn't eaten properly all day, too busy with other activities. There were fish in the pond behind the house, plump and delicious snow mountain fish, a local delicacy. Chen Yin enjoyed making fish soup with them. He caught a fish, simmered it until the soup turned a milky white, then added chopped scallions, cilantro, and a few drops of his special blend of spices. Finally, he carried the fragrant fish soup back to the room. Dinner's ready. Xiang'er was hiding under the blankets, only her bright eyes peeking out. Senior brother, I can't get up. That's what happens when you're so insatiable. Chen Yin casually served himself a bowl of soup. Honestly, once she got started, Xiang'er's energy was boundless, making it hard for him to resist. No wonder she was always so exhausted afterward. Xiang'er pouted, her eyes sparkling. Senior brother, Xiang'er wants some too. Then get up and have some. But it's all your fault, senior brother. Xiang'er can't move. Chen Yin sighed. Then what do you want me to do? Feed me. Yuxiang blinked mischievously, hiding a smile under the blankets. Chen Yin served her a bowl of fish soup, carefully blowing on it to cool it down, then watched as she opened her mouth and took a sip. Her full, red lips, glistening with the soup sheen, looked incredibly tempting. The warm soup flowed down her throat, and Xiang'er smiled contentedly, her body relaxing. Senior brother's fish soup is the best. I can teach you how to make it if you want. I don't want to learn. Xiang'er pouted. If I don't learn, senior brother will have to make it for me forever. You sly little fox. Chen Yin flicked her nose playfully, and Xiang'er giggled, covering her mouth with her hand. As he fed her, spoonful by spoonful, Chen Yin's gaze lingered on her full, red lips. He suddenly had an idea. He hadn't tried that position yet. Xiang'er, as a reward for the delicious fish soup, I'll teach you something fun later, okay? He said seriously. Okay. Yuxiang, at that moment, had no idea what her mischievous senior brother had in store for her.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.